It all started with the invasion of the world, when one day, a gate tore open reality itself. From this rift, all sorts of trash-tier monsters from another realm began to pour out, led by colossal dragons. Humanity's world was pushed to the absolute brink of destruction, cities burning under the alien onslaught. People were getting absolutely wrecked, devoured by grotesque creatures with countless unblinking eyes. But just as all hope seemed lost, a spear of pure golden light descended from the heavens. It slammed directly into the head of one of the monstrous beasts leading the charge. In that single, defining moment, the tide of the entire war was about to turn. The spear erupted in a blinding explosion of holy energy, completely vaporizing the creature. From the blast, a new, intricate portal of light began to form in the sky. This gate was different. It was a beacon of salvation, and from it, winged saviors began to emerge. Turns out, these saviors hail from a world of swords and magic known as Einhart. The otherworldly monsters on Earth can only roar in defiance as their doom descends. They stare up at the sky, completely blindsided by this sudden, overwhelming power. From the golden portal, the winged warriors unleash a devastating rain of holy judgment. The flying beasts get shredded first, their bodies pierced by countless beams of light. It's a one-sided massacre, as the invaders are vaporized without a chance to fight back. But this invasion isn't just happening on Earth. Other worlds are caught in the chaos too. In the martial arts world of Muram, warriors channel inner energy to power their techniques. These fighters are also locked in their own desperate struggle under an ominous red sky. And just when you think things can't get more complicated, a sinister purple magic begins to stir. This foul energy is tearing through the fabric of reality, corrupting everything it touches. Turns out, it's coming from the land of demons, Gehenna, a name that's basically hell itself. And these trash-tier demons aren't just staying in their own dimension. They're pouring into Earth. They swarm through the cities, a tide of pure malice and destruction. Humanity, once the rulers of the planet, are now just prey caught in a cosmic war. They're tossed around like rag dolls, their screams drowned out by the chaos. But just when all hope seems lost, a miracle happens. Individuals start awakening superhuman powers. Harnessing a mysterious system, these new warriors finally have the strength to fight back. They launch themselves into the fray, a desperate counterattack against the otherworldly horrors. Suddenly, a powerful swordsman appears, yelling at the awakened humans for roaming around and causing trouble. These newly empowered humans became known as players, fighting back with everything they had. After saving a group of civilians, our boy tells them to get clear of the gate because it's too dangerous. But he's pissed, wondering why these player types always start trouble and disregard human life. His companion just calmly notes that Iroun's Dantian and Mana Circle are on another level entirely. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream cuts through the air as a monstrous wolf attacks a nearby car. Without a second thought, Iroun activates his own status window, ready to jump in. The system identifies the beast as a three-headed werewolf and flags an emergency rescue request. He just scoffs, telling his crew they're going to go catch that crazy dog. Before anyone can object, he's already gone, prompting his companion to yell out his name, Iroun. Iroun launches himself through the air, a living missile aimed straight at the monster. One of his companions freaks out, yelling that monsters of this rank are supposed to be handled by the Volcano Guild. But the other retorts that the guild is obviously struggling, so they have no choice but to intervene. As Arun soars through the air, he realizes just how dire the situation truly is. Without a moment's hesitation, he materializes a blade of pure, crackling energy in his hand. The energy blade slams into the wolf's head with a sickening crunch, stopping the beast in its tracks. His fellow warriors can only stare, completely dumbfounded by the raw power on display. Our boy grits his teeth and pours more energy into the attack, driving the blade deeper. A system window reveals his insane skill. He's traded all his agility to increase his weight by 300%. The monstrous wolf roars in agony, crushed under an impossible weight it can't even comprehend. Iroun has become a human anchor, single-handedly pinning the beast that was overwhelming everyone else. But even with his insane strength buff, our boy feels his power starting to wane. He grits his teeth and yells for his friend to hurry up and decapitate the damn wolf already. The masked companion sighs, complaining that Iroun never listens to him, but he still leaps into action, unleashing a massive attack and admitting he can't survive without his reckless friend. A faint smile crosses Arun's face as he thinks about how his companion has always protected his back. The masked warrior's blade, glowing with an intense blue aura, cuts through the air. But suddenly, he's not aiming for the wolf, he's right in front of Iroun. Our boy is completely blindsided, his mind unable to process the sudden turn of events. With ice in his veins, the masked man tells his friend to let him live and just die already. A blade pierces Iroun's chest as a system window coldly announces the betrayal of friends. As his life fades, Iroun sees a vision of his companion, smiling sadistically among his shadowy clan. It all flashes back the desperate fights against monsters while his own people hunted him down. He remembers another person he tried to protect, a woman urging him to escape with her. But her face was stained with tears, a prelude to yet another heartbreak. Turns out she was just another pawn, forced to apologize as the Muram warriors closed in. The crushing weight of reality hits our boy, everyone he ever relied on. Every single one of them betrayed him in the end. His body finally gives out, crashing hard into the dirt. But it's not over. A new enemy appears, screaming that the little scum needs to move. The burly man looms over him, disgusted that this is the state of the so-called top player, Mujag Young. Hez being dragged to the Volcano Guild's monster corpse disposal area, a place they call Hell. As the burly man pokes his limp body, Iroun realizes it's been 5 long years since his life went down the drain. The man grinds his foot into our boy's head, mocking his pathetic state. In a last-ditch effort, Iroun desperately tries to summon his status window. But nothing appears. His connection to the system is completely severed. Just as all hope seems lost, a mysterious blue light suddenly materializes before his eyes. Hez, completely dumbfounded, this isn't the system he knows. A new window offers him a choice: become the vessel of chaos. But it warns that his decision could lead to the world's destruction. Thinking of the endless pain and betrayal, he grins maniacally and accepts the deal without a second thought. The strange system immediately accepts his choice, beginning a terrifying transformation. A voice echoes in his mind, declaring him the vessel of chaos. But our boy immediately senses something is deeply wrong with this power. What he encountered in that abyss of power wasn't a simple skill, but something far more legendary. He was staring down the 3 kings, the legendary rulers of Gehenna who now secretly control the earth. Before his eyes, he sees the faces of beings that should only exist in forgotten myths. These weren't just any legends. They were the apex predators from 3 different worlds, long lost to history. The system hammers it home, showing him the terrifying visages of the 3 kings once more. First is Mu Wang, the King of Silver, an absolute beast who conquered an entire continent with a single fist. Next is the Sword King of Einhart, a master swordsman whose power was said to have split the very sky. And finally, the most terrifying of all, the Demon King of Gehenna, a godslayer who destroyed divinity itself. He finally understands the horrifying truth. This vessel of chaos is nothing but a prison, and he's the warden for these 3 sealed monsters. The kings are dumbfounded by his defiant gaze, with Mu Wang demanding his attention while the Sword King questions if this kid is truly the vessel. Even the Demon King chimes in, mockingly saying it's understandable for our boy to be confused after being thrown into this mess. But Iroun isn't confused. His eyes burn with a cold, calculated fury as he stares back at these legendary beings. The system gives him the final choice: pass through this place to become the vessel of chaos, but warns that this could trigger the end of the world. His mind flashes back to a painful memory of a woman he couldn't save, fueling his single-minded desire for revenge on the world that betrayed him. The 3 kings are taken aback by his sheer disrespect, realizing this isn't some scared child but someone filled with an abyss of hatred. The Sword King calmly asks if he really thinks revenge will bring him any sort of peace, but our boy just clenches his fist in response. He then lays out the deal. If Iroun truly wishes for the world's destruction, all he has to do is walk through the gate. Without a shred of hesitation, Iroun looks up and declares that yes, he truly hopes for the world to burn. The Sword King just smirks, dropping a bombshell. If that happens, it won't be Iroun getting revenge, but chaos itself being unleashed. Mu Wang clarifies that Iroun's body and mind would be stolen, leaving him with nothing but a system message. Our boy falls silent, realizing this hollow victory isn't the personal revenge he craves. The Demon King then chimes in, asking if that kind of empty revenge is really enough to satisfy him. Iroun just scoffs, asking what a broken man like him is supposed to do about it anyway. But she grins, revealing their true plan. They'll let him carry out that revenge with his own 2 hands. Mu Wang adds that real satisfaction only comes from tearing his enemies apart himself to truly taste it. Iroun looks up, a flicker of something returning to his dead eyes as he considers this insane proposal. He points out the obvious flaw, wondering how he can do anything with his trash-tier body, stripped of his powers and branded a slave. The kings laugh it off, explaining that if he inherits their combined might and tames chaos, revenge would be child's play. They make their final, unified pitch, inherit everything from them, and they will make his dream of destruction a reality. At this point, our boy Iroun realizes the king's true motives don't even matter to him anymore. All he cares about is getting the power he needs to finally get his revenge on those who wronged him. With a flicker of life back in his eyes, he looks up and asks if he can truly call them his masters. The kings are dumbfounded by his sudden change of heart. The Demon King is thrilled, but the Sword King finds it all a bit too easy. And just like that, Iroun officially becomes the disciple of the 3 most powerful beings in existence. What follows is a brutal training montage in the world of seals, a place beyond time and death. Hez relentlessly hammered by the 3 kings' distinct powers, pushing his broken body past every conceivable limit. After what feels like an eternity of torment, the final stage of his transformation begins. The 3 clashing energies, the fist, the sword, and the demonic swirl violently inside him. Against all odds, he succeeds, managing to trap the raw essence of chaos within his own soul. And just like that, Our boy's eyes snap open, the hellish training finally over. He's immediately greeted by a boot to the face as his old supervisor screams at him. The man is furious, yelling about finding him sleeping in what looks like a filthy workshop. Iroun instinctively moves, wondering if time really stopped while he was gone. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly deflects the kick, showing a hint of his new reflexes. The supervisor is sent stumbling back, completely dumbfounded by the sudden resistance. Thinking fast, Iroun tries to call out his status window, expecting to see his new godly stats. He throws a test punch, trying to gauge the power flowing through his veins, but as the supervisor hits the deck, he realizes with a jolt that nothing is happening. He stares at his hands in disbelief. His body is back to its trash, tier state, his player power is completely gone. He suddenly remembers his master's final words, realizing the past 100 years of training weren't just some fever dream. In a flashback, the Sword King had warned him that upon returning to his world, he would likely lose all his inherited powers. The King of Silver, Mu Wang, had grimly confirmed this devastating truth. A shocked Iroun couldn't believe it, demanding to know why all his hard work would just vanish. The Demon King chimed in, explaining that his powers were far too overwhelming for his weak world to handle, especially with chaos now inside him. Our boy was left speechless, trying to process what this meant for his future. The Sword King then revealed the final condition. His body would have to be completely remade to contain his true, God-tier strength. Back in the present, Iroun clutches his head in agony, dreading the thought of having to go through that painful deed all over again. But his existential crisis is cut short by the supervisor, who gets to his feet screaming that he's going to kill him. Iroun's focus snaps back to reality as he remembers the immediate, and frankly pathetic, threat right in front of him. The supervisor, Cheol Taemin, throws a furious punch, aiming to put our boy down for good. But Iroun, with zero effort, catches the fist mid-air, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. Cheol Taemin is completely dumbfounded, realizing this trash-tier worker he tormented for 5 years is only a measly level 5. Iroun knows that with this reset body, there's absolutely no way he can lose this fight. A surge of power flows through him as he prepares to show the supervisor what real strength looks like. He recalls a lesson from his master, Mu Wang, who taught that even a country bumpkin could overpower a warrior. The secret, his master had explained, was the mastery of killing intent. As a younger Iroun listened, his master revealed the true nature of this power. Killing intent is, at its core, pure mental strength, and our boy unleashes his full force. The supervisor is instantly paralyzed with fear, sweating bullets under the crushing weight of Iroun's aura. With eyes burning with pure hatred, our boy makes a simple promise. He's going to tear him apart. He clenches his fist, pouring every ounce of his pent-up rage into the coming strike. The first blow lands with a sickening crunch, sending a spray of blood across the workshop floor. But Iroun's not done. He grabs the supervisor's head, his voice a low growl promising to rip him to pieces. He unleashes another brutal punch, his movements a blur of pure, unrestrained fury. Cheol Taemin is left a broken, bloody heap on the ground, a clear message of murderous intent delivered. The only thing the terrified supervisor can see is the reflection of a monster standing over him. He can do nothing but scream, the sheer terror of his situation finally crashing down on him. A final, powerful kick sends the bully flying backwards, ending the one-sided beatdown. The other workers can only stare in disbelief, completely dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. Our boy knows that clumsy violence just creates resistance. But true, bone-deep fear, that's a lesson that lasts a lifetime. He smirks, thinking that from now on, the supervisor will wet himself at the mere sight of him. With the lesson taught, Iroun realizes he has to bolt before the Volcano Guild goons who trapped him here show up. He grabs a nearby chain, not as a weapon, but for a completely different purpose. One of the other workers, still clueless, foolishly tries to stop him, asking where he thinks he's going. With a single, powerful slam, Iroun shatters the very chains that bound him, a clear sign that nothing can hold him back now. His destination is revealed. The monster corpse disposal area, a toxic hellhole so vile that even the administrators stay away. But to Iroun, this nightmarish pit isn't an end. It's the very place where he will be reborn. Without a shred of hesitation, he leaps into the abyss, ready to embrace the hell that will forge him into a true monster. The remaining workers are left completely speechless, unable to process his suicidal dive. Our boy plummets into the crimson pit, a torrent of foul energy rushing up to meet him. He grits his teeth through the fall, knowing this is the only way to forge a new path. With a sickening splash, he slams into the grotesque pool of monster blood and viscera. This place is a graveyard, a disgusting soup made from the remains of countless powerful monsters. The blood bubbles and churns as he's completely swallowed by the vile liquid. He sinks deeper, allowing the potent energy from the monster corpses to seep into his very being. But he resurfaces, eyes glowing a demonic red, realizing this hell is the perfect ground for the blood demon technique. He remembers his master, Mu Wang, boasting that this technique was 5 times stronger than any other martial art. The principle was simple and brutal. Steal what belongs to others, and the ultimate target is their blood. He remembers his master's lesson, looking completely dumbfounded by the sheer insanity of it all. The blood demon technique is a vicious art, one that literally cultivates inner power by absorbing life force from blood. But of course, a power this broken comes with a trash tier requirement just to get started. Mu Wang's voice echoes in his mind, explaining that he must first create a Dantian within his own body. The Dantian is the very source of a warrior's power in the Silver World, basically their version of a magic core. The only problem is, creating one is supposed to be impossible for anyone not born in the Silver World, but his master just grins, revealing the brutal workaround. You just have to keep trying, even if it takes hundreds of deaths to succeed. So, with that grim determination, our boy begins the process, meditating in the swirling vortex of blood. Immediately, his body is torn apart from the inside out by the raw, untamed energy, forcing an agonized scream from his lips. Hess, following a special transmission method the three kings spent 3,000 years creating, but that doesn't make the pain any less hellish. He coughs up blood as his very cells are rewritten, an agony that would break any normal man. But our boy isn't normal. He endures thousands of these agonizing deaths in a hellish time loop. And in the end, after all that suffering, he finally emerges from the bloody pool, having forged the impossible, a Dantian. The entire process is seared into his memory, and he recalls the first step. He had to absorb the raw, chaotic energy from the monster blood and circulate it through his body. The second step was even worse. A trial by fire that felt like his soul was being incinerated. He had to take that raging inferno of energy and forcibly shape it into a blood Dantian. This entire brutal process is the infamous blood demon absorption technique. Now, back in the present, he slowly rises to his feet, dripping blood onto the cold stone floor. He clenches his fist, feeling the new power thrumming within him, a power born from unimaginable pain. He can say with absolute certainty that this new power coursing through him is something completely alien, a force not of this world. The raw energy explodes from within, threatening to overwhelm his very senses. As his vision clears, he realizes he's surrounded by countless glowing eyes in the darkness. Turns out, the real danger of this place isn't some toxic poison from the corpses. It's a breeding ground for undead monsters, reanimated by the sheer death energy. Before he can even properly stand, one of the ghoulish creatures lunges straight for him. The undead goblin shrieks as it swings a clawed hand right at our boy's face. But with a flash of movement, Iround's hand shoots up and catches the attack with ease. He learns this is a goblin zombie, a creature whose attacks are poisonous and can only be killed by decapitation. He smirks, realizing his old, trash-tier body would have been torn to shreds by now. But with this new power, he effortlessly crushes the goblin's arm with a single squeeze. Our boy looks down on the creature with utter contempt, thinking how pathetic it is. He then unleashes a new skill, the blood demon absorption technique, and the zombie shrieks in agony. The creature is completely torn apart, as its life force is violently siphoned into Iround's body. A wicked grin spreads across his face. For the first time in his miserable life, he feels truly alive. Turns out this is the realm of Crimson Blood, a horrifying power that absorbs an opponent's blood and energy. But the skill has another, even more bizarre benefit that he's just discovering. It collects all the residual blood and iron from his victims right into the palm of his hand. The blood then condenses and hardens, forming a perfect, solid steel ball. He realizes this steel ball isn't just a trophy, it's a goddamn bullet, and he's got his first target lined up. With a flick of his wrist, the projectile rips through the air, blowing an undead's head clean off its shoulders. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he creates more, vowing to devour every last one of these trash-tier monsters. He unleashes his new technique, the blood steel shot. Firing the condensed iron orbs like a demonic machine gun, the projectiles tear through the horde, turning the battlefield into a gory mess of shattered bone and splattered blood. But our boy isn't just standing still, he's moving with a speed and grace he's never felt before. He effortlessly dances between the grasping claws of the undead, a complete blur of crimson death. Landing right in their midst, he stomps, unleashing a shockwave that obliterates everything around him. And the best part? Every kill just gives him more blood to forge even more of his deadly ammunition. He becomes a whirlwind of destruction, raining down an endless barrage of steel upon the helpless monsters below. The undead horde is ripped to shreds, their bodies turned into nothing more than bloody pulp. Our boy isn't just a long-range fighter anymore. He's in their faces, crushing skulls with his bare hands. In this moment of carnage, he realizes these things were never a threat, they're just his prey. He unleashes a final, devastating attack, becoming a whirlwind of crimson death that clears the entire area. When the dust settles, Iround stands alone, the sole survivor in a sea of his own making. But the fight isn't over. The blood of the slain monsters begins to flow towards him, answering a silent call. The gore gathers into a massive vortex, swirling around its new master. He absorbs every last drop, feeling the raw demonic energy coursing through his veins. After the slaughter, he takes a single, steadying breath, the adrenaline still pumping. Looking at his blood-stained hands, he can't help but think this new power isn't bad at all. Just as our boy is feeling invincible, a hulking monster appears out of nowhere, leaving him dumbfounded. The beast doesn't waste a second, immediately blasting him with a massive wave of energy. Iroun is sent flying back by the sheer force of the attack, a direct hit from a real powerhouse. He manages to land, but he's clearly shaken. This thing is on a whole different level from the trash tier mobs before. He recognizes the creature, a zombie troll, a monster far stronger than anything he's faced yet. But instead of fear, a wicked grin spreads across his face. This is exactly the kind of challenge he was hoping for. Meanwhile, in another location, a worker is completely broken, sobbing on the floor that he's going to die. A calm commander looks down on the pathetic man, noting that he's been mentally shattered by what he saw. A masked guard appears, reporting that he has summoned all the other guards who were present during the incident. The commander then turns to a line of terrified workers and orders Cheol Taemin to report exactly what happened with Iroun. Cheol Taemin starts his report, spinning a tale about how he was just disciplining a dozing slave who suddenly went berserk. The commander is unimpressed and presses for more details, so the burly man adds that the slave just glared at him intensely. This immediately piques the commander's interest. He knows that projecting killing intent is impossible without inner power. He cuts to the chase and asks where this supposed slave is now, making all the other workers tense up. Sweating, Cheol Taemin blurts out the first lie he can think of. The slave committed suicide. He digs his hole deeper, claiming the body was taken to the corpse disposal area and has likely melted from the poison by now. The commander's eyes narrow. He's heard enough of this trash tier excuse. In a flash, he grabs the liar by the throat, the calm facade completely gone. He calls him out, knowing full well he faked the suicide report just to avoid the dangerous disposal area. Tightening his grip, the commander reveals the real reason he's here. The commander is absolutely livid, asking if this liar even deserves to breathe after faking a report. Terrified, Cheol Taemin can only choke out apologies, begging to be spared. But the commander isn't having it. His hand ignites with a deadly aura, ready to pass judgment. In a brutal flash, he executes the liar on the spot, leaving the other workers completely dumbfounded. He then gives the remaining workers a chilling choice: suffer the same fate, or go find that slave's body. With a menacing glare, he orders them to hurry up, and they immediately agree, not wanting to be next. The terrified workers sprint towards the dreaded corpse disposal area as fast as their legs can carry them. The commander reveals his plan to his subordinate. He fully expects those workers to die from the poison down there. He's clearly annoyed, muttering about how this dead slave is managing to irritate him to the very end. 2 weeks later, deep within that toxic pit, a blood-soaked monster with glowing red eyes lets out a horrifying shriek. But this is no mindless beast. It's our boy Iroun, reborn and brimming with a terrifying new power. For 2 weeks, he's been absorbing every last body and zombie monster in this godforsaken pit. Thanks to that grim feast, he's reached the second stage of his demonic technique: self-blood. He senses the source of the overwhelming poison leaking from a crack in the cavern wall. With a new level of power at his fingertips, he launches a condensed orb of energy straight at the source. He knows the core of this new technique is to concentrate all his power into one point, and then unleash it in a single, devastating explosion. The blast rips through the rock, unleashing an even more potent wave of toxic gas. Iroun stands his ground, realizing that if he hadn't reached this new stage, his body would have melted instantly. He knows he can't last long in this poison, but it's enough. His preparations are finally complete. Turns out, the source of the poison is a transcendental species, the highest danger monsters you can possibly face. And among them, the most famous and noble kind is, of course, the dragon. A flashback reveals the day a dragon escaped a gate, sending the world into a state of pure panic. It was the serpent dragon, Awakens, an undead beast revived and filled with an ancient rage. Countless players risked their lives to fight it, and against all odds, they miraculously managed to slay the beast. Our boy now stands before its colossal corpse, which became the center of global chaos due to its immense value. He recalls how its blood is a top-tier alchemical ingredient, and its bones can forge unique-grade weapons. But Awakens' corpse is so tainted with poison and rage that anyone who touches it would melt, which is why this corpse disposal site was created, using slaves like him to absorb the poison. With his hand on the bone, he swears the Volcano Guild will pay back every ounce of hell they put him through, with interest. He unleashes his blood demon absorption technique, and deep within his consciousness, Mu Wang is left utterly dumbfounded, wondering if he's sensing a dragon embryo. Iroun confirms his plan to absorb the dragon embryo, and Mu Wang agrees it's a solid way to recover power. But the King of Silver just grins, warning him that the process is going to hurt like absolute hell. Back in reality, our boy is immediately engulfed in a torrent of agonizing energy, screaming from the overload. He barely holds on, realizing that without his master's brutal training, he would have passed out right then and there. The internal energy from the long-dead dragon surges, rapidly building up inside his core with unbelievable potency. The sheer force is too much for his body to handle, and he starts violently coughing up blood. This is insane. His blood circulation is already at its limit, even with his self-blood technique trying to compress the energy. He's trapped if he stops. The energy will backfire and kill him. But if he continues, his body will simply explode. This was an expected outcome, but he grits his teeth, wondering if this is really his only option. Just then, the Demon King appears in his mind, posing a very pointed question about what happens if he can't absorb it all. The Demon King explains that even in Gehenna, dragons are top tier, and a normal human body just can't handle that kind of power. He then offers a simple, yet utterly insane solution. If you can't absorb it as a human, then just become a dragon. Our boy is dumbfounded, questioning if that's even possible, but the Demon King just scoffs at his surprise. After all, he reminds Around, becoming a dragon is just a stepping stone on the path to reclaiming his true power. With newfound resolve, Around's eyes flare with golden energy as he makes his decision. Hell used the dragon's biological data to reconstruct his own body, believing that for him, nothing is impossible. Roaring that he's even conquered chaos itself, our boy unleashes a torrent of fiery energy to begin the transformation. Back in his mind, Mu Wang agrees that forming a dragon embryo body is a solid plan. The King of Silver adds with a grin that, in his world, people with a dragon's body are given a very special title. Around places a hand on his chest as his body begins to glow, the agonizing process of rebirth finally starting. The agony is unimaginable, as every cell in his body is violently torn apart and rewritten. Suddenly, his eyes flash open, now glowing gold with the slitted pupils of a true dragon. His hair shifts to a fiery red as his muscles swell with an entirely new kind of power. In a burst of golden energy, the transformation completes, leaving our boy with the legendary dragonbone body. Meanwhile, outside the pit, the guard commander and his subordinate are baffled by the sudden change in the air. They look down into the disposal area, only to find it completely clean. All the toxic corpses have vanished. The commander is floored, realizing this level of purification is way beyond what even a Guardian-level user could pull off. Then a horrifying thought hits him. If all the corpses are gone, what happened to the massive dragon's body? Panicking, he immediately orders his subordinate to report this insane development to the guild. Wasting no time, the masked guard leaps away to deliver the unbelievable news. Just as the masked guard is about to leave, a mysterious black orb materializes right in front of him. Hess, completely dumbfounded as an unseen force, suddenly yanks him off his feet. The orb crackles violently, pulsing with a dark energy that's about to blow. In a blinding flash, it detonates, swallowing the guard in a massive explosion of light. From the heart of the blast, some kind of monstrous, toothy creature begins to form. The guard commander and his remaining men are absolutely floored, watching the chaos unfold. The shockwave rips through the area, a testament to the raw power they just witnessed. Suddenly, a hand appears from the smoke, grabbing a guard's face and turning him to dust on the spot. The commander freezes, realizing with dawning horror that another blast like that would wipe them all out. A voice then whispers behind him, mocking his title and calling him out for being the same coward he's always been. The commander finally recognizes the man before him, spitting out the name of the traitor he thought was long dead. He stammers, unable to believe his eyes as he points at the transformed figure he once knew as Irun. The commander demands to know how he's still alive, questioning if this monster is really the same weakling from before. Our boy just smirks, expressing disappointment that his old boss can't recognize him, or perhaps is just refusing to accept the truth. Iround twists the knife, mentioning he heard how the commander sold him out to become a raid leader, only to end up a coward. Absolutely livid, the commander smashes his fist into the wall, screaming for him to shut his mouth. He loses it completely, ordering his elite unit, the Black Hawk, to kill Irun on the spot. Without a moment's hesitation, a squad of hooded assassins leaps from the shadows to surround our boy. Turns out, the Black Hawk are personal escorts for high-ranking guild members, all of them near-ranker-level experts. Iround calmly watches them approach, immediately identifying their core skill as they vanish into stealth. He knows their invisibility is supposed to be a game-changer, a truly dangerous technique for any normal opponent. An assassin with glowing red eyes makes his move, lunging from the shadows for a killing blow. But their stealth is useless against our boy, who can sense their internal energy and has already prepared a counter. Without even turning, Iround flicks a tiny orb of energy, intercepting the assassin mid-air with pinpoint accuracy. This is the third stage of his blood demon art, the Black Blood Sphere, and this poor fool is the first to experience it. The sphere shatters on impact, blasting through the assassin's body like a shotgun shell. But the real horror is its special ability. It instantly starts absorbing all the target's internal energy and magic. And once it's done draining its victim, the absorbed energy detonates, leaving nothing behind. Iround just stands there with a smirk, having effortlessly wiped a near ranker off the map. He's just getting started. casually conjuring an entire cluster of these deadly spheres in his palm. He doesn't give them a second to breathe, launching the entire cluster of death orbs like a volley of cannonballs. The assassins are completely helpless as the spheres tear through their ranks, each impact an instant death sentence. A massive explosion rocks the entire area as the absorbed energy from the assassins detonates all at once. The guard commander, caught in the shockwave, is dumbfounded, wondering how this nobody could possess such a devastating power. Realizing he's in deep trouble, he activates his own unique skill, information search, to figure out who the hell he's dealing with. A system window pops up, feeding him all the available data on our boy. But something goes terribly wrong. A red aura flares around him as the system starts to glitch out. He clutches his head, hit by a sudden, splitting headache as the information feed turns into corrupted, red data. Turns out his trash tier skill can't handle the sheer complexity of Iround's power. The system completely overloads, displaying nothing but error messages as it fails to comprehend the monster standing before him. The guard commander can't believe it. His skill is completely useless, leaving him with nothing but a splitting headache and corrupted data. Suddenly, our boy's voice cuts through the chaos, asking if he's desperate to know the secret behind his power. With a smirk, Iround casually forms an orb of dark energy, knowing full well what the commander was trying to dig up. He calls him out, saying it's just like him to never make a move without gathering intel on his opponent first. The commander is stunned. Iround remembers him, even calling him by his old role as the guild's main tank. But a fire ignites in the commander's eyes. He's not the same weakling from back then. He declares he's no longer Kim Shin Hong, the tank from the Dank Guild, as he unsheathes a colossal greatsword. Power erupts around him as he announces his new title, the raid leader of the mighty Hwasun Guild. With newfound confidence, he starts trash-talking Irun, accusing him of always acting superior and righteous. He points his glowing blade down at our boy, challenging him to try and act all high and mighty like he used to. Kim Shin Hong continues his rant, daring Iround to go on a rampage just like he used to, without a care for his teammates. Our boy just smirks and agrees, saying that's exactly what he's planning to do as he forms a dark orb on his fingertip. With a casual flick, he launches the condensed energy, a tiny projectile screaming towards the so-called raid leader. The commander grits his teeth, desperately raising his glowing greatsword to block the attack he can feel is absurdly powerful. But the impact is insane, sending him flying back in a massive explosion of light and force. Before he can even recover, Iround is already standing over him, mocking him for being the same old weakling despite the fancy new title. He taps the commander's now cracked sword, adding that a trash-tier guild like Hwasun could never nurture real talent anyway. Humiliated, Kim Shin Hong summons his ultimate defense, screaming out the name of his skill, White Shield. A massive shield materializes, but it's already cracking and shattering under the relentless pressure of Iround's initial attack. Completely overwhelmed and enraged, the commander can only scream for him to shut up as his last defense crumbles into dust. With his pride shattered, the commander musters all his strength for one final, desperate overhead swing. But our boy Iround doesn't even flinch as the massive, glowing blade descends upon him. Kim Shin Hong roars that this is the end, convinced his all-out attack will finish the job. In response, Iround simply raises two fingers, condensing an insane amount of power into a single point. The clash is pathetic. His fingers stop the greatsword dead in its tracks, the impact sending shockwaves everywhere. The commander is blown backward, his ultimate move completely and utterly neutralized. Stunned, he can only stammer, asking how in the world Iround managed to get this strong. He screams that it's impossible, ranting that he knows for a fact Iround lost all his power as a player. Iround just looks back with utter contempt, saying a cowardly traitor like him doesn't deserve to know anything. The insult cuts deep, leaving the disgraced commander shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. Completely losing his mind, the commander charges forward, screaming for Iround to die. Our boy just scoffs that it's useless, effortlessly stopping the greatsword with a single hand. He then casually conjures a swirling black sphere of pure destructive energy. Seeing the incoming attack, the commander's eyes glow as he desperately activates his shield wall. The sphere slams into the barrier, the immense pressure grinding the commander backward. But a plan forms in his mind. He realizes Iround only seems to use these ranged spheres. He thinks that if he can just block the spheres and close the distance, Iround will be helpless. With a surge of confidence, he activates a new skill called Weapon Knight. His shield and sword erupt in a brilliant golden aura, crackling with immense power. It's all for nothing, as a massive explosion erupts, sending the commander flying once again. The guard commander pants on the ground, a smug look of relief washing over him. He's certain that not even a top ranker could survive that blast. The persistent bastard must finally be dead. But his victory celebration is cut short, as his eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. Because from the smoke emerges our boy Iround, completely unharmed and radiating a terrifying blood-red demonic aura. The commander is dumbfounded, stumbling back while screaming about how this is utterly impossible. Iround flashes forward in an instant, coldly telling him it's far too late for regrets. He slams his hand onto the commander's face, and the blood demon absorption technique begins to violently drain him. But as the immense power floods into him, even Iround seems confused by what's happening. He can't believe how easy it is to overwhelm this supposed elite, wondering if this level of power is even right. Turns out, he's the chosen vessel for chaos itself, a world-destroying entity that wanders dimensions looking for the perfect host. The lore drops hard. Any world that chaos descends upon is simply consumed as nourishment, doomed to total annihilation. But we're suddenly thrown into a vision of a man who trained for over 100 years just to seal this cosmic horror. Back in his mindscape, the three sealed kings can only watch, admitting they've done all they could to guide him. Now, Iround floats alone before a swirling vortex of energy, the final path to becoming Chaos's vessel. He steels his resolve, knowing that whatever happens next will decide the fate of everything. A memory surfaces of his master, a figure who trained him for this very moment. The master asks a simple question: "What is his name?" Our boy just smirks, finding it hilarious that he'd ask this after more than a century of brutal training. His master laughs, admitting that he's grown too accustomed to having him around. He confesses that even a heartless ghost like him has developed a genuine attachment to his disciple. With a calm resolve, our boy finally answers, stating his name is Lee Iround. The moment he speaks, a torrent of chaotic energy erupts from within him. He's thrown back by the sheer force, his body crackling with untamed power. But just as his about to be consumed, the Demon King catches him, telling him he's finally done it. The other two kings look on, dumbfounded and concerned by the overwhelming display. The immense power drain hits him hard, and Iround admits he's suddenly feeling incredibly sleepy. Mu Wang explains this is the influence of chaos. His body is actively resisting the force. The Sword King adds that this internal battle is gnawing at his very spirit, a struggle that will bring endless nightmares. They warn him that if he ever falls to those nightmares, the real chaos will awaken once more. Iround just turns away, completely unfazed, saying he expected as much and is already prepared for it. He then reveals a shocking memory, where his younger self begged his master to end his life. The three kings are completely floored, unable to process what they're hearing. Mu Wang's eyes widen in realization. Our boy knew the terrifying truth of his mission all along. Iround just gives a knowing smirk, asking them if they forgot whose disciple he was. Turns out, his master's plan was never just to seal chaos, but to use a human vessel to destroy it from within. He confirms their worst fears, stating that total annihilation was always the true goal. The Sword King, completely dumbfounded, asks why he'd even cooperate with them if he knew this was a suicide mission. Iround's expression darkens as he recounts a past filled with betrayal that left him with nothing. He couldn't trust anyone and was forced to walk his path completely alone. But in a flashback, we see the warmth from his master, a feeling he admits he's finally found again with them. He recalls the Sword King's harsh training and the Demon King's tempting whispers. Despite the pain, these were the masters who gave him the strength he desperately needed. Iround declares that revenge doesn't matter anymore. All he wants is to repay their warmth. With a calm smile, he makes one last request: to finally know their true names. The three legendary kings look down, taken aback by this kid's genuine respect. The King of Silver is the first to speak, introducing himself as Shin Yowul. The Sword King follows suit, revealing his name to be Sigard von Damien. And finally, the Demon King of Gehenna softly says her name is Bergana. Hearing their names, our boy clenches his fist, a look of pure resolve on his face. He has no regrets now. He proudly proclaims that he, Lee Iround, will die here for his masters. With his final wish granted, our boy closes his eyes, ready to embrace the end. But just as he accepts his fate, the Sword King, Sigard, turns to face him. He calls out Iround's name, his voice cutting through the silence of the void. Grabbing his shoulder, Sigard declares that there's no way in hell he's letting him die here. Iround's eyes snap open, completely dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. The other two kings appear, explaining that he's become more than a vessel. He's their disciple and their child. They ask how he could ever think they'd kill someone they've come to care for with their own hands. Our boy panics, arguing that saving him means they'd be abandoning their sacred mission to seal chaos. But Bergina leans in close, revealing a new plan. They will share the burden and seal it together. She explains that since his inner chaos was shaped by their teachings, their combined power is the only thing that can contain it. She tells him that once the dimensional bindings are released, he'll return home. But our boy can only ask what will happen to them. The three masters reveal their fate. They'll be sealed deep within his world, forever separated from him. As their energy surges, they reach for him, preparing to send him back against his will. Iround screams for his masters, reaching out desperately, refusing to accept their sacrifice. But they simply tell him to go and, with a final, heartbreaking command, to never come looking for them. The scene shifts to the brutal aftermath in the real world, where Iround reflects on the power his masters gave him. He had always sensed its greatness, knowing it was the key to becoming a high ranker. But he wanted to test it on something other than humans. But as he drains the life from the guard commander, he can't help but think this is just way too easy. Even against someone like Kim Shin-hong, a warrior easily over level 150, it feels like child's play. A cold resolve forms in his eyes as he realizes he needs to find even more power beyond the blood demon art. With this new power, our boy vows he'll never lose again, not even to the leaders of the Volcano or Silver factions. His ambition doesn't stop there. He's coming for the powerhouses of Einhart and the demons of Gehenna too. He'll even take down the so-called apex of this world, the shadowy group known only as One Hand. But after planning his revenge for 100 years, he finds the reality of it all surprisingly underwhelming. The defeated guard commander chokes out Around's name, his life literally in our boy's hands. Kim Shin-hong pleads for mercy, claiming they had no choice but to betray him all those years ago. Around is disgusted by the excuse as the commander insists that if they hadn't, they all would have died. The man screams that their betrayal was the only way to save everyone, including Around himself. Our boy listens to this pathetic justification, his expression turning colder by the second. He asks if becoming a raid captain while Around suffered daily was somehow supposed to be for his benefit. Realizing he's cornered, Kim Shin-hong desperately offers to sell out the other betrayers. For a moment, our boy actually seems to consider the offer, his cold eyes just staring. The commander doubles down, pathetically promising to help Around get his revenge if he's just spared. But Around is disgusted, pointing out the irony of a traitor offering to help hunt down his own kind. Having heard enough of this trash-tier excuse, he clamps a hand over the man's mouth. He tells Kim Shin-hong that he doesn't need his help. His death will be the message to the others. He can just go on ahead and wait for his old buddies in hell, because they'll be joining him soon enough. With a sickening crunch, Around ends the commander's life without a shred of hesitation. He calmly walks away from the scene, leaving one of the old workers completely dumbfounded. As he leaves, the chains binding him seem to shatter, symbolizing the first shackle of his past being broken. The remaining workers outside instinctively knew that the man who emerged wasn't the same one who went in. It was our boy, Around, the one who had just single-handedly crushed the Black Sparrows and their commander. He looks at the terrified slaves, thinking that if not for his masters, he would have shared their pathetic fate. Convinced they're doomed anyway, he decides he might as well be the one to end their suffering. The workers see the murderous intent in his eyes and immediately scatter, screaming for their lives. Strange black orbs of energy shoot from his hand, striking each of the fleeing men in the back. One of the workers collapses to his knees, utterly broken and crying that he doesn't want to die. But after a moment, he realizes he feels no pain, only a strange sensation, leaving him dumbfounded. All around him, the other workers are just as confused, patting themselves down and finding no injuries. Suddenly, one of them shouts in disbelief. The slave marks on their necks have completely vanished. With the slaves freed, our boy raises his hand, but his work isn't finished just yet. He unleashes a devastating shockwave, causing the entire cavern to violently shake and crumble. The newly freed workers look up in absolute terror as they realize the whole place is collapsing on top of them. Around coldly tells them this is their final test. Either escape this tomb, or die buried under the rubble. Having delivered his message, he effortlessly leaps out of the collapsing mine, leaving them to decide their own fate. Landing on a cliffside, he reflects that when he first met his masters, his only goal was to destroy the world. But witnessing their sacrifice gave him a new, profound purpose, a path he now understands. He looks out at this world, a place he sees as nothing but a pit of chaos. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, he declares his new ambition, to consume this chaos and make it all his. Elsewhere, a group of Murim warriors happens upon a scene, their leader simply scoffing at how ridiculous it all is. This is Chung In-woo, leader of the Volcano Guild's Red Plum Raid, and he's finding the reports about this disaster hard to swallow. He scoffs at the corpse of a guard, blaming the previous trash-tier raid leader for letting some nobody turn their operation into a complete mess. Turning to his masked subordinate, he asks for an update on the interrogation of the captured slaves. The news is bad. The slaves remember absolutely nothing, their memories seemingly wiped clean by an outside force. Chung In-woo learns that even the slave marks were removed by someone who could distort the magic circle from the inside. He grimaces, realizing that whoever pulled this off must be on the level of the world's masters. His subordinate adds that with no trace of a martial artist or player, it must be the work of Einhart's magicians or Gehenna's demons. Chung In-woo is certain it's Gehenna's doing, but before he can finish his thought, another subordinate rushes in shouting his name. The man delivers a bombshell. The massive corpse of the corpse dragon has completely vanished from the site. A sly grin spreads across Chung In-woo's face. He figures Gehenna would have plenty of twisted ways to use the body without purifying it first. He orders his subordinate to contact headquarters and dig up every trace of Gehenna's activity on Earth for the last month. Just then, Chung In-woo arrives on the scene, disgusted to find the trash-tier corpse of the interrogated worker. His subordinate explains that another warrior just came by, looking to confirm the death of a slave named Lee Iroun. The name rings a bell for Cheong In-woo. He remembers Iroun as a promising talent who was on the verge of becoming a high ranker. He bitterly recalls that if Iroun hadn't touched that, his name would be famous by now. When asked about the body, the subordinate reports that Iroun's slave mark broke a month ago, and he fell into the abyss. Cheong In-woo scoffs, certain he's dead since no normal body could withstand the poison down there. With that loose end seemingly tied up, he gives the order to wrap up and hunt down the remaining stragglers. The scene shifts away from the grim forest to the neon-lit streets of Dongdaemun district in Seoul. Inside a dimly lit bar, oblivious civilians go about their night, unaware they're in the crosshairs of a deadly hunt. The patrons whisper that the Volcano Guild's corpse disposal site has been hit, and they wonder who would be crazy enough to do it. A woman chimes in, saying the rumor is that Gehenna was behind it, specifically targeting the corpse dragon's remains. This revelation sends a chill through the bar. If Gehenna is messing with the Volcano Guild, the long-standing truce is officially over. Listening from the shadows, Iroun overhears the talk. Thinking it's no surprise one of Korea's 3 great guilds being attacked is big news. He clenches his fist, vowing to himself that soon he'll bring them all down. They just need to wait a little longer. His mind flashes back to his new goal. His first step is to find Master Mu Wang's faction, as that's the most efficient path to power. Back in the present, he approaches the bar, knowing that with no official status, his only option is to find people directly. He gives the bartender a bizarre order for a Kahlua milk without milk, leaving the poor guy utterly dumbfounded. Just then, an older, more imposing manager steps in, sending the confused bartender away to handle inventory. The manager turns to Iroun, his expression serious, clearly understanding the strange drink order was a secret code. The manager smirks, wondering who even uses this ancient code anymore. It's like our boy just crawled out of a gate after 5 years. Iroun casually corrects him, saying it's more like 100 years, which leaves the manager dumbfounded, asking if he's some kind of demon. Our boy just shrugs it off, saying his identity doesn't matter since this is exactly the kind of shady place where things like that are irrelevant. The manager concedes the point and finally introduces himself as Jang Hosok, the head of the Seoul black market, before asking what he wants. Getting straight to the point, Iroun tells him he's here to take on a job, and Jang Hosok asks if he has any specific type in mind. Iroun isn't picky, he'll take anything, but he has one condition: the location has to be a D, rank gate or higher. A grin spreads across Jang Hosok's face as he says he's got just the right jobs for someone with that kind of ambition. He unlocks a hidden drawer, pulling out a thick stack of what looks like mission files. Slapping the papers on the counter, he tells Iroun to take his time and pick whichever one he likes. Our boy immediately starts sifting through the listings, his eyes scanning for the perfect opportunity to kickstart his plan. His eyes land on the first listing, which turns out to be a simple kidnapping job. Jang Hosok explains the scummy details. They lure newbie hunters into a gate and then hold them for ransom from their rich parents. He sweetens the deal, mentioning the targets are wealthy, offering a 200 million fee with a 30% commission. But Iroun just scoffs and slams the file down, calling it a trashy job not worth his time. The manager is completely dumbfounded by this unexpected reaction. His confusion quickly turns to suspicion, asking if our boy is even here for work as his hand drifts towards a weapon under the counter. Jang Hosok sneers, thinking he's dealing with another misguided hero trying to shut down his operation. He pulls the gun and lays out a threat, asking what Iroun thinks will happen when all the desperate people who rely on him for work have nowhere to go. Our boy doesn't even flinch, completely unfazed by the gun pointed right at him. With his patience worn thin, Jang Hosok's finger tightens on the trigger, ready to end this little misunderstanding. But our boy just smirks, clarifying that when he calls a job trashy, it means he likes it. He then casually tells the manager to have his goons in the back lower their killing intent. Jang Hosok is impressed, realizing this kid is the real deal and can be trusted with the job. He puts the gun away and tells Iroun to be prepared, as he'll be in contact soon. The manager offers him a drink as a sign of goodwill, but our boy flatly refuses. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, Iroun warns him that if he were to drink and fall asleep, everyone in the bar would die. Jang Hosok just scoffs at the lack of humor, brushing off the chilling threat as a joke. With the deal settled, Iroun announces he's taking his leave and turns to walk out. The manager watches him go, thinking he's just another delusional late bloomer who's going to get himself killed. The scene then shifts to a D-rank gate in Namyangju City, the likely location of this so-called trashy job. Outside the gate, a fresh-faced kid named An Min-hong eagerly calls out to his senior, Cheol-ho. Cheol-ho greets him back, surrounded by his own seasoned party members who look tough as nails. He introduces Min-hong's group as the new pieces for the operation, telling his crew to look after them. With a condescending smile, Cheol-ho asks the kid how he's feeling about his first real field mission, and Min-hong just laughs nervously, admitting he's a little on edge, which is probably an understatement. But Cheol-ho waves it off, boasting that his party is a well-oiled machine and a D-rank gate is basically a walk in the park. He then gestures towards another group of individuals, standing apart from everyone else. Our boy Around is there, hooded and silent, standing next to a grim-looking man with a nasty scar, both labeled as wanderers. The mere mention of the word sends a chill down Minhong's spine. Wanderers are known for being unpredictable, trash, tier mercenaries. Chielho reassures him again, claiming even these martial artists have been with him for years, but the kid's face says he's not convinced. Around muses that it's natural for them to be nervous. Wanderers are scum, which is exactly why he was introduced that way. But as he glances over the assembled parties, he's looking for something specific. He quickly spots one person, a woman in a red cape, who doesn't seem the least bit surprised by his presence. She seems to be looking right at him and the scarred man, her expression unreadable. A dark smile creeps onto our boy's face as his eyes glow ominously. He's already found what he was looking for. The scene shifts to a different time and place, where another group of hunters relaxes around a campfire. A young hunter excitedly thanks his senior, thrilled about all the experience points he got from being carried. He then gets a bit anxious, asking if they'll be okay hunting alone tomorrow, admitting they snuck out to get real experience. The veteran hunter just grins confidently, telling the kid not to worry because he's planned a perfectly safe route. He tells the rookie to rest up for the real action, and the kid happily agrees, placing his complete trust in his senior. Meanwhile, the veteran hunter and his brawny partner share a smoke by their own campfire. Turns out, they're complete trash, sharing a sinister grin as they think about how the naive kid is buying their lies. The night deepens, but the tension in the air is only getting thicker. Over at another campfire, our boy Around sits alone, calmly observing the flames. Suddenly, the woman in the red cape approaches him, asking if she can take a seat. Around glances over, completely unfazed, as if he was expecting her all along. She sits right next to him and immediately starts her interrogation, asking if he's a wanderer. The woman presses on, asking for his martial arts level and pointing out he didn't lift a finger during the hunt. Around coolly replies that it's rude to ask a martial artist their level, but she just plays dumb, claiming she's a newbie player. Hez not buying it for a second. Her act is so obvious. She's not even trying to be subtle. Realizing her first approach failed, the woman switches tactics and politely asks for his name. Around just stares her down with an ice-cold glare, his eyes practically glowing in the firelight. The sheer intensity of his gaze makes her flinch. This guy's presence is no joke. He calmly introduces himself as Around, leaving her momentarily speechless. The name rings a bell, and she racks her brain trying to remember where she's heard it before. Just then, a blonde archer from her party interrupts, telling Yunha it's time for her shift to end. Yunha gets up to leave, telling Around it was nice talking, though her mind is clearly racing. As she walks away, she can't shake the odd feeling he gives off. He's not evil, but something is definitely wrong. Meanwhile, the other hunters are wrapping things up, with the veteran effortlessly slicing through the last of the monsters. The scarred wanderer looks on, noting that it's almost time for the gate to close. Nearby, the smug hunter Cheolho tells the young Minhong that the gate is closing and he should leave now. And Minhong argues back, begging to fight the boss and insisting it should be an easy fight for a pro like Cheolho. He passionately declares that he's a proper player and can't get stronger if he keeps running from danger. Grabbing his senior's arm, he pleads to be taken to the boss fight, absolutely sure he's ready. A sinister grin spreads across Cheolho's face. He thinks to himself that the kid is completely hooked. He praises the kid's spirit, then points to a mob of monsters, telling him to prove his worth on them first. And Minhong, brimming with false confidence, eagerly accepts the challenge as his party readies up behind him. Without a second thought, his entire team charges headfirst into the horde of snarling monsters. Cheolho just watches from the sidelines with a smug look, his little scheme playing out perfectly. And right on cue, the gate begins to warp and shrink, its exit sealing shut behind the trapped party. And Minhong's charge comes to a screeching halt as an orc shield smashes right into his face. The impact sends him flying, his sword tumbling through the air as his confidence shatters. He stares dumbfounded, realizing these trash-tier mobs are way stronger than he ever imagined. As his party gets torn to shreds around him, he screams for Cheolho to save them, but his senior just yells back, telling him to handle his own mess because it's chaotic over there too. The kid's face twists in pure terror. He's been completely abandoned in this death trap. An orc raises its weapon for the killing blow, giving him no time to think. Gritting his teeth, and Minhong realizes he has no choice but to use his last resort. He whips out a magic scroll, a trump card he never wanted to waste on a D-rank gate. With a desperate cry, he unleashes a massive fire strike, engulfing the area in a sea of flames. Panting for breath, and Minhong watches the last of the orcs turn to ash, the scroll's power utterly spent. Suddenly, Cheolho rushes over, asking with fake concern if he's alright. The senior apologizes for not helping, claiming the aggro was too intense, but notes the high-tier scroll he used. And Minhong explains it was a one-time use gift from his dad, meant only for the direst emergencies. A predatory glint appears in Cheolho's eyes, as he confirms that our boy has no more trump cards left. With a chilling smile, Chielho says that's a relief and pulls out a scroll of his own, leaving in Minhong dumbfounded. Before he can even react, Chielho activates the scroll, and glowing ropes of light shoot out towards him. The magical ropes bind him instantly, and he screams at his senior, demanding to know what's going on. He then looks over in horror to see the rest of his party, Yuna and the archer, are also tied up. Chielho and his crew emerge from the shadows, thanking Minhong for falling right into their trap. And Minhong, still in denial, tries to laugh it off, asking his senior to stop joking around. His plea is met with a vicious slap across the face, snapping him back to reality. Chielho sneers, asking if our boy's rich parents are the reason his head is full of flowers. The senior's eyes glow with a cold light as he asks if he finally understands this isn't a game. He then threatens to cut off Minhong's ear to make him understand, causing the kid to panic. But before he can move, a flash of red erupts, and one of Chielho's men is instantly cut down. The traitor is completely stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. It's Yunha. She's somehow broken free, and is now blocking Chielho's blade with her own. He's dumbfounded, demanding to know how in the world she shattered the magic restraints. With a cold smirk, she asks him what she should do now, her sword glowing with a menacing light. Chielho is completely floored, recognizing the crimson energy enveloping her blade as sword aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunha lunges forward, her blade clashing hard against his. The traitor finally gets it. She's a martial artist, which is why the magic restraints were useless, but he's still confused how his info skill was fooled. Yunha just smirks, taunting him by asking if she really looks like some trash-tier D-rank player, suggesting she might be C-rank or even higher. But before they can continue, the scarred wanderer steps forward, telling his employer to back off because martial artists should handle their own kind. Drawing his blade, he calmly assesses her strength, noting that her sword aura proves she's reached the pinnacle, just like him. He admits her spirit is impressive, but questions if she can really handle all of them at once, gesturing to his backup. Yunha takes a moment to size them up. 1 pinnacle martial artist and 3 C ranks, she realizes the odds are definitely stacked against her. Seeing her hesitate, the scarred wanderer decides he's waited long enough and tells her he'll make the first move. He explodes forward with blinding speed, and their swords meet in a shower of sparks as the real battle begins. The scarred wanderer smirks, wondering if all she can do is defend like a coward. But Yuna is barely holding on, gritting her teeth against the sheer force of his strikes. Fed up, she roars that he shouldn't underestimate her, and breaks the pattern with a fierce counterattack of her own. Their blades become a blur as they exchange a flurry of high-speed attacks, neither one giving an inch. Suddenly, one of the C-rank lackeys, a brawny fighter, decides to jump in with a cheap shot from the side. He throws a massive haymaker, hoping to catch her off guard while she's busy with the swordsman. Yunha realizes she's now facing a 3-on-1, thinking that the pinnacle-level wanderer was already more than enough to handle. Meanwhile, the traitor Chielho gets impatient, yelling at our boy for just standing around and telling him to capture the woman if he wants to get paid. Iroun just stares back, his expression completely unreadable as he processes the command. Then, he finally starts walking, but not towards Yuna. Instead, our boy walks right into the middle of the battlefield, planting himself between Yuna and her attackers. Yuna is dumbfounded, realizing that this strange man has been giving her a weird, unsettling vibe since yesterday. Suddenly, Iroun's eyes flare with a terrifying red light, his killing intent flooding the entire area. She's completely paralyzed by the pressure, her mind screaming as she wonders what kind of monster he truly is. A colossal wave of demonic energy erupts from Iroun, bathing the entire clearing in a blood-red glow. Yuna feels a chill run down her spine as the sensation hits her. It's a feeling she recognizes, but it just can't be possible. As his demonic power swirls around him, we flash back to a time when Iroun was just a student. His master reveals that he is the master of the divine demon cult. A younger Iroun asks for clarification, knowing he's heard of the demon cult, but not this divine version. His master explains that the infamous demon cult, the sworn enemy of all Murim factions, actually has its roots in their own divine demon cult. The master snaps at him, asking if he really thinks so little of his teacher, forcing Iroun to quickly stammer that's not what he meant. He explains that after he left the scene, the Martial Alliance was free to spread whatever trash-tier propaganda they wanted. In his eyes, the modern demon cult members are just simple and pitiful beings who've lost their way. With a knowing grin, he tells our boy that when he finally returns, he needs to take good care of them. Back in the present, Iroun's piercing gaze cuts right through Unha. She might fool others, but she can't fool him. There's absolutely no doubt in his mind about the nature of that energy she's using. It's demonic cultivation, and the realization hits Yunha like a truck, leaving her completely exposed. Iroun recalls getting intel from a prisoner in the black market about remnants of the demon cult. The guy had bitterly joked that he knew about their rescue operations because he'd been caught in their human trafficking ring. And just like that, the scum's nonsense led him right here, but his new companion impatiently asks why he's just staring instead of attacking. Without even looking at him, Iround coldly tells his scruffy companion to shut up, leaving the man dumbfounded. Our boy doubles down, asking if he's deaf and insulting his foul breath, clearly trying to pick a fight. Yunha watches from the side, completely baffled by what's happening between the supposed allies. The informant turns to his employer, Chielho, who just shrugs and says Iround is just some disposable merc hired for cleanup. Hearing this, a sinister grin spreads across the informant's face as he asks if that means he's free to kill our boy. Not waiting for an answer, he unleashes a powerful strike, his sword glowing with a brilliant golden aura. But the attack stops dead in its tracks, the blade halted just inches from Iround's face. Turns out, Iround casually caught the blade with nothing but a few strange, dark orbs floating around his fingertips. The informant stares in disbelief at his shattered sword, unable to comprehend how his aura-infused weapon was broken so easily. He realizes with dawning horror that this hooded kid isn't just strong, he might be a monster of the transcendent level. Chielho's party doesn't waste a second, screaming for Iround's death as they all charge in at once. But our boy just calmly notes that since the gate is closed, he can kill everyone here without any repercussions. The informant, who was so cocky just a moment ago, now screams in pure terror, begging for his life. Iround simply tells him it's too late for that, unleashing his deadly bloodsteel shots without a hint of mercy. The dark projectiles rip through the charging hunters in a brutal, bloody mess. In his final, agonizing moment, the informant realizes he picked a fight with a true supreme master. The attack culminates in a massive explosion, completely obliterating the entire party in a single devastating blast. When the dust settles, Iround stands unfazed, his hair now a fiery red, revealing his true power. Chielho is left completely frozen, stammering in disbelief at the absolute monster he just witnessed. But Iround just gives him a cold glare, asking if he really has the luxury of focusing only on him. Just as Iround warns him, Chielho gets a nasty surprise as his own teammate, Yuna, lunges at him from behind. Before he can even process the betrayal, she drives her blade straight through his chest without a shred of hesitation. Chielho's body slumps to the ground, another casualty in this godforsaken field. With her former leader dead at her feet, Yuna pants heavily, turning to face the real monster of the hour, Iround. Our boy just looks at her, unfazed by the backstabbing, and coldly asks if she's planning on fighting him next. She immediately panics, insisting she's not dumb enough to charge and knowing full well she'd be annihilated. Yunha quickly explains that she was only temporarily part of that guy's party, trying to distance herself from the dead man. She argues that since he wiped out the other hunters, they aren't exactly allies, trying to find some neutral ground. Seeing her chance, she makes a desperate pitch, claiming she can help him achieve whatever his goal is. It all boils down to one thing. She'll do anything he wants if he just promises to spare her life. Iround cuts straight to the point, asking her what she'd do if her life was what he wanted. But Yunha is no fool, shooting back that if he wanted her dead, she'd already be a corpse on the ground. Our boy can't help but crack a smirk, acknowledging that she's sharper than she looks. Just then, the entire field begins to shake, signaling the arrival of something big. A hulking, rocky-skinned monster bursts forth. The gate boss has finally made its grand entrance. Iround looks up at the towering beast, completely unfazed as he identifies it. He then turns to Yunha and calls her bluff, telling her to prove her usefulness by taking care of that thing. Left with no choice, she grits her teeth and charges forward, her body erupting in a powerful red aura. The scene suddenly shifts, cutting to a massive, fiery explosion tearing through a city playground. A single combat boot lands firmly on the pavement. Someone has just made one hell of an entrance, and Minhong stumbles out, shocked to find they're back in the city. He curses Kim Chaeolho, the bastard who set them up, wishing him a painful afterlife. Just then, Yunha walks up with a smirk, thinking she might have let that guy off too easily. Overwhelmed with gratitude, and Minhong and his entire party bow deeply, thanking her for saving their lives. But he has to ask, why would a powerful martial artist like her bother joining their newbie party? She just points to a man in a black suit, saying he'll be the one to explain everything. The suit offers to escort them home and debrief them on the way, and they quickly agree. With the others gone, Yunha finally turns to our boy Iround and asks how she can be of service. Iround wastes no time, telling her he has just one question before they proceed. He asks if she belongs to the Heavenly Sect or the Blood Sect, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. But Iround flips the script, asking if she's a demon cult member and promising he won't snitch to the Martial Alliance. Yuna's eyes flare with a blue light, shocked that he would even know about the cult, and she turns the question right back on him. Our boy just smirks, noting how her expression instantly changed, and questions if being a cultist would justify her earlier actions. She's not playing games though, getting in his face and demanding he answer her question directly. Iround remains completely unfazed, calmly reminding her that he was the one who asked first. Suddenly, a squad of suits materializes out of nowhere, surrounding him with swords pointed at his neck. He doesn't even flinch at the blades, simply telling Yunha this is her absolute last chance to answer. A terrifying red aura explodes from his body as he presses her again. Heavenly sect or blood sect? His hair ignites into a fiery red and his eyes glow with demonic power, his patience clearly wearing thin. The suited enforcers are completely paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure, wondering what kind of monster they just tried to corner. Cornered and terrified, Yuna finally chokes out her answer. She's from the blood sect. Her men are in a full-blown panic, shouting for their lady as the crushing demonic aura bears down on them. She immediately orders them to stand down, insisting that Iroun is a benefactor, but her men protest that he knows their secret. With a single glare, she silences their complaints, making it clear this is not up for debate. She explains to her dumbfounded crew that threatening him is utterly pointless. He could slaughter them all if he wanted. Gritting their teeth in frustration and fear, the suits finally lower their blades. Now that she's complied, Yuna turns the tables and says it's his turn to answer her question. She looks him dead in the eye, asking if he's also a follower of their religion. Iroun's fiery aura finally subsides as he gives a non-committal answer, saying for now, they can just say he is. With the immediate danger gone, Yunha gets to the heart of the matter, asking what exactly he wants from them. Yunha lays her cards on the table, reminding him she promised to help, and asks what he wants. She then offers an alternative with a sly grin. If he won't talk, maybe they should just go together. Without missing a beat, our boy Iroun just smirks and agrees to her bold proposal. Fast forward, they're on the move, and Yunha suddenly starts taking off her signature red cape. Iroun is left a little dumbfounded, watching her with a confused look. She claims she just needs some air, but her tense expression suggests there's more to it. He just sits there, arms crossed, completely baffled by what's happening. Then, in a shocking twist, she digs her fingers into her cheek and starts ripping her own face off. Iroun's eyes widen in recognition. He knows this isn't just any disguise, it's an infinite mask. With her true face revealed, she ties back her hair, finally ready to get down to business. With her true face revealed, Yunha gives a sly smile as she finishes tying up her hair. Iroun, completely unfazed, dryly remarks that she's actually quite beautiful. She thanks him, then immediately turns the tables by asking if he's showing his real face as well. Our boy just shrugs, admitting his appearance has changed a bit from how it used to be. Pushing her luck, she then questions if Iroun is even his real name. He confirms that it is, and just as she's about to pry for more information, Iroun cuts her off cold, stating that it's now his turn to ask the questions. He points out that her party members were totally in the dark about her identity, meaning her promise to them was a total lie. Looking at her discarded disguise, he reasons that with a 1,000,000,001 infinite mask and a private limo, money is clearly not her motive. He leans in with a piercing gaze, finally asking if this is all just some recruitment drive for a shady cult. Cornered, Yuna reluctantly admits that his accusation is spot on. She explains her original plan was to build trust slowly, but that fool Chael-ho forced her hand and ruined it. Our boy just yawns, sarcastically asking if her cult's business model is just shaking down rich kids for donations. She clarifies they do collect funds, but what the recruits are really after is something far more valuable. The ultimate goal for these desperate players is to form a guild. It's a two-way street. Joining her group comes with the promise of helping them establish that very guild. Iroun considers this, understanding that for players who can't progress, a guild is an absolute necessity. Now that she's answered his questions, Yuna turns the tables, demanding to know what martial art he used. He calls her out for being so direct, but she argues that spilling her secrets has earned her the right to ask. But Iroun just drops a bombshell, coolly stating that he can't use his martial arts right now, leaving her dumbfounded. Yunha is absolutely baffled, pointing out he just blew up a master's head, but our boy just shrugs it off as a simple finger-flicking technique. Before she can argue, he flips the script, demanding to know what her cult is doing in the black market city of Hyukshi. With a cold glare, he asks if their special commissions involve shady business like kidnapping or murder. She's instantly offended, insisting they're not scum and only hunt down red players and notorious rogues. Iroun confirms that recruiting new followers is also on their agenda, which she admits is true. He smirks, realizing they're not the villains Mu Wang made them out to be. The Hwasan Guild feels far more corrupt. Yunha gets a sudden, dreadful look on her face as she prepares to ask one final, terrifying question. She finally connects the dots, her voice trembling as she asks if he is the infamous comrade killer, Iroun. Her eyes widen in pure shock as the horrifying truth settles in. Instead of answering, Iroun just lets his menacing aura explode outwards, giving her all the confirmation she needs. Yunha is completely paralyzed, wondering how a pinnacle-level hunter like herself can be frozen without him even lifting a finger. The source of the pressure is Iroun, whose eyes glow with a cold, demonic light. A cold sweat runs down her back as she realizes this suffocating feeling is terrifyingly familiar. The aura behind him takes the shape of a monstrous beast, confirming he's on a whole different level of terror. And just like that, the pressure vanishes, with our boy looking on as if nothing even happened. She's left gasping for breath, the aftershock of his raw power leaving her utterly shaken. It finally clicks in her mind that this wasn't an attack, but a simple, terrifying warning. Sometime later, she nervously tells him they've arrived at their destination. A suited man opens their car door, and Around coolly tells him to lead the way. Turns out, their meeting is at the massive headquarters of the powerful Ganga group. This group is led by the S-rank ranker, Chairman Kang Han-cheol, a powerhouse with influence stretching across all of Asia. Irun looks up, a grim realization dawning on him. The prestigious Ganga building is nothing but a front for the blood cult. Yunha nervously asks if he's actually planning on going inside. He scoffs, asking if Shed really let him go if he said no, and she admits he'd find a way in regardless. Our boy knows he's cornered. If he doesn't cooperate, he'll be hunted by both the Wasan Guild and the blood cult. Yunha is completely dumbfounded, the pieces finally clicking into place. She realizes with a jolt that this man might actually be the legendary Irun. Irun smirks, casually wondering aloud if kidnapping her would make his pursuers back off a little. She quickly tells him not to joke, admitting that bringing him here was a massive gamble for her as well. Suddenly, their conversation is cut short by an angry voice screaming at Irun, calling him an insolent wretch. A blur of motion erupts as an old man in a white suit, radiating pure killing intent, rockets towards Irun. Turns out, this is Chairman Kang Han-cheol, and he's absolutely livid, demanding to know if our boy is the one who dared threaten his granddaughter. He stomps the ground with enough force to shatter it, channeling a massive amount of fiery energy. With a roar, the S-ranker launches himself forward, telling Around to prepare for the consequences. Yuna screams in terror, begging her grandpa to stop, but her words are lost in the chaos. Our boy just stands there, completely unimpressed. As the human missile closes the distance in a heartbeat, she watches in horror, realizing there's no way to stop the inevitable collision. The impact creates a massive explosion, a testament to the chairman's overwhelming power. But when the dust settles, Kang Han-cheol is frozen in place, his face a mask of pure disbelief. Irun has caught his fist with a single hand, coldly asking if this is how the blood cult treats its benefactors. And just like that, the battlefield transforms into a 5-star dining experience. The chairman bursts out laughing, playing off his life-threatening attack as a simple misunderstanding. He gestures for them to eat. But while Yunha is dumbfounded, Irun just watches silently. Our boy stares down the feast, clearly not buying this sudden change of heart. The old man takes a bite, slyly reassuring him that there's no poison. A tiny, almost mocking smile creeps across Irun's face. Without a shred of hesitation, he picks up his fork and starts eating. He coolly informs the chairman that poison is useless on him anyway. It's just been a while since he's had a proper meal. Amused by his sheer audacity, the chairman encourages him to eat his fill. Turns out, the old man did a quick background check and realized he'd picked a fight with the wrong guy. The chairman's mind races. He knows this is Lee Irun, the infamous traitor who was supposedly dead, but his appearance is completely different. He flashes back to their brief clash, recalling the moment our boy effortlessly blocked his S-rank attack. What he felt wasn't the power of a player, but the unmistakable flow of pure inner energy from a Murim warrior. The old man is completely stumped, wondering what Irun's true identity could possibly be. What's even more baffling is that Irun's inner energy isn't that high, yet he carries himself with an unnerving, relaxed confidence. Shaking off his thoughts, the chairman gets back to business, reminding them he's here to grant a wish as a favor to Yunha's family. He makes a grand gesture, telling Irun to name his price, promising he can deliver literally anything. But of course, there's a catch. The chairman says there's one small promise he needs from Irun first. Without missing a beat, Around casually wipes his mouth and cuts right through the BS, asking if he wants him to join the blood sect. A wide, predatory grin spreads across the chairman's face. Our boy was exactly right. The chairman leans forward, demanding to know how Irun is so well informed about his organization. He reveals he's done his own digging, stating that to his knowledge, the infamous comrade killer Lee Irun has no official ties to the cult. A dark, demonic aura flares around our boy as he asks if the old man has been investigating him. The chairman is unfazed, calmly explaining it's just due diligence before letting a stranger into his headquarters. The sheer pressure between the two men is suffocating, leaving Yunha sweating bullets at the table. He then speculates that Irun must have joined while working at the Volcano Guild's corpse disposal site, and Irun just gives a vague something like that. Getting to the point, the chairman asks which faction he belongs to, the Heavenly Sect or the Blood Sect. With a sly grin, Irun replies that currently, you could say he's on the side of the Blood Sect. That one word, currently, piques the chairman's interest. But Irun simply says hell, explain everything in due time. The chairman tries to welcome him as a cult member, but Irun cuts him off, stating he has zero intention of working under him. This leaves the old man completely dumbfounded, unable to process the sheer audacity. Our boy then drops a bombshell, saying a wolf doesn't bow to a dog, and tells the chairman he should be the one to join him. The chairman's knuckles turn white, thinking how unbelievably arrogant this kid is. His S-rank aura erupts as he demands to know if Iroun truly understands the meaning of his challenge. Iroun calmly confirms he does, while a terrified Yunha tries to stop them. With a cold stare, our boy lays down his terms. He's here to take the chairman's title as the Blood Demon. The chairman's rage finally boils over, his entire body igniting in a fiery orange aura. He channels all that immense power into a single, glowing fist, ready to end this insolence. Without another word, he launches himself across the table, aiming to obliterate our boy in one devastating blow. But as the chairman's fist flies, our boy Iroun remains completely unfazed, his hair flaring a demonic red. The chairman freezes mid-attack, his S-rank aura exploding as he roars that the kid has finally crossed the line. Yunha screams for her grandfather to stop, rushing forward to try and de-escalate the situation. But she's stopped in her tracks, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer killing intent radiating from the old man. The chairman glares, warning her that even she can't protect someone who dared to speak the blood demon's name so lightly. Meanwhile, Iroun coolly assesses the situation, admitting to himself that he's a step below the chairman in power. He knows his body isn't built for martial arts, making this a seriously bad matchup on paper. The chairman scoffs, condescendingly asking if the boy needs a weapon, offering to lend him one for this suicidal fight. But Iroun just smirks, telling him that using a weapon would be an absolute disaster. The chairman's eye twitches, completely baffled by this kid's bottomless arrogance. The chairman is livid, demanding to know why our boy won't even take a proper fighting stance. Iroun just calmly explains that if he used martial arts, it would be a complete disaster for everyone present. This pushes the old man over the edge, who starts grinding his teeth in pure, unadulterated rage. He absolutely explodes, roaring about being mocked as he launches himself forward with blinding speed. The impact is catastrophic, blowing a massive hole straight through the wall of the building. But as the dust settles, Iroun is standing there completely unfazed, simply stating that he was being serious. Seeing this, the chairman calms himself and tells Iroun to attack first, offering him 3 seconds out of respect for his granddaughter. Our boy just smirks, sarcastically questioning if the infamous blood sect is really so honorable. The chairman's eyes glow with power as he clarifies that Iroun is a guest, not an enemy to be eliminated yet. Yuna rushes in, begging her grandfather for more time to talk, but he coldly tells her to stand back. She begs Iroun to take back his words, trying to salvage the situation before it's too late. But the chairman is dumbfounded, grabbing his granddaughter and demanding to know why she's protecting this outsider. Our boy just watches, realizing that even Yunha herself probably doesn't understand her own actions. He thinks it's a bit much, considering he only saved her life once. This level of loyalty is insane. But then it clicks, he realizes she's acting on pure instinct, an instinct to protect the future of the blood sect. Turns out, her true identity is a priestess, a shrine maiden destined to serve the master of the blood demon. Having seen enough, the chairman roars in fury, deciding the 3-second truce is officially over. He unleashes a devastating punch, his fist glowing like a miniature sun as it flies toward Iroun. Yunha can only scream, reaching out helplessly as the attack is about to land. The impact is apocalyptic, blowing out the entire top floor of the skyscraper in a massive explosion. Yuna braces for the end, screaming as the chairman's power barrels down. But a moment later, she opens her eyes, utterly confused as to why she's still alive. She realizes her grandfather's signature flame, the S-rank attack, is just gone. The chairman is just as dumbfounded, questioning where his immense power vanished to. Yunha's eyes widen in horror. She understands it didn't disappear. It was stolen, absorbed by our boy Iroun, who stands there completely unfazed. The chairman's apocalyptic fire now swirls harmlessly in the palm of Iroun's hand. The old man watches, dumbstruck, as Iroun effortlessly redirects the energy. He's completely lost control of his own power, and a horrifying realization dawns on him as he recognizes the technique. Iroun, now with fiery red hair, just smirks and asks if he finally gets who he's messing with. With the stolen power swirling around him, Iroun reveals the technique's name and issues a single, chilling command: kneel. The S-rank chairman's knees buckle instantly, forced to the ground by an overwhelming pressure. Completely broken, he prostrates himself, acknowledging Iroun as the new blood demon, with Yuna forced to do the same. Our boy coldly accepts his new title, confirming that he is, in fact, their master now. The once mighty chairman and his granddaughter can do nothing but bow before the absolute authority of the true blood demon. The old man's mind is racing. He can't comprehend how a player from Earth could have mastered the ultimate Muram art. Iroun presses his advantage, asking if the chairman is finally ready to relinquish his position as the blood demon. But the old man remains silent, his face pressed to the floor, prompting Iroun to ask what the holdup is. The chairman grits his teeth, sweating profusely, clearly struggling with a massive complication he can't ignore. He finally stammers out the truth. There's a problem, because another blood demon is already ruling the blood sect. Iroun is dumbfounded, asking if there's really another blood demon, and the chairman confirms it's true. Our boy immediately presses him, demanding to know why he kneeled if that was the case. The chairman admits it's because Iround's blood demon art felt far more complete than the current leaders. He explains that mastering the art is the ultimate proof of being the blood demon and the symbol of the sect. But Iround just laughs, finding the old man's logic so ridiculous it's actually funny. Looking down on them, he finally understands why the once mighty blood sect is in such a pathetic state. The chairman is completely lost, unable to comprehend the sudden disrespect. Our boy just smirks, calling this other so-called blood demon a half-baked pretender. In an instant, his dark energy flares, and he vanishes from his spot. Before the chairman can even blink, Iround is right in his face, leaving the old man utterly terrified. With a cold look, our boy demands to know the chairman's exact position within the blood sect. Pinned by an unseen force, the old man chokes out that he's the left guardian, a high-ranking position. Iround's energy erupts as he begins to school the old man, telling him they've misunderstood the very symbol of their sect. The dark power completely envelops the room, a terrifying display of control the chairman has never witnessed. He then reveals the truth. What he possesses isn't just the blood demon art, it's the legendary true blood demon divine art. The chairman is completely shell-shocked. The sheer purity of this energy is undeniable proof that Iround is the true successor. Without a moment's hesitation, both the chairman and Yunha slam their heads to the floor, pledging eternal prosperity to the true demon. Iround is unfazed, asking what this pathetic display is, and the chairman explains it's the highest greeting reserved for the blood demon himself. Taking a seat like he owns the place, he orders the chairman to spill everything about the current state of their sect. His eyes narrow with deadly intent, as he demands to know everything that will help him crush the imposter currently leading them. The chairman begins his report, explaining the blood sect is run by 6 elders and 2 guardians, himself included. He warns, however, that the elders have served the current imposter for over 10 years and won't accept a new leader easily. Our boy's solution is simple: just kill anyone who opposes him. But the chairman argues some of them are too useful to discard. Instead, the old man volunteers to personally meet with the elders and gauge where their true loyalties lie. Iround gives the go-ahead, and the chairman accepts the order with the reverence of a true believer. As the chairman departs to carry out his mission, Yuna is left behind, still kneeling before her new master. She stares up at Iround, completely dumbfounded by the sheer power radiating from the man who now commands her loyalty. Overwhelmed, she slams her head to the ground again, repeating the pledge, but Iround just tells her to cut it out. The scene shifts to the chairman's extravagant villa, which will now serve as the base of operations. Outside, a team of stone-faced agents in suits stands guard, proving the chairman's resources are now at Iround's command. The next morning, a woman in a formal red robe takes a steadying breath outside a door. A polite knock echoes through the hall, signaling her arrival. Inside, Iround is meditating but already senses her presence, telling her to enter. The door slides open and the mysterious woman glides into the room. She immediately prostrates herself, formally greeting the exalted blood demon. Our boy, completely unimpressed by the ceremony, just asks what she wants, and she explains she's here for morning greetings. He gives her a deadpan look, questioning why she got so dressed up for such a pointless ritual. With a serene smile, the priestess confirms that this is indeed the proper way to greet her master. Iround waves her off, telling her to cut it out starting tomorrow, but she's stunned, trying to explain her sacred duties. He bluntly tells her to sleep in instead, but the devoted priestess insists her role demands she wake before him. Our boy casually drops a bombshell, telling her the reason she doesn't need to wake up early is because he doesn't sleep at all. The priestess is left utterly speechless, her brain short-circuiting at this revelation. She tries to argue, thinking he must be joking, but Iround doubles down, telling her to just get some rest. But she completely misreads the room, declaring she too will now undergo sleepless training, much to his exasperation. Fed up with the act, he finally pulls rank, commanding her as the blood demon to drop the silly formalities. He tells her to act like she did back at the gate, which only leaves her more confused. She starts stammering and waving her hands, and Iround just asks why she's suddenly malfunctioning. He sighs, figuring she's just overwhelmed by the fact the legendary blood demon was once a regular player. He tells her to cut the historical drama tone and just speak to him normally, like a modern person. After a long, awkward pause, she finally stammers out a simple, "Okay, got it," completely breaking her formal persona. With the awkwardness settled, Iround gets straight to business, asking if there's been any word from the left guardian. The blood priestess nervously confirms she hasn't heard anything yet. Our boy isn't fazed, stating that his own mission remains unchanged as he gets into a stretching position. He declares with cold certainty that he's going to take down the imposter claiming his title. The priestess reminds him that this world only respects the strong, but he cuts her off, saying that's exactly his point. Once he proves he's stronger than that half-baked blood demon, everything will fall into place, so he needs to train. This intense focus on training throws him back into a memory, where his younger self desperately asks when he'll learn martial techniques. Mu Wang, the king of silver, just smirks, finding the question amusing. He explains that the techniques are a sequence, designed to perfectly utilize the power of all three masters. It's like a set of interlocking gears. If he doesn't master each step in order, the whole system will just break. Mu Wang lays down the law. Until the true blood demon divine art is perfected, our boy is forbidden from using any martial arts or weapons. To prove his point, the Sword King appears in the mindscape, handing young Iroun a sword and telling him to experience the consequences himself. Thinking it's a simple test, our boy grabs the hilt, ready to show them what he's got. He puts his entire body into a powerful swing, expecting a grand display of power. But the moment he swings, his body erupts in unimaginable agony, a violent internal backlash tearing him apart. Back in the present, Iroun shudders at the memory, thinking that pain was worse than going through 10 bone-reforming cycles. He reflects that thanks to the black dragon's blood he absorbed, he's almost at the end of the black blood stage, but it's still incomplete. The dragon's blood is still rampaging through his unique body, clashing within his Dantian, mana circle, and the system's core. He grits his teeth as his body feels like it's being ripped to shreds all over again. But now he understands the lesson. He must focus, filter out the chaotic impurities, and absorb only the pure life force. With newfound clarity, our boy begins to tame the raging storm of power swirling within him. Meanwhile, outside the training room, the Blood Priestess has been waiting anxiously for an entire week. She's completely baffled, thinking there's no way he could practice the blood demon art in an empty room like that. Just then, the door cracks open, and a dense, powerful aura begins to pour out from inside. Peeking through the gap, she's so shocked she can barely stammer out his title, the Honored Blood Demon. Because the man who emerges is Iroun, but he's been completely transformed, radiating an entirely new level of power. He looks down at his hands with a smirk, knowing he's finally reached the state he's been fighting for. This is it, the final stage of the True Blood Demon Divine Art, the legendary realm of True Blood. And after a week of agonizing, soul-crushing training, the first thing he does is sit down for a well-deserved meal. He calmly takes a bite, his evolution complete, and his priorities perfectly in order. While Iroun calmly eats his meal, the Blood Priestess watches him, completely bewildered by his transformation. Our boy casually turns and asks if she wants some, as if he hadn't just achieved a legendary power-up. She's absolutely dumbfounded, her mind reeling from the fact that it's only been 1 week. As she wonders if he's truly progressed, a terrifying blood-red aura explodes from him, all while he keeps eating. Her jaw drops in disbelief. She can't comprehend how he could have mastered the blood demon art. She knows it's a technique that requires pure blood and a special ritual, something impossible to do in an empty room. Iroun just cuts through her thoughts, bluntly asking if she's going to eat or just stand there staring. Flustered, she tries to refuse, but he tells her to just grab a bowl and stop making a fuss. Then, with a sly look, he glances past her into the seemingly empty room. He calls out, telling his hidden guards to drop the stealth act, since he has no intention of being protected by trash-tier weaklings. The priestess is completely dumbfounded. He actually sensed the elite Shadow Blood squad? She knows these aren't just any grunts, but top-tier assassins trained by the Elder himself. Yet our boy just casually gestures for one of them to drop the act and come on over. Turns out, he's been busy meditating, finally achieving the legendary state of true blood. He reflects on how good this new level of power feels, coursing through his veins. This breakthrough was possible because Head almost fully absorbed the Black Dragon's blood. The process was intense, refining that dark essence into a pure, circulating true blood. Back in the present, he realizes his only obstacle is time, and his next step is taking over the blood sect. This all connects back to the meal, which the priestess had just proudly prepared for her lord. And this is no ordinary food, it's a dish practically overflowing with a fiery, powerful aura. Iroun casually reminds the priestess he was going to cook, but she insists she couldn't possibly let her lord do such a thing. Our boy just squints at the mountain of red food and asks if she maybe went a little overboard with the chili paste. This sends her into a complete meltdown, immediately prostrating herself and declaring she's committed a sin worthy of death. Iroun is just dumbfounded, telling her to stop being so damn dramatic all the time. But then he freezes, his attention snapping towards the living room as he senses something is off. The priestess, still on the floor, looks up in confusion at her master's sudden silence. With a sharp glint in his eye, Iroun announces that they have visitors. Outside, a group of suited-up bodyguards are desperately trying to block an intruder, yelling that he can't enter. An old man with a massive presence just scoffs at them, amused by their pathetic attempt to stand in his way. The intruder reveals his identity. Han Dobek, the third elder, and he looks ready to cut down anyone who doesn't recognize his authority. The guards are sweating buckets, admitting they know exactly who the third elder is. Han Dobek scoffs, questioning if they have a death wish for daring to block his path. The head guard stands his ground, explaining he's under strict orders from the left guardian to let no one pass. That was the wrong answer, as the elder's hand goes straight to his massive blade, which begins to glow with a chilling aura. He unleashes a wave of freezing energy, clearly done with this pointless conversation. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in. telling the guards it's not their fault, as they're encased in ice. Han Dobek glares, giving them one final warning to get out of his way. He promises to overlook their insolence if they move now. But the guards summon energy shields, refusing to budge. Done playing games, the elder's killing intent explodes, forming a monstrous spiritual tiger behind him as he demands their final answer. The head guard is completely rattled, realizing he's staring death right in the face. Just as the guards are about to be wiped out, two suited men step in, apologizing for the disrespect they're about to show. Han Dobek smirks, thinking this is the proper way for bloodsuck dogs to act as he brings his sword down. But one of the suited men is completely dumbfounded, wondering when someone else managed to get so close. A blur of motion flashes past them in an instant, moving too fast for the eye to track. A desperate voice screams out a warning for Elder Han. In the next moment, his unstoppable killing blow is halted by an unseen force. Turns out, the one who blocked the massive blade is the Blood Priestess. Looking completely unfazed, the elder is stunned, demanding to know why his lady is behaving so recklessly. She fires right back, questioning what authority he has to be here without the left guardian's approval. Han Dobek can only grit his teeth in frustration, his authority completely undermined. She asks if he truly doesn't understand what the left guardian is planning. The third elder explodes in fury, screaming that this is nothing short of treason. He argues that this will divide the blood sect they've barely managed to unify, and he refuses to just stand by. The Blood Priestess calmly pulls rank, reminding him that she personally chose the blood demon and questioning his doubt. She hits him with a killer question. How could a former player possibly master the sacred blood demon art? For a moment, she seems to flinch, sensing his resolve hasn't wavered one bit. Han Dobek scoffs, retorting that history is filled with imposters claiming to be the blood demon. He then throws out a heavy accusation, suggesting our boy might even be a spy from the rival celestial clan. The elder lays down the law, stating that even if Iroun is legit, there can't be two leaders in the sect. He warns her that if she continues down this path, both she and the left guardian will be charged with treason. Drawing his massive blade, Han Dobek declares he's handling this himself before things get ugly. He tells the Blood Priestess to step aside, claiming he doesn't want to lose her or the left guardian over this. She's stunned, warning him that the elder will never forgive such blatant insubordination. But Han Dobek's mind is made up. He's willing to risk his life and even fight the left guardian. His blade erupts with a chilling blue aura as he says this is the least he can do for his friend. He faces her down, stating he can no longer stand by and watch, not even for her. The sheer pressure has the Blood Priestess sweating bullets, realizing he's dead serious. His eyes are cold as steel, his resolve to stop this farce completely unshakable. Apologizing for his rudeness, he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. But before his blade can fall, a massive golden explosion tears through the area, intercepting his move. Out of nowhere, Chairman Kang Hanchul slams into the scene, his fist crackling with golden energy to block the attack. The resulting explosion of raw power shakes the very ground, but Han Dobek holds firm, his icy blue aura pushing back against the chairman's overwhelming force. The third elder grits his teeth, refusing to be overpowered by the S-rank ranker. The chairman is absolutely livid, screaming Han Dobek's name with pure rage. He roars at the elder, demanding to know what the hell he thinks he's doing interfering. A fierce clash of auras erupts as the chairman's golden flames meet Han Dobek's chilling frost. With a grim expression, the chairman admits he had a feeling it would come to this. Han Dobek, however, isn't having it, and demands to know why the chairman is in such a damn hurry. The chairman reveals the shocking truth that explains everything. The Huazan are on the move. The chairman reveals the dire situation. The Huasan have already found their trail. But Han Dobek challenges him, asking if he's really considered the consequences of revealing a new blood demon right now. The chairman scoffs, coldly stating that the Elder's faction would be the first to be thrown away as bait. He insists that the Huasan have no reason to stand against the blood demon, so they should move now. Han Dobek, however, raises a chilling possibility. What if Iroun is actually a spy? That single question sends the chairman into a blind rage. He explodes with power, roaring that the very idea is ridiculous. His golden aura surges forward, slamming into Han Dobek's icy defenses. The chairman is personally insulted, demanding to know if the elder is questioning his ability to recognize the true blood demon arts. Han Dobek calmly explains that the heavenly demon cult has been researching these arts for ages, and it's not impossible they've achieved mastery themselves. The chairman has heard enough, his patience completely shattered by the elder's defiance. But Han Dobek roars back, declaring that it changes nothing even if Iroun is the true blood demon. The chairman's golden aura flares as he glares, absolutely incensed by this insubordination. Han Dobek's icy blade materializes as he argues that causing division within the blood sect now is pure foolishness. From his perspective, eliminating the potential threat of Iroun is simply the most logical choice. Clenching his fist, the chairman growls Han Dobek's name, his rage reaching its peak. He explodes with power, accusing the elder of crossing a line that should never have been crossed. Unfazed, Han Dobek grips his massive sword, his chilling aura intensifying to meet the challenge. He reveals his true motive, asking how he can just watch his friend blindly throw himself into the flames. With their ideals in direct opposition, the two old powerhouses finally clash in a storm of fire and ice. The chairman threatens to rip Han Dobek apart, but the elder is unfazed, telling him to just get it over with. Their clashing auras erupt in a blinding explosion of power that shakes the very ground. The chairman throws a fiery punch, while Han Dobek meets him with a wall of ice. A true battle of titans. But just as their fists are about to connect, a calm voice cuts through the chaos, ordering them to stop. The two old warriors freeze mid-strike, their devastating attacks halted just inches from each other. Han Dobek is dumbfounded to see our boy Iround standing right behind him, having appeared out of nowhere. The chairman is equally stunned, recognizing the legendary tongue blood technique has been used. Without a moment's hesitation, the chairman prostrates himself on the ground, formally greeting the blood demon. Han Dobek can only turn his head in disbelief, still reeling from the sudden interruption. Hes completely shaken, realizing he didn't even sense Iround's presence until he was already there. The chairman screams at Han Dobek, demanding to know why he isn't bowing before the blood demon. Han Dobek is frozen in a cold sweat, realizing that if our boy had aimed for his neck, he'd be dead. His mind races, trying to process the impossible situation. Could this kid truly be him? He recalls the legendary signs, the unmistakable crimson hair, and the piercing scarlet eyes that signify the master of the blood demon arts. The pieces click into place as he stares at Iround's overwhelming aura. This is undeniable proof. With a sharp click, Han Dobek sheathes his massive sword, his fight completely extinguished. He turns and gives a formal bow, acknowledging Iround as the new blood demon. But our boy just tells the chairman to stop prostrating, saying he doesn't like it. He asks why they're fighting amongst themselves when the blood sect is already crumbling, leaving the chairman utterly speechless. Iround cuts straight to the point, staring down the elder who just tried to kill him. He bluntly asks if the old man's original mission was to take his life, causing Han Dobek to break out in a cold sweat. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, our boy lays out the elder's entire plan, to test him and execute him if he wasn't up to snuff. The third elder can barely swallow, completely overwhelmed by the kid's suffocating pressure. Gritting his teeth, Han Dobek admits that Iround's assessment is spot on. He explains that the blood sect already serves a blood demon, and a new claimant would just cause a civil war. Our boy just smirks, finding the elder's guts to be pretty amusing for someone of his station. Leaning in with a predatory grin, he asks for the verdict. Does he meet the old man's standards? Cornered, Han Dobek stammers that it's not that simple. They need proof. He finally declares that if Iround wants their loyalty, he'll have to provide undeniable evidence that he's the real deal. Our boy ponders the request for a moment, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He casually offers up a single drop of his blood, asking if this will be enough to satisfy them. Han Dobek stares at the floating droplet, completely baffled by the seemingly pathetic gesture. But then it hits him. A suffocating wave of power radiates from that tiny speck of blood. The droplet erupts into a swirling vortex of pure, unadulterated blood demon energy that darkens the sky. The elder is floored, immediately prostrating himself and acknowledging the presence of the one true blood demon. To atone for his insolence, he grabs his colossal sword, declaring he will sever his own right arm. With a fanatic scream, he brings the massive blade down upon himself without a shred of hesitation. But just before impact, a pair of daggers fly in from nowhere, deflecting the suicide attack. The giant sword crashes into the earth beside him, leaving the elder alive, armed, and utterly dumbfounded. Our boy appears, his fingers still smoking, and scolds the elder for being a fanatic who never listens. The scene shifts, showing Han Dobek, the blood sect elder, and the priestess all kneeling in absolute submission. Iround, clearly done with the formalities, tells them to just sit on the sofa, but they refuse out of reverence. He sighs, and lets them do as they please, and the elder gives a slight nod, accepting his master's casual demeanor. The elder can't help but marvel at the aura radiating from Iround, realizing he's grown immensely stronger in just a week. He even wonders if our boy has already reached the legendary transcendence stage. Iround admits he's not quite at that level yet, though the elder insists it's only a matter of time. But Han Dobek cuts in, his tone grim, ready to drop a massive reality check on them all. He explains that the current blood demon and his first elder have already reached the transcendence stage. Because of this insane power gap, he concludes, none of the other elders would ever risk switching sides to support a new contender. The blood priestess cuts through the tension, declaring there's only one path forward. She explains that our boy must achieve transcendence and personally crush the current blood demon. If he succeeds, the other elders will have no choice but to bow. She asks how long that will take, but Iround bluntly admits he doesn't even know if he can reach that level, leaving her completely dumbfounded. He scoffs at their plan, asking if they seriously think the enemy will just sit around and wait for him to power up. Iround directs his cold, hard logic at the third elder, Han Dobek, who can only listen in grim silence. He lays it out plain and simple. The blood sect already knows he's a threat, which is why they're already making their move. Overcome with guilt, the chairman suddenly smashes his head into the floor, screaming an apology for his failure. He confesses that he tried to sway the fourth elder, but the man had already pledged loyalty to the other side. With a bruised forehead, the chairman looks up, realizing that since their initial plans have failed, it's time for a different approach. With their plans in ashes, Iraun embraces the new approach, letting his demonic power surge as he resolves to hunt down the blood sect itself. This conflict is bigger than just one sect. The narrator reminds us how gates first connected Earth to unknown lands teeming with monsters. But some gates, known as dungeons, didn't just lead to monster dens, they were portals to entirely different worlds. Humanity first learned this horrifying truth when the gates shattered, unleashing hell upon an unsuspecting populace. Civilization was on the brink of collapse as monstrous hordes poured through these gatebreaks, threatening total annihilation. Just as all hope seemed lost, humanity was saved, but not by their own power. Warriors from these other worlds, masters of strange and powerful energies, stepped through the portals to beat back the tide. In time, Earth developed its own superhumans, the players, who could fight back against the weaker monsters. But these homegrown heroes were just rookies on a cosmic scale. They were nothing compared to the battle-hardened residents of the invaded worlds, forcing Earth to accept the intervention of these powerful outsiders. Two major powers emerged from the chaos. The world of Yoon controlled the Asian regions, while Einhart dominated the West. These otherworldly forces effectively carved up the planet, dividing it based on their influence. With Yoon controlling most of South Korea, they made damn sure the blood sect's entrance remained completely hidden from prying eyes. But as Iraun and his crew arrive, they're greeted by a ridiculously grand and obvious gate. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering if this massive structure was supposedly blending in on the banks of the Bukhan River. The Blood Priestess proudly explains she thought the Blood King's fortress shouldn't look so ordinary, so she added a little flair. She reasons that since anyone who reaches this point has already bypassed all their traps, there's no need to hide anymore. She confidently declares that among all of Yoon's inhabitants, Iraun is the only one to ever make it this far, addressing him as the Bloodlord. Then, she innocently asks if this is his first time visiting the world of Yoon. Iraun casually replies he's been here once before, leaving the priestess utterly speechless. The priestess continues her flattery, remarking that he was exceptional even back when he was just a player. Iraun has a moment of reflection, wondering if his life would be different if he'd just been normal. She's completely confused by his sudden melancholy, but our boy just tells her to get on with it and open the door. Without another word, she places her hand on the massive gate, beginning the unlocking process. A crimson aura erupts from her palm as ancient seals on the door flare to life. Iraun and his two powerful companions watch intently as the mechanism activates. With a deep groan, the colossal doors slowly begin to part, flooding the area with a brilliant light. The gate swings wide open, and the priestess stands there, beckoning them into their hidden sanctuary. She proudly welcomes her Bloodlord, announcing that this is the legendary Blood King's fortress. But when Iraun gets a look inside, his face says it all: the so-called fortress is just a rundown, shabby village. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded, muttering to himself about what a pathetic sight this is. He looks completely dead inside, remarking that he heard things were bad, but this is just trashed here. The Blood Sect elder clears his throat, clearly embarrassed by his lord's reaction, while Han Do-baek just glares. Iraun turns to the priestess, genuinely curious how a legendary fortress could fall into such a state of disrepair. She begins to explain a little-known fact. This entire place is a fragment of a destroyed world. To keep this pocket dimension from collapsing, it requires a constant supply of nourishment. That nourishment comes in the form of things like magic stones from monsters or gate cores. She notes that since the fortress is so massive, it consumes a ton of energy, which Iraun dryly points out. The priestess agrees, admitting that's why the sect has been so desperate to recruit new followers to gather resources. Iraun's mind starts turning, wondering why a massive corporation like the Kanga Group hasn't been helping them collect more stones. The Blood Sect elder explains they had to lay low to avoid unwanted attention. If a powerhouse like the Hwasun Guild discovered their fortress while it was weakened, they'd be finished. But the priestess reveals another, even dumber reason. The elders actually forbade hunting gate monsters. Our boy Iraun is completely dumbfounded by this trash-tier logic. She explains their reasoning. It was considered beneath the followers of the Great Bloodlord to hunt mere beasts. Iraun facepalms, realizing the sect's leadership is so rotten that a full-blown cleanup is necessary. He turns to Han Do-baek, demanding to know if he went along with this nonsense. The third elder frantically denies it, insisting he even formed an external guild to keep their operations going. Suddenly, a new group of warriors steps forward, announcing they've been waiting for him. The priestess is shocked. It's the Blood Swords, the personal, elite unit of the Bloodlord himself. Their leader, Blood Sword Captain Jang Jisoo, formally states they're here to escort Iraun to the Blood King's fortress. But our boy isn't buying this polite act for a second. his hand immediately going to his sword. He whips out his blade, demanding to know if they're planning on taking him by force. The captain doesn't even flinch, calmly replying that they are merely following the Bloodlord's direct orders. Suddenly, it's the old blood sect elder who flares up, furious at the thought of them taking his new prized asset. He declares that Iroun isn't going anywhere. As the third elder, and even the priestess prepare for a brawl, Captain Zhongjisu sighs, admitting they didn't come here looking for a fight. But if it has to be this way, then so be it, as the entire elite squad unsheathes their blades in a flash of crimson energy. Iroun's newfound allies don't back down an inch, ready to face the Bloodlord's personal guard head-on. The blood swords stand ready, their menacing aura proving they'll complete their mission, one way or another. But just as blades are about to clash, our boy Iroun cuts through the tension and says it's time to go. Yunha is stunned, but Iroun simply states that since they came all this way to escort him, he might as well accept. He calmly tells his new crew not to worry and to just follow his lead, completely taking charge of the situation. His allies are left dumbfounded, watching as he willingly walks into the lion's den. They soon arrive at the heart of the Blood King's fortress, the ominous Blood Throne Hall. The Blood Sect elder senses a familiar power, realizing the current Bloodlord has finally finished his seclusion training. A terrifying red aura floods the room. The man on the throne is on a completely different level than before. Suddenly, another high-ranking official steps forward, accusing the elder of conspiring against the Bloodlord. He can't believe the left protector, one of the Lord's closest aides, would dare commit such treason. But the elder just smirks, declaring he didn't betray anyone. He was merely searching for the true Bloodlord. The official loyal to the throne is absolutely livid, his eyes glowing red with fury at the elder's claim. He and the other sect members erupt, calling the elder's words utter blasphemy and nonsense. But from the throne, the current Bloodlord isn't angry. He's actually fascinated by this development. He smirks, intrigued by the idea that there could possibly be another Bloodlord besides himself. The other members are left dumbfounded, slowly realizing the terrifying implication of the elder's words. The current Bloodlord, however, sees this as perfect timing, a golden opportunity laid at his feet. Turns out, he's hit a massive wall in his training, unable to advance his blood demon art any further. He declares that by absorbing this newcomer's power, he can finally ascend to become the legendary blood demon god. This insane, power-hungry declaration leaves the elder and his supporters completely stunned. The loyal official immediately starts bootlicking, praising the Lord's wisdom and his grand plan for the sect. But our boy Iroun just scoffs, calling the Bloodlord's entire plan utter nonsense. The other sect members are completely floored by his sheer audacity. Iroun, now radiating power with his hair turned crimson, tells the so-called Lord to stop talking and get down here. The current Bloodlord explodes in a fit of rage, promising to show this upstart just how pathetic he truly is. He channels his fury, crushing the armrest of his throne into dust with a single grip. But as his power flares, he's suddenly left dumbfounded, questioning what he's sensing from Iroun. One of the loyal officials loses his mind, screaming at Iroun for his insolence. He and the others step forward, telling their lord there's no need for him to dirty his hands on this trash. They declare that no one gets to challenge the Bloodlord without going through them first. With a cruel smirk, the current Bloodlord gives his permission, ready to watch the show. The Blood Sect's top dogs step forward, their killing intent flooding the entire hall. They form a circle, completely trapping Iroun and his companions with no hope of escape. Watching from the sidelines, the Blood Sect elder can't believe his eyes. The other elders are actually teaming up on one kid. At least one of them, Han Dobek, seems to have no intention of joining this pathetic group attack. The elder knows Han Dobek is a true martial artist to his core and despises such trickery, which is a small relief. Still, he realizes the power gap is just far too great. The combined might of the officials is overwhelming. He thinks that Iroun's best strategy would have been to pick them off one by one. So why in the world did our boy willingly walk right into the middle of this death trap? Behind him, a trembling Yunha grabs onto his sleeve, absolutely terrified by the pressure. But Iroun just glances back calmly, telling her not to be scared, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Yunha is completely baffled by his confidence, asking if he's trying to say he's immortal. Our boy just stands there cool as a cucumber, explaining that while he's not immortal, if he dies, the entire world is coming down with him. He then casually adds that he has no intention of destroying the world, at least not until he finds his masters. Yuna is left speechless, having absolutely no idea what kind of nonsense he's spouting now. Iroun just looks up, revealing he's had 100 years to think about what he'd do when he finally returned. The answer he came to was simple. Revenge was a given, but he also owes a massive debt to his masters. He clenches his fist, declaring his plan to restore everything they left behind and place the entire world under his feet to protect it. His face hardens with cold determination, making it clear this is a promise, not a boast. He recalls the moment Mu Wang, the King of Silver, offered him the power to achieve his goals. But in the present, Iroun just smirks, thinking to himself that his so-called masters are nothing more than a bunch of con artists. He realizes they just wanted to give him something precious so his revenge wouldn't burn the world to ashes. With a smirk, our boy accepts their intentions and dares the half-wits to come at him. He takes a deep breath, and a sinister red energy begins to pour from his mouth. In an instant, he unleashes the blood poison, a terrifying technique that floods the entire hall. The blood sect elder is horrified, screaming at the blood demon to retreat immediately. He foolishly charges straight into the deadly poison, trying to reach Iroun. Han Dobek watches, dumbfounded, realizing the old man is on a suicide run. Without a second thought, he lunges forward and grabs the elder's suit. He yanks the old man back, questioning if he's actively trying to get himself killed. But as the dust settles, Han Dobek looks around frantically, wondering where the blood demon disappeared to. Realizing the poison is way too close, Han Dobek grits his teeth, knowing he has no other choice. He unleashes a torrent of ice from his blade, creating a massive wall and vowing to protect this spot. The deadly red poison cloud slams into his icy barrier, erupting in a violent explosion. From his throne, the current Bloodlord just scoffs, confident his ghost blood poison is so lethal that Iroun's death is inevitable. He smirks, thinking this little display will surely leave a strong impression on everyone. With a twisted grin, he declares to himself that the position of left guardian will finally be his. But just then, the blood sect elder collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. He can't believe it's all over, wondering if this is truly the end of everything he's worked for. Suddenly, a hand rests on his shoulder as Yuna calmly tells him that the blood demon is safe. The old man looks up, completely dumbfounded, asking how on earth she could be so sure. She explains that while the poison is lethal and Iroun is outnumbered, she can't ignore her gut feeling. Even so, her instincts are screaming at her to follow him, believing he is the one who will save the blood cult. As she speaks, the thick red poison cloud finally begins to dissipate. Suddenly, a menacing red eye glows from within the fading mist, cutting through the darkness. And there stands our boy Iroun, completely unscathed, casually asking if that was the best they could do. The blood sect officials are left utterly speechless, their jaws practically on the floor. Iroun just scoffs, realizing now why the entire blood cult is in such a pathetic state. He tells them they're all just frogs in a well, completely blind to the real threats of the outside world. Looking past them, he addresses the current Bloodlord directly, saying there are plenty of trash-tier fighters like him out there. He then points a finger, calling them stagnant fools who are, at best, on the same level as a large guild. He calls them out, asking if they also ignored the left guardian and the priestess when they tried to warn them about the world. One of the officials completely snaps, screaming at the others to stop listening and just attack him all at once. Fueled by rage, the blood sect officials ignite their auras and draw their blades, ready to put this upstart in his place. They lunge forward in a coordinated strike, their killing intent converging on our boy who doesn't even flinch. With a calm exhale, Iroun asks them if they truly understand why the blood demon is worshipped as a god. In a flash of crimson light, their all-out assault just stops. Turns out, their blades and fists are frozen inches from his body, held back by an invisible force as his demonic power awakens. The lead official is sweating bullets, realizing with sheer terror that he's completely paralyzed. Iroun gives a backhanded compliment, noting that at least their blood techniques seem to have been passed down properly. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the blood sect elder, who stands beside Yunha while manifesting a massive wall of jagged ice. The elder is dumbfounded by this display, as Iroun casually asks him which of these trash-tier warriors are worth sparing. Panicked, the elder starts rattling off the names of all the high-ranking officials now at our boy's mercy. But Iroun couldn't care less, and with a simple snap of his fingers, he passes judgment. In an instant, every single one of the paralyzed officials' heads explodes in a shower of gore. As their headless bodies slump to the ground, only one figure remains untouched: the man on the throne. The elder's mind completely shatters, unable to comprehend the absolute massacre he just witnessed. Iroun, however, finds the situation odd, musing that his blood demon arts should have affected everyone. He looks around the blood-soaked room, wondering why one person's head is still perfectly intact. His eyes land on the throne, and he realizes the man sitting there is nothing but a fake blood demon. With the entire court annihilated, it's now a one-on-one between the true heir and the pretender king. Iroun stares down the man on the throne, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He scoffs, pointing out that this so-called king is just a mixed-blood pretender. The accusation hits a nerve, and the fake bloodlord's aura absolutely explodes with rage. Screaming in fury, he finally rises from his throne, ready to silence our boy for good. He plunges his hand into a swirling vortex of blood, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. With a roar, he pulls out a massive sword forged from pure, crimson energy. From the sidelines, the blood priestess Yuna watches in complete disbelief, her jaw on the floor. She recognizes the technique instantly: the legendary blood demon's sword art, manifesting as a terrifying dragon. But our boy Iroun doesn't even flinch. looking at the display with utter boredom. He casually identifies the attack, calling it the third form of the Blood Demon sword art like it's some trash tier move. The fake Bloodlord grips his crimson sword, pouring every ounce of his energy into this final, desperate attack. He unleashes the massive Blood Dragon, a technique he believes is the pinnacle of the blood sex power. The sheer force of the attack engulfs the entire hall, aimed squarely at our boy who just stands there. Yunha and the old elder can only watch in horror, convinced that Irun is about to be annihilated. The Pretender King screams that he'll tear Irun to shreds, absolutely certain of his victory. But Irun just scoffs, calling his technique crap as he forms a tiny, condensed ball of blood energy. His small projectile slams into the massive dragon, and the impossible happens: it stops the attack dead in its tracks. The fake Bloodlord is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how his ultimate move was just neutralized. Irun stands amidst the dissipating energy, his expression one of pure disgust. He then drops the ultimate bombshell, stating that his master, the real Blood Demon, never created such a pathetic art. The Pretender King can't believe his ears, screaming that it's nonsense as Irun explains the real art never used a sword. He demands to know who Irun's master is, scoffing at the idea that the founder, who died eons ago, could have taught him. Our boy just shrugs it off, casually suggesting some fool probably created a watered-down version and passed it off as the real deal. Enraged by the insult, the fake lord lunges forward, pouring all his power into one last desperate strike. But Irun doesn't even flinch, effortlessly forming a blood shield that completely stops the attack cold. The so-called Bloodlord is dumbfounded, his mind struggling to process how his ultimate move was just blocked by a palm-sized shield. Deciding he's had enough, Irun makes a simple throwing motion with his hand, as if tossing away some dust. The king's eyes widen in confusion, thinking our boy is resorting to something as basic as throwing knives. But it's no simple trick. The king is suddenly thrown back, his body riddled with projectiles. He looks down in horror, realizing he's been pierced by needles forged from pure blood demon energy, a technique he thought was impossible. The Bloodlord can't believe it, screaming that the blood demon divine art is just a martial art, not some kind of magic. But the horror deepens as he realizes the needles aren't just for show. They're actively draining his blood and scattering his inner power. In a fit of pure rage and denial, he unleashes all his energy, trying to force the cursed needles out of his body. The onlookers are stunned as he actually manages to deflect the attack, but the damage is already done. Still, he calls it nothing but illusions and cheap tricks, refusing to accept that this level of mastery is even possible. He roars that he is the one and only true blood demon, manifesting a massive sword from his own life force. With everything on the line, he swings his ultimate weapon, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. Our boy Irun just watches it all unfold, looking completely bored by the whole pathetic display. Then, behind him, the true form of the blood demon's power manifests: a colossal, draconic beast made of pure blood energy. Yuna and the elder can only stare, their minds completely shattered by the sight of power on a whole different dimension. The current Bloodlord screams, swinging his life force sword in a final, desperate gambit to erase our boy. His colossal blood dragon roars, a testament to his raw power, ready to clash with Irun's own manifestation. But Irun just sighs, deciding he might as well play along with this little tantrum. He says if the old man insists, he'll entertain him, casually condensing a single, perfect drop of blood in his palm. From that tiny bead, a small, elegant blood serpent with multiple tails coils around him, a stark contrast to the enemy's bloated beast. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the tiny serpent gliding through the air, looking almost insignificant. The Bloodlord erupts in laughter, mocking the pathetic little worm Irun sent out, calling him pitiful. He commands his massive dragon to devour the tiny thing whole, absolutely certain of his overwhelming victory. But in a shocking twist, Irun's serpent pierces straight through the heart of the giant dragon like it's made of paper. The two opposing energies collide, resulting in a blinding flash that completely engulfs the throne room. The tiny serpent detonates with unimaginable force, tearing the Bloodlord's technique to shreds. As the dust and smoke begin to clear from the throne room, the outcome of the clash becomes terrifyingly clear. The Bloodlord chokes, spitting up a torrent of blood from the backlash. He collapses to his knees, completely broken, while Irun stands over him without so much as a scratch. The old man is dumbfounded, recalling the moment their energies met and feeling the sheer purity of Irun's power. He realizes Irun is at the extreme demon realm, but can't comprehend how he lost when his own level should be higher. He finally puts two and two together, asking if our boy is the rumored youngest member of the blood cult. He scoffs at the idea of some brat who just showed up with the divine art being hailed as a promising heir. The Bloodlord thinks it's pathetic that they'd follow someone who clearly hasn't even mastered the basics. The defeated Bloodlord glares, demanding to know if our boy is with the Celestial Sect. Irun just smirks, saying this is perfect because he's the one with questions. He calmly informs the old man that he won't be killed, since Hes needed alive. Enraged by the condescending tone, the Bloodlord digs his fingers into the floor, His headpiece shatters as a dark, sinister energy begins to pour out of him. Gritting his teeth, he decides to show this upstart brat what true power feels like. He roars it around not to get cocky, unleashing his final, desperate attack. A massive wave of demonic energy erupts, threatening to swallow the entire room, but Iroun, his hair now a fiery red, just stands there completely unfazed by the blast. Yuna watches from the side, her mind completely blown, muttering that what she just saw is impossible. The Blood Sect Elder is completely dumbfounded, recognizing the forbidden form his master is taking. He screams in terror that the Lord has transformed into the legendary Blood Demon God. Our boy Iroun, however, just looks on completely unimpressed, dismissing the transformation as impossible. He sees it for what it is, a desperate last-ditch technique called Reverse Blood. The transformed Blood Lord roars that he'll absorb Iroun to complete his ascension to godhood. Iroun just scoffs, coolly challenging the old man to give it his best shot. Enraged, the Blood Lord lunges forward in a chaotic blur of demonic energy, telling him to shut up. He tries to crush Iroun's skull, but his hand is stopped dead in its tracks. With a single hand, Iroun has effortlessly caught the so-called god's all-out attack. His eyes glowing a menacing red, he mocks the pathetic attempt to overwhelm him with raw power, calling it utterly predictable. The Blood Lord roars that his current energy surpasses even the legendary two hands. He's using his own version of the Blood Demon absorption technique, trying to overwhelm our boy. He brags about absorbing the blood of thousands for over 20 years to reach this state. He's convinced that even if Iroun nullified his previous attacks, this amplified energy is unbeatable. With a crazed grin, the Blood Lord declares his victory is already sealed. But Iroun just calmly reads his thoughts, repeating his opponent's desperate hope back to him. The Blood Lord is completely dumbfounded, wondering how he can be so casual in an all-out energy battle. Iroun explains that, while most fights are about sheer power, his technique is cut from a different cloth. The true Blood Demon absorption technique isn't about burning energy, but skillfully absorbing and controlling it. With his own blood-red aura flaring, our boy declares it's time to show the old fraud how it's really done. The Blood Lord can only scream in disbelief as he feels his hard-earned power being contested. Iroun simply names the technique, letting him know he's facing the genuine article. The Blood Demon absorption technique. Our boy grabs the pretender's arm, and the reversal begins instantly. All that stolen energy, 20 years of work, is violently siphoned out of the Blood Lord's body. The old man can only shriek in pure agony as his life's work is undone in a matter of seconds. Watching from the sidelines, Yuna and the Elder are absolutely speechless at the display. His monstrous form begins to wither and shrink, the stolen power leaving his body like air from a balloon. In a flash, he's reduced to nothing more than an empty shell, his eyes rolling back as his consciousness fades. The Blood Lord's spirit awakens in a dark void, his body reverted to its original form before his trash-tier transformation. He looks around, utterly lost, asking where he is, completely unaware that he's just been sent to the afterlife. But even in this spiritual plane, the Blood Lord senses an overwhelming, familiar presence. He turns to face it, a flicker of his old arrogance still burning in his eyes. His gaze locks onto a swirling vortex of pure, unadulterated power, the true source of the Blood Demon's art. It's a power so immense that even the sealed Sword King, Seagard, is left utterly dumbfounded. Back in the real world, the pretender's empty body finally collapses, a lifeless puppet with its strings cut. A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness of the void, asking the Blood Lord if he's finally seen the truth. The old man trembles, realizing he wasn't just fighting a kid, he was challenging a god. The sheer terror breaks his mind, and he can only stare in disbelief. His fear shatters into a fit of crazed, tearful laughter as he understands his own foolishness. As his spirit fades into nothing, he finally acknowledges the true master of this power, the Blood Demon God. With the pretender's body hitting the floor, Iroun now stands as the sole inheritor of its power. He calmly assesses the energy, noting that the absorbed blood is trash-tier and full of impurities. Our boy begins the purification, forcing all the unnecessary dregs out of his system. The refined power is then gathered and compressed, swirling into the core of his dantian. But the process doesn't stop there, as the energy overloads his other systems, forcing his mana circle to life. The golden gears click into perfect alignment, humming with an entirely new level of power. His eyes flash crimson as he achieves the pinnacle of pure blood, a state the old lord could only dream of. A colossal aura erupts from Iroun, signaling the true completion of the Blood Demon divine art. Yunha and the Blood Sect Elder are left completely speechless, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene. The Elder breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing his gamble on this young man just paid off astronomically. The Elder recalls his past, remembering his conviction that the blood cult had become stagnant and needed to change. He and his followers walked away from their home, their faces grim but resolute. They chose to side with the enemy, hoping their inevitable defeat would shock the cult into a new era. But the reality of what just happened is far beyond anything he ever anticipated. He remembers the fate of Hyulsu-Baek, the previous master, left broken on the ground. This man was supposedly the first in generations to perfect the divine art, yet he was defeated without a fight. In his final moments, the old master even acknowledged the new blood demon before he fell. The elder turns to Yuna, starting to address her familiarly before catching himself. With a newfound reverence, he corrects himself, calling her priestess. He asks if she foresaw this all along, and her subtle, knowing smile is all the answer he needs. The elder walks forward, his mind made up. The blood demon isn't just a leader, he is the literal god of their cult. With each step, he solidifies his new faith, approaching the one who just rewrote their entire history. Yuna clarifies that she didn't predict this. She simply recognized a god capable of performing miracles. All she did, she explains, was acknowledge the true blood demon the moment he appeared before them. The rest of the defectors can only stare, completely dumbfounded by this insane turn of events. Following the elder's example, the captain of the Blood Swords and his entire unit step forward to pledge their allegiance. Our boy Iroun just watches them approach, his expression unreadable as the whole power structure crumbles and reforms around him. In a wave of movement, every single member of the blood cult drops to their knees, submitting to their new god. But from within his spiritual prison, the sealed King of Silver, Mu Wang, looks down on the scene and finds it all utterly pitiful. Iroun's attention isn't on the bowing masses, but on the condescending voice of the king trapped inside him. Amidst the sea of bowing heads, one man defiantly walks forward, his footsteps echoing through the silent hall. It's the first elder, Handobek, and he looks anything but ready to bend the knee. The blood sect elder completely loses it, screaming at Handobek for his blatant disrespect. He demands to know how, after witnessing that god-tier power, he can still refuse to accept the truth. Handobek pauses, his face a mask of grim contemplation, as the entire cult holds its breath. Then, in a shocking turn, he throws his arms wide and bellows his praise for the eternal reign of the blood demon. The blood sect elder is left utterly speechless, completely blindsided by this sudden, fanatical submission. With a thud, the first elder's hands hit the floor, a clear sign of his surrender. He fully prostrates himself before Iroun, paying homage to the new power he now serves. Like dominoes, the last of the holdouts follow their leader's example, their unified chants sealing Iroun's absolute authority. As the chants echo, our boy realizes these desperate souls are cut from the same cloth as him. He understands their spirits had been burned to ashes, left with nothing but a sliver of hope. Just as he once dreamed of revenge, they longed for a new blood demon to save them. A single tear of blood falls as he decides it's his duty to answer that longing. With newfound resolve, Iroun lets his power surge, blood coursing over his entire body. The blood sect elder is left completely dumbfounded by this sudden explosion of demonic energy. The blood isn't just flowing, it's engraving itself onto him, a sign of true mastery. In that instant, the elder finally gets it. This is the true Lord of Blood they've yearned for. Iroun's eyes burn with an intensity that confirms his divine status within the cult. He unleashes his full aura, revealing the terrifying visage of the blood demon god. The entire blood cult drops to their knees, chanting praises to the eternal reign of their new god. But our boy Iroun doesn't look triumphant. He just looks weary, as if this is a burden he must carry. As the cries of devotion echo through the hall, the members prostrate themselves in absolute reverence. Finally, Iroun has had enough, his voice cutting through the noise as he tells them to stop. He sighs, knowing this was inevitable, and walks through the crowd of kneeling followers. He orders everyone to get up, explaining he hates this kind of groveling. But the elder protests that their doctrine demands it. Unfazed, Iroun turns to the priestess Yunha and asks her to explain what this doctrine even is. He then lays down the ultimate power move, stating that if doctrine is the god's word, then his word is now the new law. The blood sect elder is left dumbfounded by the flawless logic, and has no choice but to agree to obey. With his authority established, the old guard is officially out, leaving the former bloodlord defeated at his feet. But just then, the third elder, Han Dobek, senses a flicker of life from the fallen lord. His eyes blaze with killing intent as he realizes the old man is somehow still alive and moves to finish the job. Iroun, however, coolly stops him, saying there's no need since the man is as good as dead already. Our boy glances down at the former master of the sect with an almost pitiful look. He explains that anyone who encounters the true power he wields is left completely broken, mind and soul. Changing gears, Iroun mentions he was planning to hunt the Cheon clan, which leaves the elder utterly confused. Instead of explaining, Iroun simply says he'll show him what he means and raises a single finger. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a terrifying technique, causing spikes of energy to erupt from within Hyulsu-Baek's body. The elder and the blood sword captain can only stare in disbelief, sweating bullets at the horrifying display. The once mighty leader convulses on the floor, his life force being violently ripped apart from the inside out. The old man's body twists and contorts as the blood energy violently rejects him from the inside. He lets out a final, silent scream as his very form begins to unravel under the pressure. The third elder is completely dumbfounded, stammering as he tries to comprehend what he's witnessing. Suddenly, the old man's body begins to glow, reverting to its true form as the reverse transformation technique is broken. The blood-sect elder is absolutely livid, questioning how a spy could have infiltrated their ranks so deeply without anyone noticing. Iround calmly confirms his suspicions, stating that the man was, in fact, a member of the Cheon clan. Our boy explains that the spy was using a legendary martial art that allows one to secretly alter their body at will. The elder's blood runs cold as he realizes the technique could only be the infamous heavenly demon technique. Iround pats the shell-shocked elder on the shoulder, telling him they'll deal with the political fallout later. He then turns and calls for his priestess, and Yunha immediately appears, ready to obey his every command. With the spy situation handled, Iround immediately asks if the legendary pool of 10,000 bloods is still there. He and his priestess then descend into the sect's deepest, most sacred chamber. As they walk, our boy feels an immense energy purifying his body, remarking that to anyone else, it would feel like pure demonic power. Each step down the ancient staircase echoes with a palpable sense of history and power. Yuna finally stops and respectfully informs him that they have arrived at their destination. Before them lies the crimson expanse of the pool of 10,000 bloods, the very heart of the sect's power. She explains this is where every new bloodlord performs a blessing ceremony to cement their rule. Yuna offers him the traditional ceremonial robes, but Around just waves her off, stating he isn't here for formalities. He turns to her with an intense gaze, suddenly asking her a profound question. What does she think a god truly is? His priestess is left completely dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in her master's focus. Yunha declares with absolute faith that he is the true god of this world, but Iround isn't interested in blind worship. He pushes further, wanting to know what normal people consider a god, leaving his priestess completely flustered. She gives the textbook answer, a transcendent being who fulfills desires, and our boy coldly agrees that she's right. But then he hits her with the real question. By that definition, why on earth should he be called a god? He admits to crushing the elders, but reminds her that simple punishment doesn't grant divinity. She stammers that his mastery of the blood arts is enough. Iround just shakes his head, telling her she doesn't truly understand the meaning behind that power. He steps forward towards the crimson pool, stating that no one has ever shown her the truth of it all. With a simple gesture, he tells her to watch very closely. He promises to show her exactly why he is her god as a single, perfect drop of blood forms on his fingertip. The droplet falls, hitting the surface of the pool of 10,000 bloods and sending a powerful ripple through the sacred site. The elders are dumbfounded, as the entire chamber begins to shake from that single drop. They can only mutter in disbelief, wondering if this is the true power of a blood demon god. Iround closes his eyes, a smirk on his face as he feels a connection spreading outwards. Hez tapping into the energy of every single cultist within the Blood King's entire domain. All across the castle grounds, the followers look up, feeling a strange and overwhelming pressure in the air. With a flash, our boy's eyes snap open, glowing with a terrifying crimson light. The pool of 10,000 bloods erupts into a colossal, swirling vortex of pure blood energy. Yuna is thrown back, screaming in horror as their sacred site goes completely berserk. She can't believe it. This phenomenon is something she's never even read about in the Holy Scriptures. Iroon just scoffs, telling her this level of power wasn't even possible for the legendary Master Mu Wang. His hair and eyes now blaze a furious crimson, a sign that he's fully synchronized with the blood demon's power. We flash back to his training, where Mu Wang reveals that the version of the art he taught our boy is different from the original. Iround, ever the student, asks why, and learns the Demon King noticed it resembled the magic of a destroyed race from Gehenna. Mu Wang scoffs at the comparison, arguing that his own martial art should obviously surpass the cheap tricks of some extinct race. Turns out, he actually helped the Demon King redefine the art, adding his own martial prowess to its magical foundation. With a wicked grin, he explains that this new, upgraded version has a special ability perfect for verifying its power. Back in the present, the blood vortex proves his point. This is no longer just a martial art, but a terrifying fusion of ki and magic. Ancient, bloody spells begin to form within the torrent, acting as a support system for the technique itself. Iround declares that a true god must be able to grant grace, not just punishment, otherwise they're nothing but a tyrant. He clenches his fist, channeling the absolute power of the blood pool, ready to show them exactly what that grace looks like. He unleashes a blinding explosion of blood energy, a baptism of raw power that blasts Yuna off her feet. The poor girl can only shield her eyes, completely overwhelmed by the sheer force radiating from our boy. The torrent of blood isn't just destructive, it begins to swirl and coalesce into a crimson rain. Iround stands like a king in his new domain, welcoming the downpour of his own power. Yunha, splattered and shaken, can only stare in disbelief at the man who has become a literal god of blood. She's completely lost, wondering what in the world is even happening anymore. Suddenly, her knees buckle as an unfamiliar power surges through her veins, forcing her to the ground. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes her entire body is changing from the inside out. Iroun simply smiles, calmly telling her not to worry about this little gift. He promises that when she awakens, she'll be someone new, as she finally succumbs to the transformation and passes out. With that, Yunha's body gives out, and she collapses into the sea of blood. But she wasn't the only one. The crimson rain fell across the entire blood sect territory. Throughout the sect's grounds, every single member falls unconscious from the overwhelming power. Back in the main hall, one of the elders is practically blushing, feeling decades younger. Iroun, now sitting on the throne, casually asks him if the new power feels good. The elder, along with Han Dobek, is ecstatic, feeling completely rejuvenated by the blood rain. They bow deeply, thanking him for the boundless grace of the blood demon, but our boy just tells them to cut it out. Turns out, his gift made everyone younger and physically stronger across the board. Not only that, but they've all gained the iconic red eyes that symbolize the blood demon divine art. To test his theory, Iroun orders the third elder, Han Dobek, to cut his finger and show him his blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Dobek slices his finger open as commanded. He and the other elders are absolutely dumbfounded by the result. Instead of red, a drop of glowing purple liquid wells up, which Iroun calls purple blood. The third elder is ecstatic, but our boy just asks if he even understands what that means. Han Dobek admits he has no clue, but he can feel his internal energy has nearly doubled. Iroun explains that the results vary depending on their original level of power. He notes that the Left Guardian and First Elder have also reached this purple blood stage. But then he drops a bombshell, revealing that Yuna has already reached the next level. Black blood. She's completely stunned, asking why she surpassed the elders, and Iroun just says it's because she's the priestess. Iroun lays down the law, explaining that her power, and everyone else's, is now directly influenced by him. This is a new aspect of the blood demon divine art. Anyone who learns it gains immense power but becomes eternally bound to him as their lord. With the power dynamic settled, our boy says he wants to check on the regular cultists, and the Left Guardian leads the way to a balcony with a perfect view. Below, the once starving and sickly populace is now bustling with life, looking healthier than ever before. The Left Guardian proudly points out how everyone has regained their vitality thanks to Iroun's power. But our boy isn't celebrating, grimly stating that this miraculous recovery is only a temporary fix. He hits them with a dose of reality, asking if they even have the funds or resources to sustain all these people, leaving the Left Guardian dumbfounded. The Left Guardian and the First Elder can only bow their heads in shame, admitting it's their fault as the leadership for this oversight. Iroun, however, absolves them of blame, stating the real culprits were the previous trash-tier elders and the former lord, Huel Subek. Iroun seethes, vowing that the old elders will pay dearly for running his inheritance into the ground. But his glare then falls on the current leadership, reminding them they still let things get this bad on their watch. He asks the Left Guardian if it's true they can't even last another month, and the elder shamefully confirms it. Turns out, the guild is completely broke, having sold off their shares in the Ganga group, and now teetering on the edge of collapse. The Left Guardian explains they had plans to raid some gates for cash, but then our boy's sudden appearance derailed everything. Iroun just sighs, utterly exhausted by the sheer incompetence he's inherited. He silently curses his master, wondering why he was left with such a bunch of useless fools. Shaking it off, he gets down to business, stating their most urgent problem is the massive leadership vacuum. The Left Guardian elaborates on the old structure, explaining how each palace had its own elder and its own vital role to play. Iroun waves it off, suggesting they just promote the deputy leaders to fill the empty seats. The Left Guardian sweats, explaining that those deputies were loyal to the old, dead elders, not him. The First Elder chimes in with a cold solution. Execute anyone who doesn't immediately submit. The Left Guardian argues they can't afford to lose more men, but the First Elder insists on crushing any potential rebellion. Our boy just scoffs, asking if they honestly think anyone could stand against him, and tells them to just do as he says. Understanding the absolute power difference, the Left Guardian immediately bows in submission, but just as he does, Iroun stops him with one final, game-changing command. He declares that the Left Guardian is now the new cult leader, leaving the old man utterly dumbfounded. Iroun repeats himself, but the Left Guardian is baffled, stammering that the blood demon is supposed to be the leader. Our boy clarifies that the blood demon is a god, not a manager, and it's time to separate the two roles. He praises the Left Guardian's skill, noting he single-handedly sustained the failing Ganga group for decades. But above all, Iroun says, the old man genuinely cares for the blood cult, a truth that leaves him utterly stunned. Iroun continues his reasoning, pointing out that he's the only one who understands both the modern world and the cult's ancient ways. With all the facts laid out, he declares that the Left Guardian is the only logical choice to become the new leader. Even the stubborn First Elder sees the wisdom in this plan. bowing deeply in acceptance of the blood demon's command. Iround gives a slight nod, his decision now absolute and final. He officially names him the new cult leader, and the old man stands tall, accepting the immense responsibility. The left guardian's shock melts away, replaced by a gaze of pure, unshakable determination. With his new title bestowed, the left guardian kneels before our boy, the weight of his new future settling in. He clenches his fist and vows to deliver results worthy of this immense responsibility, his voice ringing with conviction. Iround is pleased, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling him he already sounds like the proper leader he was looking for. But the pleasantries are over. Iround's eyes flare with demonic light as he immediately puts the new leader to the test. He gets straight to the point. The Blood King's castle has zero income, and he wants to know what the plan is to fix it. The sudden question catches everyone off guard, and the new leader starts sweating, realizing this is his first, and perhaps most critical, trial. Even the first elder and the other warriors are dumbfounded, unable to come up with a single solution to their financial ruin. Just as the silence becomes unbearable, a confident voice cuts through the tension as Yuna steps forward, telling them to leave it to her. She addresses Iround directly, stating that while she may not know the castle better than her grandfather, quickly correcting herself to the cult leader, she has a plan. She boasts that no one knows the outside world better, citing her experience managing the Ganga group and promising to fix everything in 1 week. Our boy is skeptical, wondering how she could possibly solve their entire financial crisis in just 7 days. Even the new leader, Kang Han Cheol, has to admit that she managed a bigger organization, so she might be the right person for the job. Seeing her confidence, Iround decides to trust her, granting her full authority to fix their money problems. A week later, Yuna appears at his door, ready to report on her progress. Iround, who seems to be meditating, calmly tells her to enter. As she steps inside, he immediately asks for the results of her work. Yuna starts her report, explaining that regarding the shares and assets of the Ganga group, she sold all of them, a move so drastic it leaves Iround utterly speechless. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, barely able to ask if she really sold everything off. Yuna confirms it without a hint of hesitation, prompting Iround to question if such a drastic move was truly necessary. She explains that from her perspective, the Ganga group had already served its purpose, which only confuses him more. Her primary goals, she reports, were to seal the entrance to the Blood King's castle and secure their new lives. Turns out, she wasn't kidding, having already prepared official passports and identification for them to blend in. She lays out the cold logic. With so many shares already sold, continuing the company would just enrich others. So, she made the ruthless but efficient call to liquidate the entire operation while they could still get a good price. After a moment, Iround's shock turns to admiration. He admits he made the right choice in trusting her, but she's not done yet, casually mentioning she also disposed of the Ganga and Nangho guilds, shocking him all over again. To justify this, she asks him to recall the ominous visit they received from the Third Elder. She reminds him of the Third Elder's warning. Their guild's existence has been exposed to the powerhouse faction, Hwasan. Our boy Iround grimaces, realizing that picking a fight with them right now would be a trash-tier move. He knows the only reason he took the Blood King's castle so easily was because of his special connection to the cultists. A direct conflict with Hwasan would not only get them killed, but also destroy the very foundation he just secured. And that's why, Yuna explains with cold clarity, she decided it was best to just start completely anew. Iround is dumbfounded, asking what she could possibly mean by starting anew. Her plan is as simple as it is insane. Build a brand new guild with a new identity, from the ground up. She admits that trying to forge a new faction in this brutal world is a reckless, almost impossible task. But with a confident smirk, she declares that their blood cult isn't the same weak group it used to be. Kneeling before him, she finishes her pitch, stating that despite their growth, they're still just surviving, which is why this bold reset is their only path forward. Iround considers her ambitious plan, mulling over the potential pitfalls of starting from scratch. He points out a critical flaw. The blood cult has zero experience with gate monsters, which are a whole different ballgame. Yunha's confidence shatters as she admits He's right. That's a massive hole in their strategy. But our boy reassures her, saying not to worry because he already has a way for them to grow stronger. He then shifts gears, asking if she's at least picked out a name for their new guild, and she confidently says she has. With a sparkle in her eye, she proudly suggests the King God General Emperor Majesty Iround Guild. Iround is not amused in the slightest, and immediately tells her to drop that trash-tier name. He completely overrules her, deciding on the new guild's name himself while she's still reeling. The new name will simply be the Yunha Guild, leaving the girl absolutely dumbfounded. She asks why on earth he'd use her name, only for Iround to drop another bombshell. It's because she's going to be the guild leader. Iround doesn't pull any punches, telling Yunha she gets really dumb in moments like these. He has to remind her of the obvious. He's a wanted man and can't operate on the surface. She's the perfect choice to be the face of the guild since her identity is completely clean. Besides, he's certain the Hwasan Guild hasn't given up on tracking him down just yet. With the leadership decided, their first mission takes them to a D-rank gate in Namyangju. The moment they arrive, a horde of grotesque undead monsters comes pouring out. But it looks like they're not alone, as another hunter is already cleaving through the zombies. A different hunter in black gear braces himself as one of the undead lunges at him. He moves in a flash, his blade slicing clean through the monster's flesh. The first hunter stands victorious, calmly announcing that the hunt is over. The hunter plunges his sword deep into the zombie troll's chest, but the monster just stares back, unfazed. He's completely dumbfounded. He was sure a direct hit to the heart would be enough to kill it. Before the troll can retaliate, it's instantly sliced into a dozen pieces by a flurry of unseen slashes. Turns out, the attack came from Yuna, who steps through the bloody mess looking utterly disappointed. She schools the rookie, telling him that without a holy enchantment, his attacks are useless against the undead. After her subordinates confirm the area is clear, she gives them a simple, chilling order to begin. The new guild members kneel, placing their hands on the monster corpses, preparing for the real harvest. In a different scene, Iroun explains that what they're about to witness is the blood demon absorption art. A shocked Yuna asks how it's even possible for normal hunters to use such a forbidden technique. As red energy flows from the corpses into his guild members, Iroun reveals the secret. It works because they are all connected to him. Meanwhile, in an underground bar in Dongdaemun, the criminal underworld is buzzing with rumors. Word on the street is that a new guild in Namyangzu is making some serious waves. Someone else chimes in, confirming it's the Yuna Guild, and that they might be successors to the legendary Joan Jingyo. The gossip doesn't stop there. Apparently, Chung Inwoo, the leader of Hwasan's Crimson Plum Blossom Corps, is also on the move. A hooded figure approaches the counter, and the man in charge, Jang Ho-sok, eyes him suspiciously. The manager gives him a hard stare, clearly recognizing the dangerous aura of his new customer. It's our boy Iroun, who lowers his hood just enough to make his intentions known without a word. The manager warns him that if this is about a grudge from a previous request, they shouldn't get involved. But as he pours a stiff drink, he admits that handling these kinds of grudges is exactly what they do here. He slides the glass over to Iroun, a silent agreement that a new bloody contract is about to be sealed. Iroun takes a slow, deliberate sip, the deal now in motion. The manager cuts right to it, asking if our boy has finally thrown in his lot with the blood cult. He explains that their black market, the Black City, has always maintained close ties with the cult. This leads him to believe this isn't some personal grudge, but official cult business, which Iroun nonchalantly confirms. With a thoughtful look, the manager asks what exactly brings him here. Iroun doesn't mince words, demanding access rights to the darknet. The manager scoffs, telling him a low-level grunt wouldn't have the authority to make such a high-tier request. In response, Iroun coolly places an ornate medallion on the bar counter. The manager is stunned silent, his eyes widening as he recognizes the impossible crest. Hez completely rattled, stammering in disbelief as he asks if Hez in the presence of a Grand Elder. Still reeling, the manager tries to regain his footing, warning that even for a Grand Elder, this request will have a steep price. Iroun just smirks, saying he'll pay with some juicy information instead. The manager cautiously asks what kind of intel could possibly be worth darknet access. Our boy drops an absolute bombshell. The current blood demon is being replaced. The manager is completely dumbfounded, unable to process the news about the cult's supreme leader. He immediately calls it impossible, as the blood demon's position should be absolute. Iroun finds his reaction amusing, questioning how the manager could be so connected yet so out of the loop. A terrifying realization begins to dawn on the manager, his eyes glowing with shock. Iroun spells it out for him, pointing out the absurdity of him not knowing about the succession. This can only mean one thing, he concludes with a grin. There was a traitor high up in the Blood King Palace. The manager is sweating bullets, demanding to know if our boy realizes the sheer gravity of what he's just said. Iroun couldn't care less, casually probing to see if the manager is an elder or just some trash-tier grunt in the blood sect. Trying to regain control, the manager warns him not to do something he'll regret. But as Iroun's eyes narrow, the other civilians in the bar drop their act, their eyes glowing with bloodlust. Their hands are already gripping their hidden blades, ready to turn this place into a slaughterhouse. Before they can even blink, a flash of red energy zips past the manager's throat, slicing his bow tie clean off. Our boy just sighs that it doesn't matter anymore and gets back to business, asking again about the Darknet Authority. The manager, completely rattled, explains that he can't just grant access, he needs permission from his higher-ups. Iroun is already one step ahead, telling him he's well aware of the chain of command. That's why he's here, he declares, to meet the big boss directly, the Black King. The moment the Black King's name is spoken, the entire bar turns on Iroun, blades drawn and aimed for the kill. But our boy is completely unfazed, coldly stating that they're the ones who are truly crossing the line. The manager seethes with rage, questioning if this fool really thought he could utter that name in his territory and walk away alive. Iroun just scoffs at the overreaction, dismissing the manager as a fraud who clearly knows nothing about his own organization. Realizing this kid isn't from the blood sect, the manager demands to know his true purpose for being here. He presses the blade to Iroun's neck, promising a quick end if he spills the truth right now. Without even flinching, Iroun just mutters a single, cryptic word: blood. He clarifies that blood is indeed flowing, dripping right down his own neck from the manager's blade. The manager looks down, dumbfounded, to see his own weapon is stained red. He's drawn first blood without even realizing it. A wave of pure shock and rage washes over him as he realizes he's just stepped into a trap he can't comprehend. The manager suddenly seizes up in agony, veins bulging as his underlings cry out his name in shock. Our boy calmly explains that the blood of the true blood sect is immune to all poisons, making their little whiskey trap completely useless. But here's the twist. That same blood, when drawn, becomes a fatal poison to others, and the manager is feeling its full effect. As the goons prepare to jump him, Iroun coolly tells them to stand down, as he doesn't want to break the alliance with the Black King. He simply suggests that this little display should be more than enough qualification for him to meet their boss. Iroun then reminds them of the history between their factions, how the former Blood Demon once saved the Black King's life. To repay that debt, the Black King has been helping the Blood Sect ever since, and now it's time to collect. With a surge of power, the spilled blood on the floor erupts into a forest of razor-sharp spikes, freezing the goons with fear. Surrounded by a blood-red aura, Iroun finally drops the bombshell: he is the new Blood Demon of the Blood Sect. The manager is left completely dumbfounded, his mind reeling as he thinks it's impossible for this kid to be the legendary Blood Demon. Suddenly, a voice from the manager's device declares that our boy is more than qualified. The order comes from the top. The Black King himself wants the branch leader to bring him in. A sly grin spreads across Iroun's face. So the big boss was watching this whole time. The manager is completely stunned, realizing the king himself had his eyes on this trash-tier bar. Before the goons can even process what's happening, Iroun's blood whips out and disarms them instantly. With the small fry handled, Iroun casually tells the manager to stop wasting time and guide him to the king. The two leave the bar and head through the bustling, neon-soaked streets of the black market. They arrive at a hidden location, passing through a shimmering green barrier into the real headquarters. The manager grumbles about the noise but seems more preoccupied with the kid he's escorting. He turns to Iroun, asking if he feels any nerves at all, given he's the Blood Demon about to meet the Black King. But our boy just scoffs, saying the Black King is merely the ruler of a collapsing world, so why would he be nervous? The manager is dumbfounded. This kid has no idea that the Black King, ruler of Asia's entire criminal underworld, sees him as less than an insect. He can't wrap his head around it. Why would a being of that magnitude want a personal meeting with this trash-tier kid? They finally arrive at a heavily guarded corridor, the air thick with a menacing purple aura. Just as they're about to proceed, one of the imposing guards steps forward, blocking the manager's path. The guard states plainly that the manager is not permitted to go any further. Realizing his role is over, the manager accepts that this is as far as his authority takes him. He gives Iroun a final look, wishing him good luck before stepping aside. The guards watch with tense expressions as our boy walks past them, completely unfazed by the pressure. One of them pulls out a keycard, opening the final door to the throne room. With the final door open, one of the Black King's top guards simply tells our boy to follow him. Iroun trails behind, walking deeper into the heart of the enemy's den without a shred of fear. He silently sizes up his guide, realizing it's a total waste for a warrior of this caliber to be a mere gatekeeper. His senses then spread out, scanning the entire club they're walking through. Turns out, this whole place is crawling with high-ranking members of the infamous Black Sect. But even surrounded by a sea of killers, our boy remains completely unbothered. The guard finally stops at the top of a grand staircase, announcing that this is the place. He plants his foot firmly, turning to face the final, imposing door to the throne room. Iroun casually strolls past the other guards, who are all dumbfounded by his relaxed demeanor. The lead guard then reaches out to open the door, preparing to present Iroun to the Black King. The moment he steps inside, a crushing wave of pressure washes over him. In an instant, the entire space seems to warp under the sheer force of this new presence. A man sitting at a desk apologizes for the surprise, casually waving a hand. He explains with a smirk that the security is tight because he's a pretty important guy. Our boy, however, remains completely unfazed by the blatant show of power. The man's purple aura explodes as he formally introduces himself as the master of this place, the Black King. With a deceptively friendly smile, the Black King invites Iroun to have a seat. He even offers a glass of some high-end liquor, playing the part of a perfect host. But Iroun just waves it off, coolly stating that he doesn't get drunk anyway. The Black King simply says he understands, and with a snap of his fingers, the bottle turns to dust. The Black King finally gets down to business, asking our boy what he wants. Iroun doesn't waste time. immediately accusing him of secretly aiding the blood cult. With a smug sip of his drink, the Black King plays dumb, saying he was just being kind. Our boy is having none of it, calling out his pathetic excuse. He knows damn well there's a deeper, more selfish reason for his actions. The Black King's smirk widens. He's clearly enjoying this little game of cat and mouse. He finally admits the information he received about the Blood Demon's replacement was quite valuable. I-Round cuts straight to the point, asking if Kang Hancheol is the new leader and if more rats are hiding. This catches the Black King off guard, who mutters that he thought a certain elder was already dead. Putting the pieces together, he smoothly tries to reframe their situation as a simple exchange of information between friends. The Black King muses that the old Bloodlord was a fool who couldn't keep up with the times. He claims letting Kang Hancheol take over was a smart move, especially with them expanding through the Galaxy Guild. I-Round cuts to the chase, trying to understand the new power dynamic. He asks the million-dollar question. Does this mean the Blood Demon and the Blood Cult leader now exist at the same time? The Black King just plays coy, refusing to give a straight answer. Our boy smirks right back, reminding him that the black market's core principle is that information always comes at a cost. Amused, the king agrees but states that I-Round is asking far too many questions for his own good. He then drops our boy's full name, Lee I-Round, making it clear this isn't a friendly chat anymore. I-Round's expression hardens, the unspoken threat doing absolutely nothing to intimidate him. Finally, the king offers a piece of intel. A raid captain named Kim Shin Hong died at a disposal site investigating a slave's death. The king adds that on that day, a massive hole was blown in the ceiling, allowing most of the slaves to escape. He then connects the dots, revealing that the slave Kim Shin Hong cared for was enslaved at the same time, 5 years ago. With a smug grin, he asks I-Round if he really thinks all of this is just a coincidence. Our boy just scoffs, stating that he doesn't believe in trash-tier concepts like coincidence or fate. His eyes flare with a terrifying red light, as he declares that he forges the future he wants with his own 2 hands. The sheer pressure radiating from I-Round leaves the Black King completely dumbfounded and sweating bullets. It finally clicks for the king this wasn't an accident. I-Round deliberately left a trail for him to follow. I-Round confirms it, casually admitting that letting the king find him was just the most convenient option. He then drops a bombshell, saying it's still a bit too burdensome for him to track the king down personally. The king is left speechless, the terrifying implication of for now hanging in the air between them. The Black King suddenly bursts into laughter, his initial fear replaced with amusement. He grins, thinking this unexpected turn of events could lead to a very profitable deal. Our boy, unimpressed, just cuts straight to the point and tells him to talk. The king spreads his arms wide, trying to regain control by asking what I-Round desires from him. The scene abruptly shifts, the deal apparently concluded for now. The Black King adjusts his tie, his entire demeanor changing from a smug ruler to a subordinate. He walks down a long, empty hallway, his confident swagger completely gone. Arriving at his destination, he drops to one knee, announcing his return. Turns out, the mighty Black King is just an underling, kneeling before a mysterious master. This new figure, with a chillingly inhuman mouth, simply asks him how the meeting went. The Black King reports that he finally understands his master's interest. I-Round is no ordinary human. He explains how a former player somehow created a core and gained martial arts power, though his link to the Blood Demon is still a mystery. The king is completely stumped, wondering if our boy could actually be the legendary Blood Demon god himself. The master muses that they first suspected the Volcano Guild, but that trash-tier guild couldn't pull off such a feat. They clasp their hands, processing this world-shaking information. The Black King anxiously asks what his master has concluded from this revelation, but the master is trembling, shocked that the king would even call I-Round a human. To them, our boy is a monster, plain and simple, a terrifying presence that fills them with dread. Recovering their composure, the master issues a command: give I-Round everything he wants. The Black King understands immediately the plan is to bait him into moving personally. Meanwhile, at Chairman Kang Hancheol's villa, a mysterious attendant senses a new presence, announcing that at last, he has arrived. The scene shifts to I-Round, who has just returned from his brutal confrontation with the Black King. He sits, manipulating his own blood, admitting to himself that the fight was far riskier than he'd anticipated. Our boy was curious about the Black King's organization, but he never expected their power to be on that level. He grimly accepts the truth. The Black King is a monster far beyond what he can handle in his current state. But the encounter wasn't a total loss. Clenching his fist, he realizes it confirmed a crucial suspicion of his. He knows a group of that caliber wouldn't just assist the blood cult without a deep, underlying reason. I-Round finally connects the dots, identifying the secret organization that's been pulling the strings from the shadows. How Moon. Elsewhere, the day seems peaceful at a seemingly ordinary building. But inside, his loyal priestess Yuna lets out a blood-curdling scream, her eyes glowing a terrifying red. I-Round turns around to see what the commotion is about, his demonic features on full display as Yuna trembles behind him. A sharply dressed man with an unnerving smile sits before them, casually asking what brings them here. Without waiting for an answer, the man laughs and declares that he's already decided on his investment. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, having absolutely no clue what this guy is talking about. The man explains that he knows the blood sect is desperately seeking a transformation to survive, and that transformation, he declares, is the rise of a new blood demon, gesturing right at Around. He smugly lays out his philosophy, stating that a good investor always bets on the horse with the most growth potential. The man finally introduces himself as Hace Min of Black City, but Around is still trying to wrap his head around this bizarre ambush meeting. Yunha, having looked over the documents, frantically tells Irun that the terms of the investment are unbelievably generous. She gets a little too close, whispering that the deal is so good it's suspicious, forcing Around to tell her to back off. Irun, cutting through the noise, asks the mysterious man if they can talk privately for a moment. Hace Min simply smirks and agrees, clearly having anticipated this exact move. Our boy leads him into a separate room, the door clicking shut behind them. Once inside, Hace Min makes himself comfortable at the table, radiating an unnerving confidence. Irun sits down and gets straight to the point, demanding to know what his real agenda is. The investor tries to play it off as just exploring possibilities, but Irun immediately cuts him off. He then asks what this nonsense about him joining the Galactic Guild is all about. Hace Min just chuckles, feigning surprise that Irun hasn't already connected the dots. He cryptically states that a figure like the Blood Demon is bound to have many secrets, and it turns out Black City is very curious about those secrets, and he's here to confirm them up close. Hace Min just stares back, asking if our boy is absolutely sure about that. Irun presses on, wanting to know if this whole visit was a personal whim or an order from his superiors. The investor plays dumb, sarcastically asking if he's really called the Black City King. Our boy isn't falling for it, his gaze hardening as he sees through the facade. He then theorizes that if there's a Black City King, there must be a Black City Emperor pulling the strings. Hace Min smirks, coolly remarking that Irun isn't very good with jokes. Shifting tactics, Irun wonders how a king can just wander around, adding that he envies such a well-run organization. Hace Min assures him that since he's personally stepped in, the blood sect will function just fine. He then casually mentions that authority for the Darknet has already been granted to Irun. Our boy is completely lost, saying he hasn't received a thing, but Hace Min clarifies the Darknet isn't some physical object. He explains the Darknet is a secret cabal where the world's most powerful figures trade information, and Irun now has a seat at the table. Hace Min smirks, offering to be our boy's proxy, since the blood demon himself showing up would cause a bit of a scene. Irun leans in, deciding to cut right to the chase. He asks if Hace Min has found any information on the person he's been desperately searching for. With a knowing smile, Hace Min says he was just about to get to the good part. He reveals that they've finally located the powerful magic user Irun has been hunting. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, whispering the mage's name in disbelief. Bondano. A memory flashes back of Bondino, telling him that they were cut from the same cloth. Irun is reeling. He was absolutely convinced that this person was long dead, but Hace Min interrupts his thoughts, holding up a phone and nonchalantly stating there's a problem. Hace Min slides his phone over, revealing the problem. They've found Bondano's dungeon. Irun's eyes widen in shock as he reads that the dungeon's location, known as Armo, has been exposed. The phone shows a picture of the site, located on Gangwa Island, right in the territory of the Haenam Guild. And sure enough, at that very location, a crowd of Murim warriors is already gathering with a tense buzz. A powerful figure steps forward, his presence alone silencing the murmurs as he calls everyone to order. He introduces himself as Yuk Sagul, a high-ranking elder from the Haenam faction, taking command of the scene. The other warriors immediately recognize the name, whispering in awe about the legendary swift sword. They bow respectfully, relieved that a powerhouse like the elder has arrived to lead the charge. But not everyone is impressed. A hunter from a different group scoffs in the background. He mutters to his companion about how annoying this old-timer is going to be, setting the stage for some serious friction. The disrespectful hunter freezes, realizing the legendary elder was standing right behind him the entire time. He immediately starts sweating bullets, stammering and trying to figure out how much the old man overheard. But Yuk Sagul doesn't waste time with words. He delivers a single, gut-wrenching punch to the loudmouth's face. The hunter goes flying, spitting up blood as the sheer force of the blow rattles his entire body. Without a word, the elder grabs the punk by his hair and holds him up like a piece of trash. His eyes begin to glow with a terrifying blue light as he calls the hunter a maggot, his killing intent flaring. Dropping the man to the ground, Yuk Sagul draws his blade, calmly stating that the hunter's head is filled with demonic energy. He declares hell personally extract it, pressing the cold steel against the terrified hunter's neck as the man starts begging for his life. Ignoring the pathetic pleas, the elder's aura intensifies as he raises his sword for the final, cleansing strike. But just as he's about to bring the blade down, another hunter rushes in, desperately yelling for the elder to stop. The elder turns to the man who intervened, his voice dripping with contempt, as he asks if this maggot is one of his guild members. This newcomer is none other than Kang Chelwoo, the guildmaster of Godong, and he's not backing down. But Yuksagul is unmoved, gripping his sword, and stating that guild loyalty means nothing when it's his duty to eradicate demonic energy. Kang Chelwoo steps forward, putting his own honor on the line and personally vouching for his subordinate's innocence. This blatant defiance sends the elder into a rage, his eyes glowing a furious red as he asks if the guildmaster dares to call him wrong. Sweating but resolute, Kang Chelwoo makes a final, desperate gamble. He'll prove the man is clean inside the dungeon. The old warrior falls silent, the weight of the guildmaster's conviction giving him a moment of pause. With a sharp click, he sheathes his sword, deciding to trust him since he's willing to go this far for his man. But as he turns away, he gives a chilling warning that he'll be watching their every move with hawk-like intensity. With the matter settled for now, Yuksagul barks at the hunters to finish their preparations. It's time to enter the dungeon. As they walk, Kang Chelwoo gives his subordinate a harsh lesson, explaining that to the Murim, players are nothing but dogs. He explains that while Murim warriors grow stronger through enlightenment, players just mindlessly kill monsters to level up. This fundamental difference is why the old guard sees them as nothing but despicable, bloodthirsty mutts. He gives the kid some chilling advice. If you can't bite, don't bark, because that's the only way a mutt survives. The subordinate is visibly shaken, the brutal reality of their world crashing down on him, but he understands, steeling his resolve and shaking his guildmaster's hand in a pact of loyalty. Just then, another hunter approaches, calling them out as the Shadow Guild, and noting he's never heard of them. He gives them a condescending warning to be careful if they want to survive, clearly looking down on them as rookies. Iroun, however, just flashes a subtle, knowing smirk, completely unfazed by the guy's trash talk. He calmly replies that he'll keep that in mind, his relaxed confidence making the other hunter look like a complete fool. Meanwhile, the Black King, Hasemin, recalls the bloody path he's walked to get where he is. He reveals a critical piece of intel. The key to Armo is currently in the possession of the Hanem faction. Hasemin explains that he'd planned to deal with it himself, but things got complicated when they formed a subjugation squad. He lays out two potential strategies for our boy to consider. The first option is to go undercover, disguising themselves as the Ghost Guild of Helixy to join the squad from within. The second, more direct approach, is to simply go in and steal the key. He even offers to send his own men, acting as if retrieving the key is a trivial matter for his organization. With a smug look, he asks Around which path he'll choose, clearly testing his new associate. But Around's expression turns cold, immediately seeing through the power play and asking if he's being tested. He scoffs at the offer, stating he has no intention of owing a debt for a task he can easily handle himself. Irun's eyes flash with cold fury, warning the Black King not to even think about testing him. But Hasemin just cracks a smug smile, completely unfazed by the threat. He condescendingly asks if our boy truly understands the price of accepting an investment from his organization. Seeing he won't back down, Hasemin agrees to the infiltration plan and tells Iroun to prepare his followers for the subjugation squad. With a final, patronizing good luck, the Black King takes his leave. Iroun watches him go, silently vowing that this arrogant attitude won't last long. As a crimson aura erupts around him, he decides it's not him being tested, but the other way around. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Blood Demon cult's territory, an old master named Yuksagul unleashes a devastating attack. His icy blade technique, the Swift Sword, shatters the massive fortified gate in a single, explosive blast. He and his Haenam warriors have arrived, ready to storm the cult's headquarters. The Haenam warriors are left stunned, praising their elder for his overwhelming power. But Yuksagul has no time for flattery, his eyes glowing as he demands to know why they're just standing there. He coldly orders his men to stop dawdling and move ahead into the enemy's den. Elsewhere, the Jiodong Guildmaster, Kang Chelwoo, rallies his own squad for their mission. Back at the cult's base, Yuksagul scoffs at his hesitant followers, thinking them nothing but worthless fools. Meanwhile, Kang Chelwoo briefs his scouting party, telling them to investigate the dungeon and report any anomalies. He warns them to be extremely cautious, since this dungeon was built by magicians and is likely full of traps. It's too late one of his subordinates carelessly steps right onto a massive, glowing magic circle. Kang Chelwoo's face twists in horror as he screams for the kid to look out. But the young subordinate is completely dumbfounded, turning just in time to see the trap activate. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts from the magic circle, blasting the young hunter off his feet. The blast rips through the hall, sending debris flying everywhere as the entire scouting party is caught in the shockwave. With zero hesitation, Kang Chelwoo dives forward, tackling his subordinate to shield him from the worst of the blast. He frantically checks on the kid, Minho, who can only apologize for his catastrophic mistake. Kang Chelwoo shoves a potion into his hand, telling him to stop apologizing and just drink it already. Looking around, He sees his entire team is battered but thankfully alive, with no severe injuries. But suddenly, Yuksagul appears behind him, sneering at the pathetic sight of hunters who couldn't even avoid a simple trap. The old man coldly tells them to stop whining and get moving to the next area immediately. Kang Chailwu stands his ground, arguing that pushing forward without treating the injured will only slow them down more. But Yuksagul just scoffs, blaming them for their own incompetence before turning to leave, warning that there won't be a next time. Ignoring the old man's taunts, Kang Chailwu tells his battered team to take a break and recover. As his men drink their potions, his mind drifts back to Iround's mysterious group. He glances over and is absolutely stunned by what he sees. While his own guild is covered in dirt and wounds, Iround's party doesn't have a single scratch on them. Our boy Irun looks completely spotless, radiating an aura of untouchable power. Kang Chailwu is baffled, wondering if they're decked out in some priceless, legendary tier gear. His staring catches the attention of Iround's new enforcer, who asks for permission to cut the guild leader down. Iround calmly tells him to cool it, reminding him that their true opponent, Bondeno, is no ordinary mage. He instructs his subordinate to lay low and avoid drawing any unnecessary attention for now. Suddenly, one of the Gyodong guild members comes running, shouting for his leader. The scout excitedly reports that she's found the exit, thinking they're finally in the clear. But her face drops as she stammers that there's a huge problem. Kang Chailwu is completely confused by her sudden change in tone. Turns out, the entire floor is a massive, glowing magic circle, pulsing with sinister energy. The Hainam elder, Yuksagul, immediately recognizes it as a sacrificial circle, and his face darkens. Kang Chailwu knows the smart play is to retreat and call in specialists to disarm this thing. But Yuksagul isn't about to wait, roaring for everyone to step aside as a freezing aura explodes from him. The old man unleashes his power, channeling it into his blade with blinding speed. He bellows the name of his technique, the Great Blue Wave, ready to shatter the trap. A tidal wave of pure, icy energy erupts from his sword, crashing towards the magic circle. Yuksagul is brimming with confidence, believing his attack will easily shatter this mere magical trap. But as the icy mist clears, Kang Chailwu can only stare at the result. His eyes flare with utter shock and disbelief. The magic circle is completely unharmed, now pulsing with an ominous green energy. The elder is stunned, unable to comprehend how his ultimate move didn't even scratch the surface. Kang Chailwu grows suspicious, realizing that this type of magic is completely out of place here. He clenches his fist, knowing he can't face his sect leader if he retreats now. His subordinate Minho pleads with him, suggesting they withdraw while they still can. But a twisted grin spreads across Yuksagul's face as he suggests a simple solution. Just offer it a sacrifice. Kang Chailwu is enraged, realizing the crazy old man is actually going through with this insane plan. The elder turns to Kang Chailwu, offering him the chance to die with honor by volunteering. The guildmaster is completely against this, arguing their mission was just recon, and that throwing lives away is pointless. But the old man isn't having any of it, roaring at him to shut his mouth. He lays into Kang Chailwu, questioning if he can guarantee those sorcerers won't escape and cause more chaos. He calls them all powerless fools, mocking the idea that they could ever stop the sorcerers if they break free. The elder then drops a chilling ultimatum: disagree with him, and he'll be branded a traitor and cut down right there. He points his blade right at the guildmaster's face, reminding him of his promise to prove his loyalty. With his eyes glowing an intense blue, Yuksagul commands him to choose the sacrifice. The blade inches closer to his chest, the message crystal clear: pick someone, or else. Utterly cornered, the guildmaster can only grit his teeth in pure, helpless rage. Kang Chailwu reflects that he's always been ready for a warrior's death. But dying because of the greed of these trash-tier Murim warriors would be utterly meaningless. He feels this isn't a fitting end for someone who has lived the life of a stray dog. Paralyzed by the choice, he grits his teeth, unable to condemn one of his own. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his despair, asking if he wants a way to survive. The guildmaster flinches, his eyes wide with shock as he recognizes the voice. It's our boy Iround, standing there with his crew, looking completely unfazed. Kang Chailwu is dumbfounded, wondering how a player is using a martial artist's telepathy. One of the Hainam warriors scoffs, thinking he's trying to offer up a substitute. But Iround's voice rings out again, simply telling the panicked guildmaster to do as he says. Iround assures the guildmaster he won't be resented for offering him as a sacrifice. All he has to do is follow orders. Kang Chailwu is completely lost, wondering if this kid has a death wish for volunteering so casually. The Hainam elder, Yuksagul, gets tired of waiting and barks at him to stop hesitating and make a choice already. Our boy applies more pressure, telling him that if he wants to die, he can just keep standing there frozen. Clenching his fist, the guildmaster decides he's not ready to die. Not like this. With no other choice, Kang Chailwu grits his teeth and announces he'll offer up the Dark Shadow Guild. The elder gives a smug nod of approval, gesturing with his chin for the sacrifices to step forward. This blatant disrespect sends the red-eyed enforcer into a rage, but Iround quietly tells his loyal subordinate to read the room. Playing their part perfectly, Iround and his crew begin walking toward the Haenam warriors. The other Gyeodong guild members can only watch, completely dumbfounded by this insane turn of events. Without a shred of fear, Iround's crew steps onto the glowing sacrificial magic circle. They stand there calmly, with our boy looking totally unimpressed by the whole situation. The guildmaster, Kang Cheolwoo, starts to panic, wondering why the hell the magic isn't activating. But the Haenam elder, Yuk-Sagul, just smirks, noting that if the circle is this strong, 10 sacrifices were never going to be enough. He puts the screws to Kang Cheolwoo, saying this just proves how powerful the mages are, and demands he choose the next sacrifice. The guildmaster is sweating buckets, internally cursing this trash-tier elder for his twisted logic. Suddenly, Iround's voice cuts through the tension, telling him to add more. Our boy then flips the entire script, telling the guildmaster to choose someone to save, not someone to kill. Kang Cheolwoo is completely dumbfounded, unable to process what kind of nonsense he's hearing. Iround's eye glows a menacing red as he mocks the man's confusion, repeating the insane order to offer someone to save as a sacrifice. Kang Cheolwoo is paralyzed by indecision, wondering if this is some kind of trap or if there's any other way out. The Haenam elder, Yuk-Sagul, loses his patience, screaming at him to stop wasting time and choose the next sacrifice immediately. The guildmaster realizes he's screwed no matter what. The Muram warriors would never let witnesses live to tell the tale of them sacrificing players. He comes to a grim conclusion. It's better to gamble on Iround's insane offer than to die helplessly at the hands of these monsters. With his mind made up, Kang Cheolwoo points to a young man named Minho and orders him to step forward. The other guild members immediately erupt in protest, arguing that Minho just graduated high school and that they should at least draw lots to be fair. But their leader has reached his breaking point, roaring at all of them to shut up. His fist is clenched so tight it's bleeding as he declares his decision is final, ordering Minho to go. But Minho just accepts it, saying the leader is right and that he's relieved to finally repay the guild after being a useless burden. The young man walks past his trembling leader, thanking him for everything as Kang Cheolwoo can't even bring himself to watch. With heavy steps, Minho walks towards the ominous magic circle. The kid is trembling, sweating bullets, but he grits his teeth and accepts his fate. His foot lands squarely in the center of the formation, sealing the deal with Iround. He now stands before our boy's crew, a lone sacrifice offered up by his guild. His guildmates breathe a sigh of relief that it wasn't them, but one grimly points out that their survival still costs a life. The Haenam elder, however, is having none of this, roaring for his own men to keep stepping on the circle until it activates. One by one, the Muram warriors are forced to become sacrifices for their own ritual. But a subordinate reports in a panic that nearly everyone is on the circle and it's still not working. They're completely dumbfounded. A sacrificial circle of this scale has no business being in such a low-level dungeon. Then it dawns on them as they stare at Iround's smug face. This player somehow hijacked their ritual, and they've walked right into his trap. As the dust settles, a single thought echoes among the spared hunters. They might actually survive this hell. The Gyeodong leader, Kang Cheolwoo, steels himself, believing he's the final piece needed to end this nightmare. But Iround just watches coolly, knowing this is their last chance to choose their fate. He puts the question to Kang Cheolwoo directly. Live or die? What's it going to be? The guildmaster admits to himself that, of course, he wants to live. He spent his whole life playing the dog, flattering trash-tier bastards like the Haenam elders just to survive. But a line has to be drawn. He can't just sacrifice his own people to save his own skin. In a shocking twist, he turns to another leader, Guy Yang, and begs him to be the sacrifice instead. Iround tells the groveling guildmaster to raise his head and face his decision. Guy Yang calmly reveals he was willing to be the sacrifice all along, but now he's curious why a man who protects his own is suddenly so ruthless. Kang Cheolwoo hangs his head, the weight of his decision crushing him. But Guy Yang simply pats his shoulder, telling him to make sure he survives, no matter the reason. As he walks away, Kang Cheolwoo accepts he'll be remembered as the despicable man who sacrificed his comrades. But he steels himself, thinking none of that matters if he can't save everyone in the long run. Hess lived his life groveling like a dog, but he resolves that he sure as hell won't die like one. He turns to face the Haenam warriors, but is completely dumbfounded by their calm, almost amused expressions. Turns out, our boy Iround was just testing him, and with a smug grin, he says the sacrifices are still insufficient. Kang Cheolwoo glares, realizing this absolute bastard has been playing him the entire time. Iround looms over him, coldly informing the guildmaster that it's finally his turn on the chopping block. And in a final, gut-wrenching betrayal, the Haenam elder, Yuk-Sagul, mockingly vows to never forget his sacrifice. Kang Cheolwoo isn't having any of it, roaring that this is all just trash-tier nonsense. One of the Haenam warriors is ready to snap, but his leader, Guy Yang, holds him back, saying the guildmaster is a dead man walking. Our boy Iround just smirks, gesturing for Kang Cheolwoo to step up onto the sacrificial altar. The guildmaster's bravado finally cracks as he desperately asks if this will at least guarantee his people's survival. Iround gives him a chilling smile, cryptically saying they'll all find out the answer soon enough. Suddenly, a massive red magic circle flares to life, trapping everyone within its crimson glow. At the center is the hooded mage, Bondano, who yells for everyone to brace themselves for the activation. He channels an insane amount of power, the ritual reaching its absolute peak. But something goes horribly wrong, and even Bondano screams in shock, wondering what the hell is happening. The ground erupts in a blinding flash of golden light, obliterating everything in a massive explosion. Kang Chelwoo screams in terror, bracing for an agonizing end as the light consumes him. But our boy Around just watches calmly, telling him to pay close attention to the fate of those who force others into sacrifice. The blinding light fades, revealing not oblivion, but a strange, cavernous chamber made of ancient stone. Turns out, the explosion was a teleportation spell, moving the entire Gyodong Guild to a new location. Kang Cheolwoo is utterly baffled, but Iround explains that the magic circle was a trap from the very beginning. The passage was designed to self-destruct if anyone was foolish enough to offer a sacrifice. The guildmaster demands to know how he could possibly know that, and Around just smirks, saying he knows a lot of things. One of the guild members breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that the number of sacrifices matched the number of players, thinking he dodged a bullet. But Iround shuts that down immediately, dropping another bombshell. Originally, only one sacrifice was ever required. Kang Chelwoo's face goes pale as the horrifying implication hits him like a truck. Our boy casually explains that while creating a magic circle is beyond him, modifying an existing one is a piece of cake. The guildmaster is completely floored, wondering how a martial artist could possibly alter magic just by transmitting their aura. He stares Around down, his mind reeling as he demands to know what kind of monster he truly is. Before he can get an answer, a nearby wall shatters inward with a blast of freezing energy. An old warrior, Yuk-Sagul, bursts through the rubble, his sword already swinging. His eyes are glowing with cold fury as he roars at them, calling them insolent wretches. He unleashes a massive wave of ice, intending to obliterate everyone in the room. The attack barrels towards Iround, who seems completely unfazed by the sudden assault. But just as the icy wave is about to hit, a flash of red energy erupts to intercept it. The red-eyed enforcer appears in a blur, his own fiery power clashing with the old man's attack. The red-eyed enforcer is absolutely seething, gritting his teeth in pure rage. He unleashes his own aura, roaring about how they dare to target his esteemed master. Yuk-Sagul is dumbfounded, recognizing the distinct signature of inner power from the attack. He realizes with a shock that these aren't just awakened, they're martial artists from the Murim. The old man furiously accuses them of infiltrating the squad and making an enemy of the entire Haenam sect. Our boy Iround, however, is just watching calmly, his eyes fixed on the elder's glowing sword. He realizes that Special Sword is the only reason Yuk-Sagul's men weren't instantly vaporized in the clash. The bloody remains of the other hunters are a testament to the raw power that was just unleashed. With a smirk, Iround raises his hand, wondering if they'll be able to withstand his power too. He turns to his loyal subordinate, calmly asking him to stand down and give him an opportunity to play. The enforcer's eyes flare with rage, furious that Yuk-Sagul dared to call his master a mere Blood Guild member. Iround's eyes glow ominously as he realizes his subordinate is about to blow his cover completely. The enforcer, sweating bullets, asks if he's really planning to reveal his entire identity right here and now. He declares that since they dared to harm his esteemed master, he simply cannot let this stand. With a sigh of pure boredom, Iround just gives him the green light to do whatever he wants. The enforcer is ecstatic, thanking his master for the chance to prove his worth against these so-called fitting opponents. He remembers the fated day of the Blood Demon's arrival, a memory seared into his mind. It was the day he committed the ultimate sin, failing to recognize his true master and pointing his sword at him. Now, he sees this as a chance to atone, rallying his own forces, the Shadow Guild. With his entire squad radiating a blood-red aura, he gives the order to eliminate their enemies without a shred of disgrace. With a single command to attack, the red-eyed enforcer unleashes his bloodthirsty Shadow Guild, but their opponent is absolutely livid, his blue aura flaring as he roars in disbelief at their audacity. He proudly declares himself Elder Yuk-Sagul of the Great Haenam, his icy sword technique ready to strike. The enforcer meets his charge head-on, their red and blue energies colliding in a shower of sparks. For a split second, the enforcer is dumbfounded, clearly underestimating the old man's raw power. But he grits his teeth and pushes back, vowing that Yuk-Sagul's sins will be cleansed in his own blood. At the same time, the rest of the Shadow Guild members swarm forward, moving like a single deadly unit. Not to be outdone, the Haenam warriors charge in as well, screaming to assist their embattled elder. Meanwhile, our boy Iround just sits there, watching the two factions tear each other apart with a bored expression. One of the Gyodong Guild members nervously asks if they should help, but Iround just scoffs at the very idea. Iroon looks over with a bored expression, asking who exactly he's supposed to be helping. The Gyodong Guildmaster stammers that, of course, he means the Haenam faction, who are clearly in trouble. But as the battle rages, the Shadow Guild warriors are clashing evenly with their supposedly superior opponents. In fact, they're not just holding their own. They're starting to push the Haenam fighters back. The Gyodong members can't believe their eyes. How are these unknown thugs overpowering the legendary Haenam warriors? Even the great elder Yuksagul himself is being driven back by the relentless assault of the Enforcer. The Enforcer, however, is internally struggling, wondering what kind of bizarre and unfamiliar swordsmanship he's facing. Iround finally gives his cold, simple reason. He needed the experience points, leaving the Guildmaster speechless. Our boy explains that his people need to understand how modern martial artists fight, using this as a brutal training session. A chill runs down Yuksagul's spine. He feels an ominous energy from his opponent, and realizes his at a serious disadvantage. Yuksagul is dumbfounded. Despite the lethal energy, the atmosphere feels strangely relaxed, almost like a spar. The Enforcer scoffs, asking if the old man is from some trash-tier stray sect. He even has the gall to say Yuksagul's skills are lacking, like he's a total newbie. Their blades clash again, but the Enforcer's taunts have clearly struck a nerve. Fed up, Yuksagul decides it's time to stop playing around and show this punk some real power. He declares he'll unleash the true sword of Haenam, and a massive icy aura explodes from his body. The Enforcer's smug look vanishes, replaced by pure shock at this sudden power spike. He plants his feet, bracing for the incoming assault as the ground cracks beneath him. The Enforcer realizes with a jolt that his opponent's entire stance and aura have transformed. He grits his teeth. The old man isn't just posturing, he's trying to end this in one shot. Yuksagul's icy blade easily meets the Enforcer's attack, completely neutralizing his momentum. The Enforcer is dumbfounded. He was sure he'd aimed for a perfect opening, but it was useless. With a look of utter disdain, Yuksagul calls his opponent's technique nothing but pure, unrefined haste. He effortlessly bats the Enforcer's sword aside, sending the younger warrior stumbling back. The red-eyed Enforcer can't believe his eyes. The old man's movements are a complete blur. He realizes with horror that he can't even track the blade. The speed is on another level entirely. Before he can even react, Yuksagul blitzes past him, landing a clean, powerful blow. The Enforcer grunts in pain, completely outclassed by this sudden display of mastery. Yuksagul plants his foot firmly, shattering the ground as he channels his power. Turns out, it's not just speed. The old master reveals he's got overwhelming strength to back it up. With his blade glowing, Yuksagul unleashes another devastatingly fast attack. But this time, the red-eyed Enforcer meets the strike head-on with his own surge of power. Their swords clash in a massive explosion of energy that shatters the ground beneath them. The Enforcer actually manages to block the attack, his eyes filled with grim determination. He shoves back with newfound strength, completely catching the old master off guard. Gritting his teeth, he pushes past his body's limits, channeling every ounce of his will. He unleashes a massive counterslash, a wave of pure force that sends Yuksagul reeling. The old master is dumbfounded, wondering how his opponent's speed and power suddenly skyrocketed. He realizes the Enforcer used a forbidden technique, inner power amplification. Unfazed, Yuksagul smirks and prepares his own ultimate move, creating multiple swords of pure energy. The two ultimate techniques collide in a cataclysmic explosion of icy blue energy. Yuksagul's multiple blades swarm the Enforcer, who desperately tries to fend them off. But the old master's power is overwhelming, and their swords lock in a final, decisive struggle. Gritting his teeth, Yuksagul pours all his strength into one final push. With a massive burst of power, he shatters the Enforcer's defense completely. Our boy is sent flying, utterly powerless against the veteran's true strength. The Enforcer collapses to the ground as Yuksagul mocks him, saying it's only natural he's confused after being so easily crushed. He declares it's time to enlighten these lowly fools on what true power looks like. Turns out, that trash-tier amplification technique is nothing compared to the overwhelming might of his divine weapon. The Enforcer can only tremble in rage, absolutely humiliated to have failed so miserably in front of the blood demon. Seething on the ground, the Enforcer's entire being screams with killing intent, swearing hell, take the old man's life. Yuksagul just scoffs at the display, asking what a frustrated, beaten dog can possibly do now. He begins a lecture, stating that rage is an emotion the weak cannot afford to have, as he blitzes behind the Enforcer in a flash of blue light. The old master moves in for the final, decisive blow, his speed completely overwhelming. The Enforcer's eyes widen in terror. He knows for a fact he can't dodge this attack. But just as the glowing blade is about to connect, a calm voice commands him to stop. Yuksagul is dumbfounded, suddenly finding his body completely frozen in place against his will. It's Irown, strolling casually onto the scene, asking the old man if he finally grasps the power difference between their worlds. Our boy then drops a bomb, explaining this so-called master is nothing special. Haenam has hundreds more just like him, all armed with even stronger items. Iround continues his lecture, schooling the old man on the price of clinging to outdated beliefs about a warrior's tools. The red-eyed enforcer, completely humbled, grits his teeth and acknowledges the harsh lesson. Meanwhile, Yuksagul is still paralyzed, his mind reeling as he realizes this isn't sorcery or magic. It finally dawns on him. This overwhelming pressure is pure, unadulterated killing intent. Seeing the situation is under control, Iround's masked companion quietly gives an order to lift all restrictions. In a flash, a powerful seal bound by glowing chains shatters into a million pieces. The Shadow Guild members are finally unleashed, their suppressed power flaring back to life. They draw their blades in unison, their dark energy practically screaming for blood. With his troops now at full power, the masked man glances over at the frozen elder. He then turns to Iround and gives a simple, cold command. Get rid of the trash. The leader of the Shadow Guild declares that everything is proceeding according to the will of the Great Blood Demon. Yuksagul is horrified, realizing this violent aura isn't killing intent, but pure demonic energy. Hes confused, wondering why Hes still frozen solid even after the other guy left. The enforcer steps forward, telling the elder he should be thanked for this opportunity. Thanks to him, the enforcer has finally realized the true weight of his past sins. The old man's eyes widen in terror as he understands this overwhelming power belongs to the enforcer himself. With his blade glowing, the enforcer calls this his repayment for that realization. Yuksagul can only scream for him to wait, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. In a blinding flash, the enforcer lunges forward to carry out his master's command. He promises the elder a swift and painless end as his blade comes down. Before the Haenam warriors can even process their leader's death, Yuksagul's body hits the floor with a sickening thud. The red-eyed enforcer smirks, ordering his newly christened Bloodsword Squad to eliminate every last one of them. His men move like shadows, their red eyes glowing as they unleash a storm of crimson slashes. The remaining warriors are cut down without a chance to even fight back, their screams echoing briefly before being silenced. Elsewhere, another warrior realizes he's been completely duped, recalling the empty promise that he'd be shown a path to survival. Instead, he looks up to see the real danger walking towards him, our boy Iround and his entourage. The man's blood runs cold as he understands these aren't just strong opponents. They're a literal legion of demons. The sheer pressure radiating from the approaching group is so intense it feels like the air itself is trying to crush him. All his bravado shatters in an instant, and he drops to his knees, pathetically begging for them to spare his life. But Iround doesn't even give him the time of day, walking right past the kneeling warrior, as if he were nothing but a pebble on the road. Just when you think it's over, Iround turns back and casually asks the kneeling warrior if he's planning on coming with them. The warrior is completely baffled, and even the red-eyed enforcer can't believe what he's hearing. Ignoring their shock, our boy turns his attention to a massive stone gate carved with an ancient, imposing face. He recognizes this sight immediately. It's a place he knows all too well from his past life. With a sense of purpose, he walks forward and places his hand firmly on the cold stone. The gate roars to life, erupting in a blinding flash of light that even catches him by surprise for a moment. A wave of pure energy washes over the corridor as the ancient mechanism activates. Beyond the gate lies a vast, almost sacred-looking structure, far grander than anyone expected. The red-eyed enforcer immediately steps forward, warning his lord about potential traps and offering to take the lead. But Iround just scoffs, explaining that dungeons have limited resources and there's no way they'd waste them on more traps. The red-eyed enforcer is baffled by the concept of dungeon costs, but Iround starts to break it all down for him. He explains this isn't a dungeon. It's a fragment of a destroyed world, no different from his old Blood King castle. To sustain such a broken place, it needs nourishment, which is what people call the dungeon cost. But since a massive sacrificial magic circle was used to create this gate, all that cost has already been paid, leaving nothing left. His subordinate is just floored, thinking to himself that there's truly nothing the Blood Demon Lord doesn't know. Iround then gets a distant look in his eyes, quietly mentioning that he once led a guild himself in a past life. He warns them the real danger ahead isn't traps or monsters, but the actual residents of this shattered world. With a simple command, he leads his crew forward into the unknown territory. As they step inside, our boy feels a strange sense of déjà vu, realizing this sensation is just like it was back then. Suddenly, the entire chamber lights up as countless magic circles materialize, proving his warning was dead on. The Gyodong Guild members are dumbfounded, realizing they've walked into a nest of overlapping magic circles. These aren't just simple traps. They're a complex, multi-layered web of death waiting to be sprung. From the shadows emerge the dungeon's residents, a squad of hooded mages, ready to activate their handiwork. Kang Xiaowu frantically tells his men to get behind him, but Iround calmly states that it's completely useless. The guildmaster is baffled, wondering why, if it's so hopeless, nothing has happened yet. Turns out, the mages are just as confused, unable to understand why their magic circles won't activate. One of the casters starts sweating bullets, realizing their perfect trap has been hijacked by an unknown force. He glares at Around, demanding to know what he's done, only to see our boy wielding a sinister red energy. With a flick of his wrist, Iround's demonic power surges into the blue magic circle, corrupting it from within. Our boy just smirks, coolly advising the mages not to do anything reckless now that he's in control. He warns them that if they try to deactivate the magic now, the mana will reverse and blow them all to Kingdom Come. The hooded mages are utterly dumbfounded, refusing to believe what they're hearing. Their leader is having a mental breakdown, unable to process how Iround found and hijacked the core of all their circles simultaneously. Iround just taunts them, saying they can already feel the corrupted energy reaching out to claim them. As the massive magic circle above begins to crack and destabilize, the entire dungeon trembles. But before it all collapses, a new voice cuts through the chaos, demanding to know who messed with his sacrificial magic. A new player steps onto the scene, a blonde mage radiating an insane amount of purple energy, and he's staring right at our boy. Without missing a beat, Iround smirks and admits it was him, prompting the newcomer to realize he's finally found his target. This guy is none other than Grand Mage Bandeno, a legendary genius from Einhart known for his god-tier skill with magic circles. The other mages are left completely stunned, wondering if this new powerhouse also just instantly comprehended Iround's alien magic. Bandeno is dumbfounded, wondering why someone of Iround's caliber is slumming it with a bunch of warriors. He glares, recognizing that same stupid, arrogant expression on our boy's face from long ago. Iround just smirks back, casually mocking Bandeno's hairstyle for still not looking like a proper wizard's. Completely caught off guard, the Grand Mage stammers, asking if our boy actually knows who he is. Iround scoffs, telling him there's no way he wouldn't remember. Then he drops the bomb. He came all this way specifically to save Bandeno, leaving the mage utterly speechless. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a young man sprinting through an alleyway, clearly running for his life. A squad of Murim assassins is hot on his tail as he screams out for someone named Sarah. He glances back in terror, realizing it's only a matter of time before he gets caught. But just as despair sets in, he spots a path forward, a glimmer of hope in the chaos. He makes a sharp turn into an alley, his pursuers still hot on his heels. The assassins round the corner, swords drawn, only to find the path empty. They skid to a halt, completely baffled by his sudden disappearance. One of them stares at the dead end, wondering where the hell he could have gone. His partner snaps at him, realizing their target must have jumped over the wall. Without wasting a moment, the whole squad leaps over the towering wall to continue the chase. Hidden below, the young man holds his breath, desperately hoping he's finally safe. Turns out, he's kneeling inside a glowing magic circle with our boy Iround and the mage Bandeno. He exhales in relief, thanking the mysterious duo for saving his skin, but he quickly urges them to leave, warning them that they'll be in danger now too for hiding him. Bandeno smirks, revealing he knows exactly who he saved, Lee Ro-un, the infamous comrade killer. The man is completely floored, asking why on earth they would help him knowing his trash-tier reputation. He presses for an answer, unable to comprehend their motives. Bandeno simply turns and says it's because they are cut from the same cloth, and that's all there is to it. He tells the bewildered man to follow him, promising to help him escape this land for good. Lee Ro-un scrambles to his feet, demanding a real explanation as he follows the mysterious mage. But their escape is cut short as the leader of the pursuers appears, sneering that he's finally cornered his little rat. In an instant, the area is bathed in a blood-red light, as the Murim warriors ambush them from the shadows. Lee Ro-un is already on the ground, bleeding and horrified, wondering how they were found and attacked so fast. The pursuer leader grins, pressing his blade to Lee Ro-un's throat, ready to deliver the final blow. But just as the blade is about to fall, a hand glowing with crimson energy catches it mid-swing. The Grand Mage Bandeno looks up, dumbfounded, asking the mysterious newcomer if he's here to save him. He can't understand why a total stranger would risk his life for him, especially against these Murim dogs. Our boy Iround just gives a slight, knowing smirk. He throws Bandeno's own words right back in his face, saying it's because they are cut from the same cloth. Iround states that's the only reason he needs, leaving the legendary mage utterly speechless. Bandenos mind reels, stammering that it's impossible as a dreadful realization starts to dawn on him. Ignoring the mage completely, Iround and his masked companion turn to the wounded man on the ground, greeting Lee Ro-un. Hearing that name sends a shockwave through Bandeno and his followers. His brain short-circuits. He remembers Lee Ro-un was captured and enslaved by the Hwasun. So how could he possibly be here? Bandeno, completely shaken, asks Iround why he saved him. He explains that everyone, even the person he trusted most, betrayed him in the end. Yet our boy, a complete stranger, just risked his own neck to pull him from the fire. The legendary mage desperately needs to understand why he would do such a thing. With his voice cracking, Bandeno admits that to him, Iround was always a hero. The confession catches Iround completely off guard, leaving him dumbfounded. Bandeno recalls how he struggled desperately to save his home, Armo, when he left. It was the tales of the dank guild fighting against injustice that gave him the strength to carry on. A slow smile spreads across Iround's face as he finally understands their connection. Meanwhile, in the spiritual realm, the Sword King asks if he truly wants to watch the world burn. But Iround clenches his fist, telling his master that something was indeed left. The one person who truly believed in him. He reaches out to Bandeno, vowing that just as the mage's faith saved him, he will now save the mage in return. A wave of power erupts as our boy, with a new swagger, tells the legendary mage they're leaving this place together. Bandeno is completely floored, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and dawning hope. After a moment of stunned silence, the mage's expression hardens with newfound determination. He admits he thought it was all over when the Haenam faction discovered his sanctuary's entrance. But now, with tears of relief streaming down his face, he's just overjoyed that they're both still alive. He firmly shakes Iround's hand, sincerely thanking his hero for everything. Iround gets straight to business, asking if Bandeno is truly prepared to abandon his home, Armo, in order to survive. The mage just smirks, tapping his temple and declaring that it's no problem, all of Armo's knowledge is safe inside his head. But Bandeno's followers are in disbelief, asking how they could possibly abandon Armo when the Haenam faction is waiting right outside. One of the mages argues that Armo holds their entire history, pleading that their new dungeon master should let them stay and fight. Iround just scoffs internally, thinking these guys are cut from the same cloth as the fools from the Blood King's castle. They're just a bunch of shut-ins who've never seen the real world, left to rot in their own little bubble. He turns the heat up, putting the final decision squarely on Bandeno's shoulders. Suddenly, the legendary mage absolutely snaps, roaring for silence. His followers are completely stunned, flinching back from his sudden outburst. Bandeno grabs Iround's shoulder, furiously asking his men how they could dare ask their saviors to gamble their lives again for a place. He spits facts, pointing out that if they can't even stop this small group, they stand zero chance against all of Haenam's forces. He lands the final blow. If they all die, there won't be anyone left to remember Arma's history anyway, leaving them dumbfounded. Iround steps forward, telling these mages they've got the situation completely twisted. His demonic energy flares to life as he makes it clear he's only here to save Bandeno. The rest of them are totally expendable. He gives them a final warning. If anyone gets in his way, he'll cut right through them without a second thought. With his eyes glowing menacingly, he puts the ball in their court, asking what they're going to do. The mages are sweating bullets, realizing with pure terror that this isn't a bluff. Our boy fully intends to slaughter them all. The sheer pressure of his killing intent freezes the entire room, leaving the dissenters completely paralyzed. With the opposition effectively silenced, Bandeno gives a slight nod and tells Iround it's time to go. He, Iround, and his loyal followers turn their backs on the terrified mages and head deeper into the dungeon. As they walk, one of Bandeno's men notes that Iround fully intends to destroy the dungeon, asking if hell regret erasing Armo's history. The man clarifies it's not about regret. If the dungeon disappears, the outside world will consider all of them officially dead. Iround turns back, annoyed, asking why the man is telling him all this now. But the follower's face is set with grim determination. This is his last chance. He suddenly drops to his knees, bowing his head and begging Iround to take them in. He desperately explains they lack the skills to hide their identities and will surely be hunted by the Haenam faction. Even if they somehow survived, they'd be separated from their families forever, a fate worse than death. The follower reminds Iround of his promise to show them a path to survival, swearing they'll do anything he asks. Our boy looks down at the kneeling man and agrees, but on one simple condition. He tells him to stand up and never kneel again, admitting he's absolutely sick of it thanks to certain trash-tier people. The follower is left completely dumbfounded, realizing Iround intended to save them from the very beginning. With the immediate crisis over, Iround asks the follower if he's part of a militia, wondering if any are even still active. The follower nervously admits that he's not, but he has a lead. He explains that not long ago, he managed to rescue a few militia members. The news hits Iround like a truck. He's floored to hear that some of his old comrades might still be alive. Just then, Bandeno cuts in, suggesting they save the chit-chat for after they've escaped this place. He activates a massive, blindingly bright magic circle, announcing that they've finally arrived. The light reveals their prize, the legendary Armo's core, floating majestically in the center of the room. Bandeno tells Iround to hang back, explaining it'll take some time to safely deactivate the protective magic. But our boy's eyes flare a demonic red as he grabs the mage, growling that they have no time to waste. Without a second thought, Iround stomps forward, unleashing his demonic blood energy across the ancient floor. The crimson power surges like a virus, overriding the golden defensive magic protecting the core. Bandeno is in full-blown panic mode, yelling that this magic is a divine construct, and Iround's recklessness will vaporize them all. But our boy, completely calm, just tells the legendary mage to shut his mouth and watch closely. Confused and terrified, Bandeno looks on, wondering what the hell Iround is planning. With a tear of blood running down his face, Irun focuses his demonic sight, deconstructing the ancient spell. He wasn't just breaking the seal. He was drawing a complex counter-magic circle on top of it with his own power. Irun then tells the dumbfounded mage that he can't activate it, so Bandeno has to do the honors. When asked where he learned such a forbidden art, our boy casually says it was the Demon King, and tells him to hurry up. Bandeno collapses to his knees, his pride completely shattered. As the greatest genius of his era, he can't accept that someone else wields such power. Still, he follows the order, cursing this world as he pours his mana into the circle, causing a massive pillar of golden light to erupt. The two opposing magics, divine and demonic, intertwine and flare up, shaking the very foundations of the chamber. Our boy Irun, however, just watches the light show with a bored expression, completely unfazed by the spectacle. With the seal finally broken, he calmly walks towards the center of the room. It turns out the target of this whole operation was an ancient, ornate book resting on a pedestal. He reaches out and places his hand on the glowing artifact, claiming his prize. But the second he makes contact, his eyes flash an unfamiliar blue, and he's left completely stunned by what he feels. A system window suddenly appears. Identifying the book as a fragment of Einhart and offering to register its owner Irun is floored, wondering how the system is connected to this place. He's completely baffled, because the system core is the fundamental power source for all players. Our boy is certain he lost his core a long time ago, and hasn't seen a single system window since that incident. The gears in his head start turning as he tries to make sense of this impossible situation. He knows for a fact that the only thing residing inside him now is pure chaos, not a system core. A wild thought strikes him: could his chaos be mimicking the core's abilities? Before Bandeno snaps him out of his daze, Irun grabs the mage, demanding to know if he's ever received a system message from the dungeon, but Bandeno is dumbfounded, saying that's impossible for a non-player. So Irun presses him, asking how in the world he became the dungeon master without the system's help. Bandeno reveals that he simply offered his own blood to the magic circle Irun had previously destroyed. Looking back at the prompt, Irun figures he understands the theory but decides he needs to experience it firsthand. With a grim resolve, he accepts the system's offer and commands it to register him. The system core flares to life, bathing the entire area in a brilliant blue light. A barrage of system messages floods Irun's vision, selecting him as the Lord of Armo and offering him mastery over the Blood King Castle. The system confirms his registration as Master of Armo is complete, which apparently grants him the qualifications for the next big step. A new prompt pops up, officially asking if he'll accept the title of Blood King Castle's master. Our boy is thrown for a loop, wondering why he's getting this offer now when he'd already connected with the core before. The word qualifications sticks out to him. He realizes he must have been missing some crucial requirement until this very moment. But there's no time for hesitation. He makes his choice and commands the system to register him for this new role. As the registration process kicks in, a glint of understanding flashes in his eyes. A small, confident smirk spreads across his face as a new plan begins to form in his mind. With his decision made, he turns to the one person who might have some answers, calling out Bandeno's name. Irun smirks, deciding he has a much better use for Armo than just throwing it away. The system then drops a bombshell. He's now the master of both worlds and can merge them, asking him to choose the main one. With zero hesitation, our boy declares that the Blood King's star will be the new foundation. A cataclysmic flash of light erupts, violently pulling everyone in the vicinity into its core. The man they were hunting, Lee Rowan, screams in sheer terror as he's swept up by the force. Even the hardened Muram warriors yell out the Blood Demon Lord's name, completely powerless against the pull. Irun stands as the epicenter of it all, a silent pillar as the two dimensions begin to crash together. He is the calm in the storm he created, radiating an overwhelming presence. The pursuers are thrown through the dimensional rift, completely disoriented by the raw power. They can only stare, utterly dumbfounded, as they realize the man they were chasing just broke reality itself. The pursuers land on their feet only to find the dungeon they were guarding has completely vanished. The leader of the Shadow Guild grits his teeth, a cold sweat running down his back as he realizes what's happened. One of his underlings grabs him, completely clueless, and demanding to know what he's doing. It turns out the enforcer had tried to grab Irun's leg in the chaos, and now he's kneeling in absolute submission. Hes so terrified of his own actions that he's ready to take his own life, but Irun just tells him not to overreact. Meanwhile, the rest of the warriors are in a state of panic, trying to make sense of the sudden flash of light that transported them. But they're not alone. A whole new group of people find their territory invaded, wondering where these intruders came from. A man in a crisp white suit, radiating a blistering aura, steps up and declares that none of them are leaving this place alive. The Bloodsword captain is dumbfounded, recognizing the man as a church leader, who in turn is shocked to see him here. Irun calmly explains the situation. He just moved their entire dimension into the Blood King's castle, leaving them all speechless. With a smirk, Irun welcomes the newcomers, sarcastically calling them the new family members. Bandeno's followers are completely lost, wondering what in the world is happening. But before anyone can get answers, our boy tells them to hold on a second. His eyes flare with demonic power as he explains that before anything else, he needs to set up a few restrictions. The mages are paralyzed with fear, feeling the crushing weight of his aura press down on them. The entire space is now under his command, a crimson domain where he is the absolute ruler. The chairman, Kang Han Chael, asks about the 10,000 blood pool, but Iroun clarifies it's just a passage to the real prize. Kang Han Chael says only the priestess can open it, but Iroun just tells him there's no need for that. He holds out his hand, coolly stating he can feel the divine relic's location perfectly fine from here. And just like that, he begins to command the blood energy of the castle, ready to force the path open himself. A system notification flashes, confirming his new alliance has been fully absorbed into the Blood King castle. It then reveals the castle has merged with a system called Armo, and asks if he wants to deploy it. Without a hint of hesitation, our boy smirks and gives the command to deploy. A massive, complex holographic blueprint of Armo materializes from the blood energy. The system then offers him an even crazier option, expanding the entire world of the castle. Realizing he can literally extend the boundaries of his domain, he immediately orders the expansion to begin. A violent wave of crimson energy erupts, sending both him and the chairman flying back. Kang Han Chael is completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift, but Iroun just calmly tells him not to worry. Outside, the shockwave hits with full force, sending everyone stumbling across the ground. One of the followers looks up in sheer terror, realizing their entire world is being forcibly reshaped. The entire world trembles as the castle's domain expands at a terrifying rate, cracking the very sky. A moment later, the system confirms the world expansion is complete, and his domain, Armo, has been fully deployed. Our boy smirks, finally grasping the insane potential of his new power. But the system immediately throws a new task at him. He must now designate a dungeon keeper. Hess then prompted to assign 2 keepers, one for the Blood King's castle and another for Armo. Iroun scoffs, wondering if he can just be the boss monster himself, but the system shuts him down. The owner can't be the keeper. He then probes for loopholes, asking if a keeper can leave, only to be told it would come at a steep price. Thinking it over, he decides to assign Kang Han Chael to the castle, realizing it would be a waste to restrict Bondeno's movements. For Armo's keeper, he chooses a mysterious old mage he calls Jekyll, whose spectral form appears before him. With his choices made, the system flashes a final message confirming the designations are complete. The moment the designation is complete, Kang Han Chael's body glows red and is violently dragged towards his new master. The old man is completely dumbfounded, feeling an unfamiliar power coursing through his very soul. A horrifying realization dawns on him as he recognizes the absolute authority of the Blood Demon Lord. An instinct he can't control takes over, and he begins to roar out the tenets of the Blood Demon's heavenly rule. His body slams to the ground in a forced bow, compelled to show absolute submission before Iroun. But our boy, completely unfazed by the dramatic display, just tells him to cut it out. Kang Han Chael looks up, now officially the dungeon keeper, as Iroun warns him this new gig isn't all sunshine and rainbows. He explains that from now on, Kang Han Chael is literally the boss monster, unable to leave without permission. But instead of despair, the old chairman is ecstatic, seeing this as a blessing to dedicate his life to the sect. He pledges his loyalty with so much force he cracks the floor, forcing Iroun to tell him to stop breaking the furniture. Kang Han Chael stammers, still kneeling, but before he can finish, another presence makes itself known. A spectral image of an old man, Jekyll, appears, wondering why he's also received such a blessing from the new lord. Iroun turns to address the old man, asking if he really wants to know the reason. He walks towards Jekyll, explaining that there was literally no one else he could entrust with this duty. The old man listens intently as our boy gets right to the heart of the matter. Jekyll is so overcome with emotion that he starts tearing up, completely dumbfounded by this unexpected honor. The reason, Iroun states with a deadpan expression, is because Jekyll was the only one who knew the name. This simple truth leaves Jekyll utterly speechless, the weight of his unique knowledge finally sinking in. Iroun casually asks if he's got a problem with the new arrangement. Jekyll quickly snaps out of it, insisting it's the greatest honor since Iroun not only saved him and his world but also gave him this immense power. Jekyll formally accepts his new position, declaring himself the Elder of Armo. He and Kang Han Chael then bow deeply, thanking Iroun for saving their lives and calling him their benefactor. Our boy lays down the law, explaining that leaving requires his permission, and Jekyll now belongs to the Blood King's castle. He clarifies that this means both he and the blood cult leader now hold Jekyll's life in their hands. But the old man is just grateful, saying that saving a life that was already forfeit is more than enough for him. This whole exchange makes Bondeno's jaw drop as the horrifying truth finally clicks into place. The Grand Mage realizes he can no longer feel Armo's power because Jekyll has become its new keeper. The self-proclaimed genius of the century completely breaks down, weeping that he's finished without his power. Jekyll, still trembling, tries to explain to the devastated mage that Eraun is now the dungeon lord. And our boy just smirks, his master plan falling perfectly into place. The Grand Mage absolutely loses it, screaming at Eraun for daring to find his complete ruin funny. But our boy just cuts him off, telling him to stop whining and follow his lead. He dangles the one thing Bandeno craves right now, the very power he just lost. With a devilish smirk, Eraun makes an unbelievable offer, promising to help him get it all back. He leads the stunned mage into a wide-open chamber, setting the stage for his grand proposal. Bandeno is dumbfounded, barely daring to ask if such a thing is even possible. Eraun points out that Bandeno already saw his value, but the mage retorts that this is a completely different league of impossible. He explains that restoring a broken magic circle has never been done in the history of magic. Eraun coolly agrees that normally, it's an impossible feat, as his own energy begins to stir. But then he drops the final hook. He can't do it alone and actually needs the Grand Mage's help, leaving Bandeno speechless. Eraun stands perfectly still, knowing he can't activate the circle himself as red energy spikes from the ground. Bandeno's jaw drops, his mind completely failing to process what he's seeing. He realizes with utter shock that our boy has drawn a full-blown contract magic circle, a legendary piece of magic. Eraun just smirks, telling him the only thing that matters now is whether the mage is willing to trust him. But Bandeno is still reeling, sputtering that it's impossible since only the demons of Gehenna can use such a thing. He demands to know if Eraun has somehow become a demon, but our boy calmly denies having created the circle himself. Instead, he reveals it was a gift from his master. As the spectral form of the Demon King looms behind him, the mage is completely lost, muttering about a master, but Eraun just waves it off as a story for another time. A flicker of hope ignites in Bandeno's eyes. Seeing this impossible power, he starts to think it might actually work. Eraun lays out the terms of the deal. The greater the price Bandeno pays, the stronger the power he'll receive in return. Eraun cuts right to the chase, asking the mage what he's willing to offer for this power. Bandeno reflects for a moment, realizing that among all his possessions, only one thing holds true value. With newfound resolve, he declares he will wager everything his life and even his very soul. Our boy cracks a smug grin, admitting that's a pretty bold offer to put on the table. The mage explains that he already lost his life once, the moment he decided to try and save his people. But he has one burning question, demanding to know if Eraun plans on letting that bastard live. Eraun's simple, confident nod is all the answer Bandeno needs to hear. Without a second of hesitation, the mage bites his own thumb, drawing blood to seal the pact. He stands over the glowing crimson circle, his life force beginning to pour into the contract. With his blood as the catalyst, Bandeno declares his intent to activate the forbidden magic. The forbidden magic erupts in a blinding flash of purple energy, sealing the contract between the two. But the scene suddenly cuts away to a completely different place, where a man gathers golden energy in his palm. Turns out, it's this big shot in a white suit, using his power to seemingly restore a devastated area. His followers are on their knees, gratefully calling him cult leader, as he smugly announces they have enough materials for the restoration. The entire compound is a hive of activity, with people working hard to rebuild their home. The cult leader calls for his blood sword captain, a stern-looking warrior who immediately presents himself. Looking over his domain, the leader can't help but smile, thinking everything is going according to plan. The captain tells him that none of this would be possible without the blood demon he brought them. The leader humbly deflects, insisting he was merely guided by the blood demon and that all their efforts should be to repay that grace. His captain understands completely, bowing in reverence and promising to remember his leader's words. The leader casually asks his captain if the rumors are true about the blood demon entering seclusion. He can't help but admire our boy's drive, noting that someone so powerful is still hungry for more. But their conversation is cut short by a massive explosion of sinister purple energy that rocks the entire compound. The leader spins around in shock, realizing the blast came directly from the seclusion training hall. His eyes widen in disbelief as he tries to process what's happening. Hess completely baffled, wondering why on earth he's sensing heavenly demonic energy of all things. Just then, a second, fiery shockwave erupts, sending his men flying like ragdolls. The leader can only stare in awe and terror, screaming out the title of the Blood Demon Lord. Through the swirling chaos, he sees a lone silhouette standing tall, radiating an absolutely overwhelming aura. Suddenly, a new challenger appears, a blue-clad swordsman, demanding to know the identity of this monster. The leader ignores the newcomer. His only thought is to find the Blood Demon Lord immediately. His eyes blaze with fury, vowing that if his lord has even a single scratch on him, he'll personally grind the perpetrator into a fine paste. But both he and the swordsman are left dumbfounded when Eraun asks why they're in such a panic. The leader stammers in disbelief, demanding to know how he possesses heavenly demonic energy. Eraun just cracks his knuckles, casually admitting he might have forgotten to mention something. He then drops the bombshell, revealing he's both the heavenly demon and the blood demon. Turns out, The Blood Demon Divine Art is the first step to becoming a vessel for chaos, creating an internal structure no human can contain. An ordinary body would just rupture from the sheer power, making martial arts impossible to use. That's why the Heavenly Demon Divine Art is essential. It forges a body that can withstand that god-tier power without breaking. Iroun explains the Heavenly Demon Art needs assistance, using the cultist's power to hammer his body into a perfect vessel. The white-suited leader, still on his knees, laments that it's been far too long since they've had any contact with the Heavenly Demon sect. Our boy just scoffs, correcting him that their relationship has been nothing but pure hostility. The scene shifts, and Iroun reveals this is why he needs the help of a legendary mage named Bondino. He unveils a massive, impossibly complex magic circle, stating that Bondino is the only one who can fire this thing up. The mage himself, Bondino, is left completely dumbfounded, recognizing it as the sacred magic circle of Einhardt's three doctrines. Hess in disbelief. This isn't some trash, tier contract circle from Gehenna. So how in the world did Iroun get his hands on it? Iroun cuts through the questions, simply asking if Bondino has what it takes to get the job done. With a cold, unwavering gaze, he commands the legendary mage to activate the circle now. But Bondino panics, warning him that this is suicide even for Iroun. A single mistake with a circle this powerful means instant death. Our boy just smirks, musing on the concept of dying. He explains that for someone who has already surrendered to chaos, death is a meaningless threat. With his mind made up, he tells a stunned Bondino that it doesn't matter and to just activate the circle. The mage starts trembling, shouting that if anything goes wrong, he's taking zero responsibility for this madness. Despite his fear, Bondino begins channeling his immense power into the impossibly complex magic circle. Iroun lets out a silent scream as the raw, untamed energy begins to flood his very being. The entire chamber is engulfed in a violent storm of purple light as the ancient magic awakens. Even the legendary mage himself is screaming, barely able to handle the sheer output of the spell he just unleashed. The force is so overwhelming it sends Bondino flying back, completely losing control of the ritual. But it's all part of the plan, as the magic circle's pattern begins to sear itself directly onto Iroun's body. The ancient magic circle burns itself onto our boy's chest, raw purple energy coursing through his veins. He lets out a sharp gasp, the sheer force of the untamed magic threatening to overwhelm him instantly. But his body can't handle it, violently rejecting the power as blood erupts from the seal. The agony is so intense that blood starts streaming from his eyes, his entire being on the verge of collapse. A raw, guttural scream tears from his throat as the magic threatens to rip him apart from the inside. Watching the horrifying scene, Bondino panics, yelling that this is impossible and he's shutting it down. Through a spray of blood, Iroun roars back with a single command: do not stop. He screams for the mage to keep pushing the power, even if it feels like he's about to die. Bondino is just dumbfounded, knowing any normal person would have passed out from this pain ages ago. He can only wonder if it's Iroun's burning obsession for revenge that's letting him endure this living hell. As his body breaks, our boy's mind drifts to the three masters who shaped him. He remembers Mu Wang, the King of Silver, who gave a lonely orphan the warmth of a family. Then there was the Sword King, Sigurd, who stood by him. And finally, the Demon King Bergana, who gave him a place to belong after he was cut down by betrayal. With blood streaming down his face, Iroun's only thought is his desperate wish to feel that warmth just one more time. Suddenly, a colossal beam of purple energy erupts from Bondino, engulfing our boy completely. The mage can only scream Iroun's name in absolute terror, certain he's just vaporized him. The immense power is too much, causing the very seal containing the magic to crack and shatter. But instead of exploding, the broken pieces realign, clicking into place like a key in a lock. The blinding light fades, revealing a transformed Iroun standing before the silent figures of his three masters. The cult leader is reeling, his mind racing with the fundamental laws of martial arts. Two opposing forces simply cannot coexist. But there stands Iroun, a living paradox, radiating the combined energies of both the blood demon and the heavenly demon. The leader, completely dumbfounded, can only ask if our boy is truly the embodiment of both legendary powers. Iroun just scoffs, telling him that's a completely meaningless question to ask. He then drops a bombshell. The blood demon and heavenly demon arts were never separate. They were always one and the same. Turns out, everything originates from a single, divine source that predates them all. Deciding words aren't enough, he tells them hell, show them the truth, and they should move to a more stable location. He then points to the unconscious Bondino, ordering his new followers to get the mage to the safety of Armo. After finding a massive, intact wall, Iroun declares the spot perfect for what he's about to do. He turns to his stunned audience, calmly telling them to step back and witness true power. Without another word, our boy Iroun takes his stance, ready to blow their minds. He clenches his fist, and the very air around him begins to hum with raw power. A strange, greenish energy suddenly swirls around the entire group, catching them all off guard. The white suit leader watches in disbelief as the wall beside them begins to warp into a swirling vortex of blue light. In an instant, a cataclysmic wave of pure blue energy erupts from the wall, tearing across the courtyard. The onlookers are completely overwhelmed, their bodies frozen by the sheer pressure of this unknown power. This immense blue aura, crackling like divine fire, clings to the ancient wall, a testament to its terrifying might. Iroun reveals this is the mastery level of the heavenly demon divine art, a state known as Qianghua. The cult leader is completely floored, barely able to process that he's witnessing the legendary heavenly demon art firsthand. He can't fathom how such an unbelievable martial art could possibly exist, proving our boy is on a whole other level. As the blue aura fades, our boy admits to himself that this level of power is still too much for his body to handle. The cult leader and his subordinate can only stare, their minds still reeling from the godlike display. Suddenly, the backlash hits as Iroun's chest and arm erupt in a gruesome spray of blood. The two onlookers snap out of their stupor, their faces twisting in pure panic at the sight. The leader screams for a physician, but Iroun, completely unfazed by his mangled arm, tells him to calm down. He casually dismisses the horrifying injury as nothing, the blood already beginning to reform around his arm. Internally, he curses his weak body. Even a small taste of his true power results in this much damage. His eyes glow with red demonic energy as he resolves to get stronger, knowing he can't guarantee victory against that guy yet. The white suit leader, now fully composed, addresses Iroun as the new blood cult leader and awaits his command. Our boy gives his first order: contact the Black Death King, because he needs a brand new identity. The scene cuts to a swirling B-rank gate in Namyangju, the stage for our boy's next move. The acting guild leader, Yunha, informs her crew that a new member will be joining them today. The guild members look on with tense expressions, clearly intimidated by who they're about to meet. Yunha tries to warn them that the newcomer dislikes attention, only for Iroun's shadowy form to immediately scold her for making a spectacle. The moment he steps forward, the entire guild, Yunha included, drops into a deep, reverent bow fit for a king, not a rookie. Iroun, now sporting a completely new face as part of his cover, casually tells them to stand up, insisting he's just a regular guild member. Later, he explains his plan. He's here for practical training and will be clearing gates with them to get his body up to speed. Yunha, completely devoted, kneels and offers to hand over the guild leader position on the spot, but Iroun questions why she'd think he wants that. He lays out the strategy, praising her for building the Galaxy Guild's reputation and making her name, Kang Yuna, well known. If she were to suddenly step down for a nobody named Li Rawun, it would raise too many red flags, potentially drawing the direct attention of the Volcano Guild. A man in a white suit cuts straight to the point, asking the same question on everyone's mind. He questions why Iroun, who needs a new identity, is so insistent on using his real name, Li Rawun. Iroun just shrugs it off, saying it's a minor detail since Yuna will handle all public-facing duties anyway. But then he reveals his real gambit. If his mentors have awakened, this is the only way they might find him. The scene then flashes to our boy's practical training, where he smashes a monster's face in with a blast of pure energy. He unleashes a torrent of power, showing he's not just warming up, he's pushing his limits. The recoil is brutal, shredding his arm into a bloody mess, but he looks completely unfazed. The white-suited man is stunned, noting that after just a few gates, Iroun's aura is already becoming unreadable. He can't wrap his head around it and asks if Iroun somehow still possesses the power of a player. Iroun just scoffs, telling him to use his eyes. It's obvious he has no system core to speak of. Iroun just smirks, asking if the man's perception is off because those aren't his real eyes. He then cuts to the chase, demanding to know why the confidant is really here, since it's clearly not just to watch him raid gates. The man reveals his purpose. The Hanem sect is now investigating the Armo incident, which is only natural after their elder's entire force was wiped out. Our boy scoffs, claiming they were just a trash-tier scouting party sent because Hanem had no idea the Grand Mage Bondino was there. But the confidant drops a bombshell, coolly stating that the upper echelons of Hanem knew everything. Iroun is completely dumbfounded, demanding to know how he could possibly have that kind of inside information. The man just gives a sly grin, admitting he was the one who sold the intel to Hanem in the first place. The horrifying realization dawns on Iroun. Hanem intentionally sent their own people to die. The confidant confirms it, explaining that they needed to manufacture a justification for their next move. A single name escapes Iroun's lips, a name that spells serious trouble, Cheolgeom. The information broker confirms it with a smug nod, enjoying the chaos he's created. He explains that for years, Hanem has been hungry for Gyeonggi province, which belongs to Cheolgeom. Their master plan is to spin a story that Cheolgeom interfered and assassinated their elder, giving them the perfect excuse to invade. Our boy immediately grasps the situation. Hanem is trying to provoke a full-blown war, and everything hinges on Cheolgeom's next move. But the broker cuts him off, revealing that Hanem has already struck their first target, the Galaxy Guild itself. The scene shifts violently as a fist crackles with pure, unadulterated rage. Elsewhere, the leader of the Steel Sword Union, Cheol Jiamrian, is absolutely livid, cursing Hanem's name for their treachery. Cheol Zhonghui can't believe they're actually resorting to such a dirty, underhanded tactic to start a war. He demands to know the position of another major power, Huai, hoping for an ally in this coming storm. But his subordinate, Du Qianhu, delivers the grim news. Huai is staying completely silent, refusing to take a side. Cheol Zhonghui seethes with rage, disgusted that Hanem is trying to frame their blatant aggression as a necessary war. With no other choice, he orders Du Qianhu to prepare for total war and forcibly recruit every guild in their territory. His subordinate asks the chilling question: what happens to the guilds that refuse to join their cause? The guild leader's answer is simple and brutal. They will be branded as demons and eradicated in the name of justice. Meanwhile, our boy Irun casually strolls into the Galaxy Guild headquarters, completely unaware of the storm brewing. A flustered staff member almost calls him by his forbidden title before correcting herself and announcing his arrival. She informs him that a guest from the Docheon Guild has just arrived, piquing his curiosity. As he enters, he sees Du Qianhu on his way out, telling Lady Yunha to carefully consider his proposal. The two men's paths cross, and a silent tension fills the air as they lock eyes. Du Qianhu's smug demeanor instantly vanishes, his face a mask of pure shock as he recognizes who he's looking at. But before Du Qianhu can even process his shock, his son steps forward to block Irun's path. He arrogantly asks if our boy is a member of the Yunha Guild, to which Irun coolly replies, "What if I am?" The kid scoffs at his lack of manners, clearly thinking he's some trash tier nobody who doesn't know his place. He proudly introduces himself as Du Sangmok, son of a warlord and the vice guild leader of Docheon, expecting Irun to grovel. Irun, completely unimpressed, just hits him with a deadpan, leaving Sangmok utterly dumbfounded. He then tells the spoiled brat to get lost if his business is done, and to stop being a nuisance. Sangmok's face turns beet red with fury. He can't believe the audacity of this random guild member. Just then, Yunha steps out, sensing the commotion and wondering what's going on. She finds Irun in a tense standoff with Sangmok and his goons. Still clueless, Sangmok turns to Yuna and complains that she needs to retrain her members, digging his own grave even deeper. Trying to save face, Du Sangmok warns Irun he's only letting this slide because of Yuna. With his pathetic threat delivered, the spoiled brat and his crew finally take their leave. Irun just smirks, turning to Yunha and casually mentioning what the Docheon goons had said. Hearing the full story, Yunha grits her teeth, absolutely seething at the sheer disrespect. A furious red aura erupts around her as she vows to hunt that piece of trash down and rip him apart. But our boy calmly tells her to stand down unless she wants a war with the Steel Sword Union. Yunha explains they came proposing an alliance, but Irun immediately questions the details. Turns out it wasn't an alliance at all. It was a demand for the Galaxy Guild to submit to Docheon. She tells him she rejected it on the spot, but they arrogantly gave her time to reconsider. Irun, ever the strategist, asks her to ignore pride for a second and analyze the pure gains and losses. After thinking it over, Yunha grits her teeth and admits that from a purely strategic view, the offer is worth considering. She explains that they can't fully wipe out the Steel Sword Union, who will likely just grab some land and then call for a truce. Since the Union would defend their main territory to the death, she reasons their own base in Namyangju should be safe from the fallout. The real prize, she points out, is that if they help Docheon win this war, the Galaxy Guild could become the sole rulers of Namyangju. Having laid out the entire plan, she turns to Irun and asks for his final judgment as the Blood Demon. Our boy just gives a confident smirk, reminding her that he's already given her full authority, so the final call is hers to make. He strolls past, telling her not to worry because he'll personally handle any problems, and suggests they go grab some coffee. His unwavering confidence completely reassures her, and she looks up at him with a determined smile, agreeing to his plan. The scene shifts to the Yuna Cafe, where the two are now relaxing in more casual clothes. Irun sips his drink, observing the red auras around the staff, and notes with satisfaction that his Dark Blood members are adjusting well to their new lives. Yunha reports that their new members' momentum has improved, and they've even started hunting monsters. Irun agrees but knows they're still trash tier. They'll need proper training if he's to make use of them later. He then casually informs her that some of Armo's mages will be joining them soon, and she promises to prepare. Suddenly, her eyes narrow. Her senses are screaming that uninvited guests have arrived. She asks the Blood Demon for permission to step outside, but our boy already knows exactly who's here. He calmly tells her to stay put, because they're about to walk right through the front door anyway. And just like that, a whole squad of goons barges in, led by some arrogant-looking punk. The leader, Du Sangmok, completely ignores Irun and smugly greets Yuna like they're old pals. Yunha is not having it, demanding to know what business he has here after their last encounter. He sneers that Namyanggu is Docheon territory, but his face twists into a mask of pure rage. The punk demands to know what a mere guild member like Irown is doing, but our boy just sips his coffee, completely unbothered. He simply states he's drinking coffee, not even giving the guy the time of day. Du Sangmok loses his cool, reminding Irown that he warned him to behave the next time they met. But Irown just smirks, sarcastically asking if he's here to buy him a cup. He then lands a critical hit, guessing that his daddy doesn't give him an allowance, which sends the spoiled brat into a blind rage. With a roar, Du Sangmok flips the entire table. But Irown doesn't even flinch as the furniture shatters around him. Finally pushed over the edge, the punk draws his sword, screaming for Irown to raise his weapon. His father, the Docheon guild leader, and his goons also draw their blades, declaring that they were willing to be allies, but Irown's insolence has gone too far. Du Sangmok, full of himself, proclaims he will personally correct Irown and uphold the ways of the martial world. But before he can take a single step, Yunha is there, her own sword drawn, ready to put this trash-tier fool in his place. But just as Yunha is about to step in, a voice cuts through the tension, telling her to stay still. Du Sangmok, completely misreading the room, smirks and says he'll take her silence as permission to proceed. He puffs out his chest, boasting that as the vice guild master, it's his duty to teach her a lesson. With an arrogant grin, he offers to concede the first 3 moves, thinking it's a generous offer to a mere guild member. He gathers his energy, ready to show off, but he never even gets to throw a punch, because our boy Irown suddenly appears, thanking him for the concession before planting a vicious kick right into his side. The blow sends the spoiled brat flying like a cannonball, blasting clean through the wall of the cafe. The Docheon guild leader and his goons are left completely dumbfounded, their jaws on the floor. The leader screams for his men to protect the vice leader, but he can't even see where Irown went. Turns out, Irown is already behind them, holding one of the goons by the throat with a chilling warning that there's still one move left. The Docheon guild leader is absolutely livid, screaming at Irown and demanding to know who he is. Our boy just smirks, asking if that's really the right question when he's holding his subordinate's life in his hands. Before the leader can even process it, one of Irown's men appears and lands a devastating blow right to his face. The guild leader is sent flying across the cafe, crashing into his own men as the barista cultists watch in awe. Irown casually drops the unconscious goon and orders his men to take him to the Blood King's castle. The scene shifts, and we find the spoiled brat, Du Sangmok, groggily waking up in a dark room. He's tied to a chair, beaten and bruised, completely powerless for the first time in his life. He looks up to see Irun sipping a drink with Yuna by his side, who coldly remarks that he's finally awake. Spotting Yunha, the idiot starts yelling, demanding she release him, still thinking he's the one in charge here. Irown doesn't even bother to respond, simply summoning a blood-red blade and skewering him right through the chest. The spoiled brat lets out a blood-curdling scream as the blade twists in his flesh, but Yunha is completely unfazed, telling the trash-tier guild member he should be grateful his head is still attached. Barely coherent through the pain, Du Sangmok can only spit out that they're all insane. Yunha's eyes glow as she offers to cut out his tongue next, while Irown just watches the show, completely unbothered. That threat is all it takes for the brat's bravado to shatter, and he immediately starts begging for his life. With his spirit finally broken, Irown addresses him by name, dropping the sword he used to impale him. Our boy calmly asks if he wants to know the one way he can possibly survive this ordeal. Du Sangmok's eyes widen in sheer terror as he stares at the weapon now lying before him. He instantly recognizes the distinct blue aura. This is the legendary sword of the Hanem clan. The realization hits him like a truck. He's not just being tortured, he's being framed for something much, much bigger. Irown calmly lays out the official story. He was defeated by a Hanem warrior, and the Galaxy Guild will be the witness. He condescendingly asks if even a trash-tier idiot like him can understand the plan. Du Sangmok is completely lost, wondering why the Steel Sword Union would want to provoke a war with Hanem. Our boy tells him the reason is irrelevant. His only job is to run to his dad and snitch. As Yunha's killing intent flares, Irun gives him the simple choice: cooperate or die. The brat realizes a war with Hanem was inevitable, and this lie gives his side the perfect justification to strike. Gritting his teeth, he agrees to the deal, vowing internally that he'll get his revenge for this humiliation. But Irown reads him like an open book, calling him out on his pathetic thoughts of payback, which makes the brat panic. He leans in, asking if Du Sangmok seriously thought he'd orchestrate all this without some insurance. Irown then reminds him of a certain incident at the Thousand-Man Gate, a place his guild happens to co-manage. Du Sangmok flinches, his mind racing as he tries to figure out what our boy is talking about. Irown begins to tell a story. A few years back, the beloved daughter of the Thousand-Man Gate's master was found murdered. The master, consumed by rage, unleashed hell to find the culprit, and the blame was conveniently pinned on a player guild. That guild and their entire families were brutally purged, a bloody massacre that served as a warning to all players. Our boy smirks, telling him that's the official story everyone knows, but the real truth is something far dirtier. With cold, piercing eyes, he drops the bombshell. The one who actually killed the girl was none other than Du Sangmak himself. The brat's blood runs cold. He's completely dumbfounded, wondering how in the hell anyone could know about his darkest secret. Iroun explains that he's well aware all the witnesses were either silenced or locked away by the Docheonbang Guild. He gives a final, chilling warning. If this truth ever gets out, his own father would have to offer up his head to avoid a civil war. Du Sangmak starts trembling uncontrollably, finally realizing he's been perfectly trapped with absolutely no way out. With his trap perfectly set, our boy stands with Yunha, already planning his next power move. He orders her to find out everything about Huxi's investments, laying out his grand strategy. Iroun explains that information is the ultimate weapon for expanding one's power and creating new options. He tells her not to be a weakling forced to choose, but a king who can shake the entire board. Yunha bows, taking his every word to heart. She understands the lesson perfectly. With a smirk, he sends her off, knowing his plans are already in motion. The scene shifts to the Docheon Guild's headquarters, the stage for the next act of chaos. Suddenly, a massive blast of energy slams into the side of the building, tearing it apart. Inside, Du Cheonhu explodes with rage, seeing the evidence and screaming that the Hainam lunatics actually attacked him. His assistant can only stand there, dumbfounded, as his fiery killing intent floods the entire room. The guild staffer is floored, realizing this presence is even stronger than the legendary Heal Subek. Du Cheonhu's aura is absolutely suffocating. This is the power of the third-ranked warrior in the Steel Sword Union. She trembles, wondering just how monstrous the other major factions must be if Docheon alone is this powerful. Clenching her fist, she finally gets it. Iroun was right. The blood cult was just a frog in a well. His son, Du Sangmak, frantically begs his father to calm down before his rage collapses the entire building. The warlord's fury vanishes in an instant, replaced by concern as he apologizes for scaring his precious child. Getting back to business, he asks his son for confirmation. Was it really Hainam who attacked, just as Yuna claimed? Du Sangmak turns to Yuna, who has been quietly observing the whole chaotic scene. He asks her to state clearly who was responsible for the assault on her. Elsewhere, Iroun smirks, knowing that simple threats won't work. The real leverage is Du Sangmak, the son the warlord had after turning 60. Our boy knows the warlord's weakness. He'd forgive his son for anything, even mass murder. Yunha, however, is getting nervous, asking Iroun if this whole scheme isn't way too dangerous. But Iroun just smirks, revealing he's already completely dominated the son's spirit with the heavenly demon art. Back in the lion's den, the puppet Du Sangmak, eyes glowing red, confirms to his father that Hainam is the culprit. He even points to the Hainam elder's glowing sword as undeniable proof of their guilt. To seal the deal, the boy pulls a dagger, declaring that if his father still has doubts, he'll prove his honesty with his own life, plunging the blade straight for his heart. Du Cheonhu lunges forward, grabbing the knife just before it can do any damage. Staring at his son's desperate face, the warlord declares that of course, he believes him. With all doubt erased, the leader of Docheonbang grimly announces his decision, ready to unleash hell. Without a moment's hesitation, he orders his men to gather all 3 of Docheonbang's attack squads. Burning with pure rage, the warlord vows to personally erase the Hainam Guild from existence. And watching his father fall perfectly into the trap, the puppet son lets out a wicked, triumphant smirk. Meanwhile, our boy Iroun calmly sips his tea, explaining the next phase of his grand strategy. He tells Yuna that if this goes well, he'll gift her an entire city once Docheon takes the province. Iroun smirks, noting that they now have the perfect justification to strike Hainam first. But Yunha seems worried, asking if they shouldn't be moving a bit faster on this. She points out a critical flaw. If they know the truth about the incident, someone else might too. With a cold look, she clarifies that the loose ends are inside Docheonbang, and she wouldn't have left any survivors. Her ruthless logic hits him like a truck. He realizes she's right, and immediately gets up to handle it. As Iroun stands, Yuna can't help but think he's a foolish man for overlooking such a critical detail. She wastes no time updating him, declaring with cold certainty that the war he orchestrated has already begun. Turns out, Docheon's forces launched a surprise blitzkrieg on the Donghae Guild, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. But this chaos is all part of the plan. With the region's gates now undefended, Docheon has handed over all raid rights to them. She continues her report, adding that they've also been cleared to recruit 200 new warriors, a massive boost to their ranks. Now, fully up to speed, Iroun asks about the other task he assigned, and she confirms the assets have been gathered at Blood King's castle. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he decides they'll head there immediately. His next target is revealed. He's going to meet the legendary Ronin, a group of absolute beasts. The term Ronin traditionally means a wanderer without a master, a lone wolf warrior. But in this era, it refers to something far more dangerous, the masterless survivors of the collapsed world of Silver. These warriors are the ghosts of a fallen world, men who watched their homes burn to ash. Some were abandoned by their comrades, left to fend for themselves in the aftermath, and others were nothing more than trash-tier criminals, exiled for their unforgivable sins. Suddenly, a group of these Ronin find themselves in a strange forest, utterly dumbfounded. One of them asks what's going on. They were supposed to be at a banquet with the Silver Guild. Their leader grits his teeth, realizing the grim truth. They've been completely deceived. Another warrior can't believe it, muttering that had heard the Silver Guild were men of justice. A voice cuts through the clearing, mockingly asking if they're enjoying the banquet. It's our boy Iroun, stepping into view with a smug smirk and calling them a bunch of losers. The Ronin leader absolutely loses it, roaring back in fury at the blatant disrespect. Iroun just smirks, telling them it's no surprise they got scammed, looking so pathetic. The Ronin leader's face twists in pure, unadulterated rage at the blatant disrespect. He draws his blade, roaring that not only did Iroun deceive them, but now he dares to insult them. But our boy's eyes just glow with a menacing red light as he asks if they really want to test him. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of killing intent washes over them, freezing the leader and forcing another warrior to his knees. The leader is completely dumbfounded, his body trembling as he realizes he's totally paralyzed by this immense pressure. Another Ronin shouts in protest, demanding to know what this violence is, and claiming they are still legitimate warriors. Iroun just scoffs, disgusted that they would even dare to use the title of warrior. He begins to lecture them, explaining that a warrior is someone who has dedicated their entire life to martial arts. Then he lays it on thick, calling them nothing but abandoned trash who lost their world and can't do a single thing about it. One of the warriors can't take the pressure and begs our boy to stop. The leader is sweating buckets, completely rattled as his men call out to him. He finally musters the courage to ask if Iroun brought them here just to humiliate them. After all, he says, this is Iroun's world, and they are completely at his mercy. The leader admits he foolishly thought there was a grander purpose to this meeting. Iroun just smirks, acknowledging the man's title and admitting he does seem more useful than the rest. He confirms that yes, there is a reason, and he has a few questions for them. Then he drops the first bomb, asking them why they lost their entire world, which makes the leader flinch. He follows up with another gut punch, asking why they were abandoned by their own people. The final question hits home, asking why they were exiled for crimes they didn't commit, and the leader just collapses in shame. The leader finally spits out the bitter truth, admitting it all happened because they were utterly powerless. He recounts how their weakness led to losing their homes, being abandoned, and getting framed as trash-tier criminals. Iroun simply nods, acknowledging that the man understands the brutal reality of their situation. As the warrior looks up, Iroun brings up the very thing they lack, that elusive power. And then, with a dead serious look, our boy makes an unbelievable offer. He will be the one to give it to them. The other warriors are completely dumbfounded, one of them asking if this means he's actually willing to take them in. Iroun just shrugs it off, questioning why he wouldn't, as he sees no reason to refuse such a useful group. But the initial shock quickly wears off, replaced by a deep-seated suspicion in the leader's eyes. His mind races, realizing he's never seen a place like this, and there are very few powerful families with the surname Yoon. The horrifying conclusion dawns on him as he feels Iroun's aura. This man is very likely a public enemy of the entire Muram world. The leader of the Ronin asks with a heavy heart if they even have a choice in this matter. Iroun just smirks, telling him that the luxury of choice is reserved for the powerful. Another warrior clenches his jaw, realizing their only options are to accept or die right here. But the leader isn't ready to fold, warning Iroun that they won't be easy to control. He reveals his final gambit, an informant who will expose this entire place if he doesn't return. Our boy is completely unfazed, asking with a condescending smile if that was supposed to be a threat. He scoffs at the very idea, questioning if the man really thought he'd call this place the Blood King Star without having every single contingency planned out. The warriors are struck with pure terror as they realize the name can only mean one thing: the Blood Cult. As his elite blood swords appear, Iroun calmly tells the Ronin not to worry, because he's not going to kill them. Instead, he's going to give them an offer, which leaves the warriors trembling and confused. Our boy starts by calling out their leader by name, Wang Yoil. The old warrior is completely stunned that this stranger knows who he is. Iroun recounts the man's entire tragic history, from clan leader to a lone, broken wanderer. He then turns to another, asking Cheon Sojin how it feels to be alive when everyone thought he was dead. The young warrior is dumbfounded, wondering how on earth Iroun knows his deepest secret. Iroun continues down the line, asking another how it feels to be a fugitive for a crime he never committed. He reminds them of his promise to give them power. They have a choice: continue living their pathetic lives as outcasts, or seize this chance to regain their honor and live once more as true warriors. The broken warriors, moved by his words, finally make their choice, their eyes filled with a newfound resolve. Back at base, Kang Yunha reports that the recruitment drive was a smashing success. Every single Ronin they targeted has joined the Blood Sect. Our boy Iroun isn't surprised in the slightest, coolly remarking that he only handpicked those who were truly worthy of the honor. He smirks, knowing full well that his perfectly crafted sales pitch was an offer they simply couldn't refuse. Turns out, the leader of the Ronin was in on the whole thing, and Kang Yunha even compliments his excellent acting. The old warrior plays it cool, claiming he was merely a humble guide, showing these lost souls the grace of the blood demon. We flash back to the real deal. Iraun had promised the leader the one thing he craved most, the power to finally get revenge on the Hainam clan. With a hand outstretched, he made the final offer, asking the old man to join him and reclaim his honor. Back in the present, Iraun solidifies his vision, declaring that the new blood sect will be a sanctuary for the powerless. The Ronin leader bows deeply, accepting his new mission, to continue gathering more disenfranchised warriors for their cause. With his new followers in tow, Iraun heads down into a dark, grimy prison. He approaches a cell, coldly remarking that the prisoners inside look far too comfortable for his liking. Inside are the remnants of the Docheon Guild, looking just as thuggish and defiant as ever. One of the subordinates scoffs, telling Iraun he's wasting his time and won't get a single piece of information from them. Our boy just smirks, telling the fool that he's seriously mistaken about this entire situation. He isn't here to interrogate them, because he already has everything he needs. He casually reveals their most guarded secret, the location of the Docheonbang entrance in Goyang. The prisoners are completely dumbfounded, realizing they've been outplayed from the very beginning. Iraun explains he's actually here to offer them a chance, pitying them for having to clean up after their trash-tier leader. With his eyes glowing crimson, he lays out the final choice. Docheon will be erased, and they can either join him or be erased with it. The remaining Docheon goons start to crack, with one realizing it's better to join Iraun since they'll be absorbed anyway. Our boy simply tells them to think it over carefully, his back turned as one of his new Ronin warriors stands guard. But one of the subordinates is still full of hot air, sneering from behind the bars, completely oblivious to his fate. In the blink of an eye, a blade erupts from his chest in a gruesome spray of blood. He can only gurgle in shock, his defiance turning to agony as his life fades away. One of the Ronin warriors stands over the body, his sword dripping, a cold lesson for anyone else with second thoughts. Meanwhile, Iraun's forces are moving fast, with one warrior reporting that the entire East Sea region has been secured. With a look of grim satisfaction, he declares that they've finally done it. He raises his sword high, proclaiming that Gangwon-do now belongs to their Steel Sword Union, as the warriors roar in triumph. Elsewhere, the white suit leader confirms that the plan is working perfectly, with all new subjects successfully moved into the Blood King Castle. Iraun coolly acknowledges the report, reminding his subordinate to ensure all new subjects are treated equally. The white suit leader hesitates, admitting that something has been bothering him. He explains that an unbelievable amount of money is flowing into the Blood King Castle, way too much for a guild the size of Galaxy. Thanks to the chaos of war and support from Black City, they've avoided attention so far, but he's clearly nervous. He warns that once the war ends, the Galaxy Guild will undoubtedly come under heavy suspicion. Our boy just scoffs at the concern, revealing his plan to grow the Galaxy Guild so large that the cash flow will look completely normal. He slides over a new member's profile, telling him to get ready for a major recruitment drive. The file belongs to Choi Yuran, the guildmaster of Baran, another guild operating under the blood cult's influence. Elsewhere, Choi Yuran herself addresses a room full of stern-looking executives, thanking them for gathering. One of the men cuts to the chase, demanding to know why they were all summoned on such short notice. Choi Yuran coolly informs the executive that she wasn't the one who summoned them. The executives flinch, completely caught off guard by this revelation. They immediately start whispering, assuming it's another shakedown from the cult. She cuts them off with a stern warning, telling everyone to watch their words today. The reason? A very high-ranking individual is about to make an appearance. The tension skyrockets when she admits that even she has no idea who is coming. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, ordering everyone in the room to rise. Choi Yuran announces their arrival as the ominous silhouettes of the blood swords appear behind the glass doors. The doors slide open with a quiet, menacing hiss, revealing the esteemed guests. An elder from the blood cult steps forward, greeting Choi Yuran as if they're old friends. But the one who steps through the door isn't just some elder. It's the divine priestess Yuran, a figure of immense authority. Choi Yuran and every executive in the room immediately drop to their knees, paying their respects to the esteemed guest. The entire guild hall is now prostrated before her, the air thick with a mixture of fear and reverence. One of the executives can't believe it, realizing the high-ranking individual is someone of this legendary caliber. The divine priestess looks down on them, and he wonders what kind of insane request would bring her here personally. But then she speaks, her voice echoing as she tells them to prepare to show their respect. She turns and walks deeper into the building, acting not like a guest of honor, but like an escort. Choi Yuran and the others are completely dumbfounded by this turn of events. Her mind races as the terrifying realization dawns on her. If the divine priestess is just the opening act, then who could possibly be coming next? And then, A figure in a simple dark suit steps into the hallway, his presence silencing the entire room. The divine priestess kneels low, announcing that they are here to pay their respects to the one and only blood demon. It's our boy, Irown, who steps out with a fiery red aura, looking more like a modern-day CEO than a cult leader. His followers lose their minds, with the divine priestess screaming praises for the blood demon at the top of her lungs. But Irown just smacks her on the head, bluntly telling her he told her not to do that kind of embarrassing stuff. Choi Yuran and her executives can only stare, completely dumbfounded by this bizarre, anticlimactic display. The priestess whines that he needs to show some dignity for the new believers, but Irown just scoffs, asking when he ever cared for it. He then turns to the guild members and casually apologizes, saying his people just turn into idiots sometimes. Finding the executives still standing stiffly, he tells them to sit down because their formality is making him uncomfortable. Taking his seat, he finally introduces himself properly, as the master of the blood cult, the blood demon himself. He then gets straight to business, asking if it's true they've all shown loyalty to his cult. But Irown cuts to the chase, asking if it's really loyalty when it's forced by poison and brainwashing. He declares that's just slavery, and his new and improved blood cult has no room for slaves. With a simple gesture, one of his attendants brings a mysterious briefcase forward. The case is placed directly in front of Choi Yuran, who flinches in surprise. She's completely lost, stammering as she asks what on earth this is. The briefcase snaps open, revealing rows upon rows of vials containing the antidote to the blood poison. Irown explains that he knows their loyalty was coerced by the poison, and this is their ticket out. He offers them a choice: take the cure and be free, but their memories of the cult will be erased forever. Choi Yuran is dumbfounded, asking why he'd do this, and our boy simply says he wants to do real business now. He informs the shell-shocked executives that their contributions will now be treated as investments, not forced tributes. The executives are sweating bullets, with one convinced this has to be some kind of sick loyalty test. To prove his allegiance, he slams his cup down and boldly declares he won't take the antidote. But Irown's eyes glow a menacing red as he coldly asks who the hell ever said they had a choice. The sudden display of absolute authority leaves the other guild leaders completely dumbfounded. The executive stammers, asking if he's serious, and Irown clarifies he wants them to invest because they see genuine value in the sect. He lays out his vision, combining modern science and Einhardt's magic to fully unlock the secrets of the blood scripture. This new approach, he explains, makes the old, barbaric methods of feeding the scripture completely obsolete and worthless. A gray-haired executive looks on with a flicker of understanding, processing this new information. He finally speaks up, admitting that our boy is completely different from the monster he was expecting. Irown just smirks, retorting that not all monsters in this world come with horns. The executive continues, explaining that the real monsters are the ones who trample over others without a shred of remorse. Irown just grins, saying he'd much rather be a monster with horns than one of those human-shaped demons. But just as the conversation gets good, the divine priestess Yuran interrupts, claiming there's a problem with his words. Her eyes blaze red as she unleashes a terrifying aura, absolutely livid. She explodes, questioning how a mere lower sect dares to find fault with the great blood demon. Before she can finish, Irown's eyes flare with crimson light as he coldly tells her to shut her mouth. The priestess immediately freezes, stammering an apology as Irown warns her that the next interruption will be her last. Turning back to the executives, our boy calmly tells them to speak freely, since that's what this meeting is for. The executive swallows hard, finally getting to the heart of the matter. He asks if Irown truly wants their Baran guild to become more active, to which our boy simply confirms that he does. The executive states that this is precisely the problem they're facing. He explains that if their player guild, Baran, grows using the blood demon's power, it'll attract a ton of unwanted attention. Irown listens intently as the man points out that the blood sect is a public enemy of the entire Muram world. The executive is sweating bullets, realizing that if the association finds out, they're all as good as dead. He looks our boy dead in the eye, asking if he even has the power to stop an organization like Yoon. He then throws down the gauntlet, demanding to know if Irown can surpass the legendary Hwasun faction. The man lays out his business philosophy. Investment isn't just about gain, it's about weighing the potential losses. He concludes that if Irown can't completely control the association, it's far safer for them to just side with the establishment and survive. The room falls into a tense, deafening silence after his bold declaration. The other executives are absolutely losing their minds, thinking their leader is insane for talking to the blood demon like this. But our boy cuts through the tension, calmly identifying the lead executive as An Jong-hyuk, the father of An Min-hong. Irown just smirks, dismissing him as typical new money with no real vision. He continues his verbal assault, saying it's no wonder the man only deals in pocket change, which clearly strikes a nerve. An Jong-hyuk grits his teeth, saying he can take the insults because he's simply pursuing safety for his people. He argues that people like them have no real power in this world, a sentiment shared by his terrified colleagues. Irown scoffs at the very idea of safety, reminding him that if the association decides it, they all die anyway. He then hits him with a low blow, asking if he's already forgotten that his own son was saved by their priestess. Our boy lays out the grim reality. Whether they die by joining him or by the association's whim, the outcome is the same. So he poses a chilling question. If death is the only guarantee, isn't it better to die together under his protection? Finally, Iround declares that the executive's entire argument is flawed from the very beginning, leaving the room utterly stunned. An Jong-hyuk, completely lost, asks what could possibly be wrong with his question. But Iround just smirks and drops an absolute bombshell. From the very beginning, Yoon was always his. The old man is utterly dumbfounded, unable to even process what he just heard. Iround calmly explains that Yoon is his rightful inheritance. It might take time, but he will eventually own it all. He stands up, telling them to judge for themselves because he's done trying to persuade them. An Jong-hyuk watches him go, his mind racing as he realizes the sheer audacity of this kid's claim. With his piece said, Iround and his entourage simply turn and walk out, leaving the executives to their panic. One of the other executives immediately asks An Jong-hyuk if he's seriously considering this, but he just says the ship has already sailed. The man can't believe his ears, stammering in protest at the sudden decision. He desperately asks why An Jong-hyuk didn't just take the contract cancellation, but the old man just sits there, having made a choice there's no coming back from. An Jong-hyuk explains to the other executives that refusing the cancellation is the only way to prove their sincerity. He knows it sounds crazy to believe some kid who claims to own the world, but he just can't get the image of our boy's eyes out of his head. Seeing his own terrified reflection in that crimson gaze, he felt an overwhelming pressure. The memory alone is enough to make the seasoned executive break out in a cold sweat. Those weren't the eyes of some arrogant fool. They were as deep as the sea, holding an undeniable truth. He starts to wonder if maybe, just maybe, this kid really is the master of this world. Elsewhere, Iround looks out over the city as his subordinate approaches him. The red-eyed enforcer informs him that his new home has been decided, the player guild known as Baran. Our boy turns with a confident smirk, seemingly pleased with this new development. The red-eyed enforcer bows his head, promising to do his absolute best. Iround dangles a tantalizing offer, telling him that anyone who works hard enough can become the guild leader of Baran. With a confident smirk, our boy says he'll be looking forward to seeing his progress. The enforcer silently accepts the challenge, his loyalty unwavering. Iround then pivots, asking about the other matter he'd requested. A man in a sharp white suit appears, reporting that the delivery is scheduled for next week. The confidant seems a little sweaty, asking if our boy isn't going a bit overboard with his plans. He brings up the Black Market King's caution, but Iround clarifies that the blood sect is the real problem they're not ready for. Iround cuts him off, telling him not to test his patience because he knows damn well it's possible. The confidant's expression shifts as Iround clarifies this is all about what comes after they succeed. The confidant looks out at the city, a tense feeling hanging in the air over the prominent tower. Suddenly, a powerful presence emanates from that very tower. He turns to our boy, asking if he felt that too, already knowing the answer. Iround's eyes blaze red as he declares with absolute certainty that Yoon is now his property. The confidant just smirks, realizing the chaos has officially been unleashed. He pulls out his phone, confirming to someone on the other end that the plan is in motion. Just as planned, the Hanem group makes their grand and aggressive entrance. The confidant then reports the outcome, explaining that Cheoljeom managed to push Hanem back, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, as Cheoljeom also took some serious damage in the brawl. And with that, he reveals the true goal. The Doshion Guild is now completely cut off and isolated. Iround muses that this must have been their goal all along. They wouldn't just sit back after losing the East Sea. The confidant explains that Cheoljeom, being one of the three great powers, got arrogant and thought they could handle Hanem. But that was a fatal miscalculation, because Hanem is one of the 9 great sects, a power on a whole other level. Our boy, unfazed, simply asks how the Doshion Guild responded to this mess. The confidant reveals they begged for reinforcements, but it was useless as their guild leader was already getting hammered. The entire area erupted, as Do Cheon-hu found himself at the epicenter of a devastating assault. He struggles to his feet amidst the rubble, absolutely furious and powerless. His subordinate can only confirm his worst fears. Reinforcements aren't coming. The reason is simple. Hanem used magic circles to completely seal off the entire East Sea region. With Cheoljeom unable to spare any troops, a desperate Du Cheon-hu asks about his Vice Guild Master's forces. His subordinate delivers the grim news. Even at top speed, the Vice Guild Master's forces will take 3 days to arrive. Du Cheon-hu clenches his fist, trying to project confidence he doesn't feel, telling his men not to worry because he's there. He orders his remaining forces to regroup and hold their ground with everything they've got. But inside, he's sweating bullets. Knowing his brave words are just a front, he remembers the Hanem elder, Yuk Sagul, a legendary warrior whose reputation was terrifying even outside their world. He figures he might be able to stall the Elder. But if Hanem's elite swordsmen join the fray, it's a guaranteed wipe. The chilling realization hits him like a truck. Hanem never intended to let them retreat. This isn't a battle. It's an execution. A plan to isolate and completely annihilate them in the East Sea. Hess dumbfounded, wondering what they're thinking. Surely this level of aggression would force Wassen to get involved. Just as his mind races, another subordinate runs up, desperately calling for the guild leader with more urgent news. The subordinate pants that reinforcements are finally on their way. Du Qianhu is dumbfounded, demanding to know how, since he was told the Steel Sword Union couldn't come. His man quickly clarifies that it's not the Steel Sword Union at all. With a grim look, he reveals it's the Galaxy Guild, leaving the leader speechless. Du Qianhu can't believe it. He thinks they're insane for a new guild to jump into this meat grinder. He racks his brain, convinced there must be some hidden motive for such a suicidal play. He tries to shake it off, telling himself he's just desperate and clinging to false hope. But then he remembers the Galaxy Guild's leader, Kang Yuna, and realizes she was no pushover. Suddenly, a new plan sparks in his mind. Her forces might just be the opening they need. Realizing this might be their only chance, Du Qianhu immediately starts barking orders. He grabs one of his subordinates, telling him to inform all guild members to prepare for battle. Because right on cue, the entire Hanem faction is launching a full-scale assault on their position. Watching the chaos unfold from a distance, our boy Iroun knows this is a critical moment. With a sinister grin, he thinks to himself that they can't fall just yet. They're all still useful pawns. Just then, Kang Yuna approaches, respectfully addressing him as the Blood Demon Lord. She cuts right to the chase, asking why he's so insistent on helping a trash-tier guild like Docheon. Yunha is left completely dumbfounded by his lack of a direct answer. Iroun simply smirks, pleased that she's finally starting to think for herself and ask the right questions. He then cryptically asks Kang Yuna what grand picture she thinks he's painting with all this chaos. She ventures a guess, suggesting he's aiming for the mutual destruction of the Docheon and Hanem factions. But our boy just smirks, telling her that's not nearly enough, leaving her completely baffled. He says she'll have to experience his true plan firsthand to understand and begins to walk forward. In an instant, the remaining warriors of the Docheon Guild appear from the shadows, awaiting his command. Iroun addresses his new army with a chilling order. They are strictly forbidden from lifting their demonic seals. He repeats himself for emphasis, commanding them to absolutely not unleash their true demonic energy. Instead, he takes another step forward, building the tension for his final command. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, he tells them to show their enemies what real, overwhelming power looks like. Without a moment's hesitation, the Docheon warriors salute their new master. Their eyes glowing red, they roar in unison, fully accepting his command. In what feels like an instant, the battlefield is silenced, littered with the corpses of the Hanem faction. One of the warriors reports to Iroun, confirming that the entire area has been cleaned up. Our boy, ever the strategist, calmly asks for a report on their own casualties. The warrior smirks, proudly declaring they suffered 0 losses. It was a complete and utter slaughter. Pleased with their overwhelming power, Iroun gives the simple command to move out. He knows this brutal display was just the opening act for the real chaos he's about to unleash. As if on cue, a massive, swirling gate of energy tears open reality right in front of him. His subordinate confirms their next target, Docheon, is now completely isolated and ripe for the picking. Without a word, our boy steps through the portal, ready to start the next phase of his war. He emerges not in some grim fortress, but on a serene, sun-drenched beach. Iroun can't help but ironically note that this place feels more like a resort than an enemy stronghold. But lurking behind the rocks, Docheon's lookouts spot him, confident their defensive formation can at least stall him. Iroun sighs, thinking it's a shame he doesn't have a formation master, before deciding to just break it himself. He places his hand on the ground, channeling an immense amount of golden energy directly into the earth. In a flash, the entire area erupts in a blinding explosion of power, shattering their pathetic defenses. The Docheon warriors are sent flying, their hopes of buying time utterly annihilated in an instant. The last remaining guard can only scream in disbelief as our boy tears through their ranks like they're made of paper. In a shower of blood, Iroun stands over the fresh corpses, his 2 subordinates appearing silently behind him. With the trash taken care of, he looks up, already focused on the next, much bigger problem. A colossal magic circle looms over the entire city, a testament to the Docheon Guild's real power. Iroun notes that simply deactivating it would leave traces, and he's not about to announce his arrival so carelessly. Turns out, he came prepared, as Bondeno and Jekyll appear, with the former explaining this is exactly why they're here. Our boy turns to the old man, Jekyll, and asks him straight up how long the job will take. Jekyll's eyes glow with immense power as he confidently states he only needs 10 seconds. Without another word, the old man gets to work, unleashing a torrent of blue energy to dismantle the citywide barrier. Just like that, the massive barrier protecting the Docheon Guild shatters into a million pieces. A lone Docheon guard is left kneeling on the ground, completely stunned by the raw power that just washed over him. Iroun looks down at the pathetic scene, thoroughly unimpressed with their so-called ultimate defense. He just scoffs, realizing this whole operation is going to be easier than he thought. Turns out, Docheon was already fighting a losing war, forcing their leader, Du Qianhu, to step in personally. But his opponent, the Hainem Guild elder, Gu Hyongjin, dismisses his efforts as utterly inadequate. The elder taunts him, wondering how he ever thought such trash-tier power could challenge the might of Hainem. Du Qianhu can only grit his teeth in humiliation, bloodied and powerless against this monster. With a flash of his blade, Gu Hyongjin effortlessly cuts down the remaining Docheon warriors. The guild leader is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process how his forces were just annihilated. Barely holding himself up, Du Qianhu can't comprehend the sheer difference in their power. Fueled by pure desperation, he screams and pours every last bit of energy into a final, desperate attack. But his blade is stopped dead, completely neutralized by the Hainem elder's effortless defense. Gu Hyongjin looks down on him and coldly states it's because they are nothing but fakes. With a casual flick of his wrist, the elder unleashes a counterattack of his own. The force sends Du Qianhu reeling back, his mind unable to process the speed of the strike. Before he can even react, the elder's sword pierces straight through his chest in a spray of blood. Du Qianhu gasps, feeling the cold steel as his life begins to fade. Gu Hyongjin callously yanks his blade free, leaving the guild leader to stumble forward. He scoffs, wondering what fat pigs living off scraps from the sect could possibly know about real strength. Clutching his fatal wound, Du Qianhu asks if the elder really thought this was just another show of force. But Gu Hyongjin is ice cold, stating he wouldn't have made a move like this if it were that simple. He then delivers the final, chilling verdict. The Steel Sword Union is about to be completely erased. The guild leader is completely dumbfounded, stammering and asking why this is happening. He desperately wants to know why the Hainem faction would ever side with Hwasan. The elder explains that Hwasan's monopoly is an eyesore, and their arrogance has finally reached its limit. With his sword held high, he declares that Hainem has come to teach Hwasan a lesson they'll never forget. His blade crackles with a terrifying blue energy, sealing the guild leader's fate. Du Qianhu can only watch in pure terror as the blade descends upon his neck. With one clean, brutal swing, the Hainem elder finishes the job for good. But just as the blade is about to connect, it stops dead in its tracks, leaving the steel sword warrior utterly dumbfounded. The Hainem elder is trembling, completely baffled as to who could possibly have the power to halt his attack. His confusion turns to dread as he demands to know what kind of monster has just been summoned to this battlefield. A new figure steps onto the scene, his modern shoes a stark contrast to the ancient conflict around him. It's our boy Iroun, flanked by the Bloodsword Captain and Kang Yuna, casually remarking on what a mess they've made. Iroun smirks internally, realizing the captain is under the hilarious misconception that the Grand Mage Bondeno is here protecting him. The fiercely loyal captain declares he'll protect Iroun with his life, a statement that our boy finds to be a whole lot of pressure. With his allies ready and the enemy confused, Iroun turns his attention to the remaining trash. He coolly sizes up the remaining Hainem warriors, who are now frozen with uncertainty. With a chilling smile, he gives a simple, brutal command to his own forces. Take care of them. At his command, the Bloodsword Captain and his men become a whirlwind of death, tearing through the Hainem forces. Iroun just watches the slaughter, his expression completely cold and detached from the chaos he unleashed. But then, the Hainem elder Gu Hyongjin suddenly steps beside him, warning that more enemies are approaching. Right on cue, a new warrior lunges forward, his blade glowing with a fierce blue energy. The attack is aimed squarely at Iroun, but in a shocking twist, Gu Hyongjin parries the blow, protecting him. The old elder is absolutely livid, demanding to know the identity of this new assailant. Iroun, meanwhile, looks bored by the whole affair and simply states he's a member of the Yuna Guild. The two elders are locked in a stalemate, their swords clashing with enough force to shake the ground. Our boy smirks, telling the attacker that he's barking up the wrong tree. He's not the one he should be fighting. The attacker is revealed to be Du Museong, another Hainem elder, as Iroun's own menacing aura begins to flare up behind him. Iroun casually tells the other elder to try and handle this new challenger himself. Du Museong remains stone-faced, his mind drifting back to the very beginning. For him, life has always been about the sword, a path he started walking as a child. He remembers the pure joy and comfort he felt with a blade in his hand, training relentlessly. As the years flew by, he dedicated every waking moment to honing his craft. His power grew to the point where he could shatter massive boulders with a single strike. Before he knew it, people were calling him an elder, a title he couldn't care less about. His loyalty was never to the Blood Demon or the Blood Sect, it was a means to an end. All he ever wanted was to reach the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. And now, he realizes with a jolt of excitement, the true Blood Demon has finally appeared before him. He realizes Iroun just displayed the ultimate sword art without even drawing a blade. For Du Museong, this is it, he's witnessing the very end of the sword he's chased his entire life. Irown, sensing the old man's burning desire, turns to him with an otherworldly purple aura. Our boy makes him an offer he can't refuse: follow him, and hell show him the true path of the sword. Elsewhere, the Haenim elder Gu Hyung-jin is dumbfounded by the sheer power of his own opponent. He screams at the man before him, demanding to know who the hell he is to possess such strength. Du Museong's reply is simple and chilling. He states that he is no longer a man, but the sword itself. In a flash, he becomes a blur of motion, his killing intent exploding outwards. His blade slices clean through the Haenim elder, a testament to his newfound conviction. Du Museong has found his purpose, vowing to become the sword that cuts down all of his new master's enemies. The narrator explains that throughout history, there have always been those known as geniuses. But for a genius to truly awaken their power, one crucial ingredient is needed. That ingredient is pure, unadulterated madness, which now burns in Du Museong's eyes. Turns out, the blood demon technique unlocked his latent potential, bypassing his lack of real combat experience. He clashes with the Haenim elder, his raw power overwhelming the old man's refined skill. Irown watches on, knowing that this battlefield will be the perfect place to forge that missing experience. He gives Du Museong a simple command. He trusts him to handle the rest. With his master's blessing, Du Museong turns back to the fight, ready to carve a path of destruction. He unleashes his blood-soaked aura, preparing to execute the remaining trash. The Haenim elder is completely dumbfounded, sweating bullets as he faces the monster before him. But the elder's fear melts away, replaced by a twisted grin. He finally has a worthy opponent. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, he demands to know the name of the man who pushed him this far. Du Museong roars out his own name, his demonic red aura exploding as he lunges forward. The Haenim elder, Gu Hyung-jin, introduces himself with a look of pure battle lust. He fires a concentrated blast of his water-like energy straight at our boy. The two opposing forces collide in a cataclysmic explosion of red and blue. Elsewhere on the battlefield, one of the spared Haenim warriors can only watch in utter disbelief. His comrades, elite warriors of the Haenim guild, are being cut down like wheat. He can't comprehend what he's seeing, his mind reeling from the one-sided slaughter. The so-called Yunha guild is completely overwhelming the legendary Haenim guild. And it's not even a contest. The warrior breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing he's only ever felt this kind of pressure once before. It was the day he faced the legendary Plum Blossom Assault unit from the Volcano Guild. He can't wrap his head around it. Yunha is a brand new guild, so where is this insane power coming from? Even the Haenim elder Gu Hyung-jin is losing his mind, screaming about what kind of monsters were summoned. The warrior is left completely dumbfounded, unable to process the absolute slaughter he's witnessing. But just when things couldn't get any crazier, another elite group known as the Blue Wave Unit appears. The Blue Wave Unit charges into the fray, a storm of martial artists ready to turn the tide. A red-eyed swordswoman from the Yunha Guild steps up to meet them, her blade glowing with killing intent. She doesn't flinch, her gaze as cold as steel as she prepares to clash with the entire unit. In a flash of blue and red, she effortlessly carves through their front line, a true demon on the battlefield. The remaining Haenim warriors are in disbelief, recognizing Haenim's elite Blue Wave Unit has finally joined the fight. But the swordswoman doesn't back down for a second, her red blade clashing against their coordinated blue energy attacks. At first, it looks like she's merely being pushed back by their sheer numbers and skill. The watching warrior realizes his mistake. She wasn't driven back, she was luring them in. The Blue Wave Unit's leader presses the attack, thinking their trap is about to spring shut. Turns out, the entire unit was drawn into the perfect position to unleash a devastating sword formation. The Haenim warrior watches the swirling vortex of energy, thinking this must be the limit for a new guild. But the red-eyed swordswoman and her companions stand their ground, completely unfazed by the massive attack. The Blue Wave leader channels all his power, confident that this single, overwhelming strike will end it. Yet, as a crimson light starts to bleed from her eyes, it's clear she's just getting started. But just as the battle is about to escalate, a new player steps onto the field. The Haenim warrior is completely dumbfounded as our boy Irown casually walks past him. He strolls right into the middle of the battlefield, flanked by his subordinates, not a care in the world. With a smirk, Irown looks over at Kang Yuna and tells her she did a good job. The defeated warrior can only kneel in shock, wondering what kind of monster just showed up. The Blue Wave leader, however, isn't impressed and sizes up the newcomers with a glare. He arrogantly asks just how strong Haenim's so-called elite really are. The leader puffs out his chest, boasting that his unit is among the top 10 strongest in all of Haenim. Irown just gives a deadpan look, musing that being in the top 10 is not bad, he supposes. He then glances back at his own people, adding that his guys seem a little offended by that weak flex. The Blue Wave leader boasts that this is the first time they've ever pushed back an elite force from the 9 great sects. But Irown's followers are hit with a harsh reality check. The power gap is like an adult fighting a child. Our boy asks his subordinates if they finally feel their own shortcomings, leaving Kang Yuna looking utterly dejected. The enemy leader seethes as Iroun continues his lecture, stating that Hanem is considered the absolute lowest of the 9 sects. He tells his crew that their current level is barely on par with the top 10 from that trash-tier sect, and they quickly promise to do better. Iroun just scoffs, completely unimpressed by their resolve or the enemy's so-called power. In response, the Blue Wave warriors unleash their ultimate technique, a swirling vortex of sword energy. But Iroun just tells his people to watch carefully as he and his crew stand their ground. The defeated Ronin warrior is completely dumbfounded, realizing our boy is walking straight into the sword formation by himself. He thinks Iroun has lost his mind, wondering if he's actually planning to get himself torn to shreds. The Blue Wave warriors unleash their full power, screaming for Iroun's head as they launch their ultimate technique. A massive tidal wave of sword energy rushes to swallow our boy, who stands there completely unfazed. He calmly analyzes the attack, realizing a sword formation is no different from any other battle formation. And if that's true, then it must have a central axis, a single point of failure that can be broken. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, Iroun clenches his fist, ready to teach these fools a real lesson. He dashes straight into the storm, throwing a single, devastating punch right at its core. The eye-patch-wearing leader can only let out a pathetic scream as his trump card shatters from the inside. With a deafening crash, the entire formation implodes, sending the leader's arm flying clean off. Before anyone can even blink, Iroun is already in the leader's face, delivering a bone-shattering blow. The warrior is left completely broken, his mind unable to process the monstrous power that just ended him. The remaining Blue Wave warriors are sent flying like ragdolls, their formation utterly annihilated. With a chilling grin, our boy Iroun declares that the real hunt has only just begun. The surviving Ronin warriors watch in sheer terror, their minds refusing to accept what they just saw. Their leader is dumbfounded, stammering about how their elite Blue Wave unit was just wiped out so easily. Iroun stands over the carnage, his subordinates watching as he single-handedly dismantled an entire elite squad. He lets out a sigh, thinking to himself how utterly boring this whole pathetic display was. Kang Yuna tells the others that their guild leader will handle the rest, but the Ronin warriors aren't ready to give up. Their leader desperately points out that the Elder of Hanem is still here, clinging to his last shred of hope. He tries to rally his terrified men, ordering them to form ranks and face this monster head-on. But just then, he gets the worst news possible. Their ace, Gu Hyung, Jin, has already tucked tail and fled. Suddenly, the Hanem elder, Du Museong, appears, holding the tattered remains of his uniform and a bloodied sword. With a look of grim determination, he admits his own weakness and swears to train harder so he never disappoints his new master again. Iroun simply smiles and tells the old man he did well, while the Ronin leader stares in absolute shock. The leader can't even process it. His last hope, the great Elder of Hanem, has just bent the knee to their enemy. As dawn breaks, it marks the end of an era for the factions of the East Sea. Elsewhere, the Docheon guild leader informs his son that their guild will be pulling out of the region entirely. His son, Du Sangmuk, is completely blindsided and furiously questions his father's decision. The guild leader grits his teeth, explaining that Hanem is an opponent they simply cannot afford to challenge. But the spoiled brat doesn't get it, boasting that he can just negotiate with the Yunha guild, dismissing them as mere underlings. A cold voice cuts in from the side, telling the kid that trying to talk his way out of this won't be nearly enough. The Docheon guild leader reveals his true, ruthless plan. They need to take Yunha. His son, Du Sangmok, is completely stunned by this sudden declaration of war. The leader orders him to find everything about Yunha, their gates, their connections, even their families. He believes that if they can just secure Yunha, they can finally surpass the Steel Sword Union. With his eyes glowing with ambition, he declares his intent to forge the Docheon Union. Meanwhile, Iroun smirks, telling his own people that's the kind of spirit he likes to see. He calls out to Kang Yuna, who jumps, startled by his sudden attention during their meal. Our boy tells her it's more fun when his prey charges in with some venom before getting devoured anyway. He then raises a glass to his crew, telling them to enjoy themselves because they've earned it. But there's a catch. He forbids anyone from using inner energy to detox the alcohol. Kang Yunha is completely flustered but quickly agrees to the ridiculous no-energy drinking rule. As his crew gets hammered, Iroun quietly looks out at the city, lost in thought. He reflects that after the beatdown they gave Hanem, the power dynamics are about to change tomorrow. Suddenly, a commotion erupts from the entrance, as some loudmouth starts yelling about their reservation. A cold smirk crosses Iroun's face as he amends his statement. The changes won't start tomorrow, they start right now. Turns out, a few trash-tier thugs are trying to strong-arm their way into the restaurant. Their leader tries to intimidate the owner, reminding him of all the business they used to do here. The poor owner stammers that they're full, but the thug gets in his face, furious at being talked back to. He rears back to strike, threatening to give the owner a painful reminder of who's in charge. But before his hand can connect, Iroun appears out of nowhere, grabs his face, and simply tells him to get lost. Without a word, Iround tosses the loudmouth thug out onto the street like a bag of trash. The restaurant owner is horrified, warning Iround that he just picked a fight with the wrong people, but our boy calmly says he knows. Turns out, the specific knot on the thug's clothes was a dead giveaway of his dangerous affiliation. Just then, a man in a sharp white suit strolls in, apologizing for his subordinate's little mistake. This guy and his crew are from the notorious Beggars Union, a group that has its claws deep in the underworld. He introduces himself as Yoo Do-hyung, one of the 3 branch leaders for all of South Korea. Yoo Do-hyung correctly guesses they're from the Yunha Guild, but Iround's deadpan shows he couldn't care less. The branch leader's smile is pure poison, as he offers to treat them well to make up for the incident. He invites them to a far better place, which is just code for a back alley beatdown. But Iround cuts the conversation short, answering the thinly veiled threat with a brutal punch to the face. Yoo Do-hyung is completely dumbfounded, but Iround just scoffs, asking if he really thought his little plan was a secret. Our boy lays it all out. He intentionally sent those thugs to create a problem so he could swoop in and make them owe him a favor. The branch leader tries to bluster his way out, warning that the Beggars Union is one of the 9 great sects, and he won't get away with this. But Iround is unfazed, revealing he knows the union even recruits players, which leaves Yoo Do-hyung sweating bullets. He then questions if a real martial artist would be caught dead acting like a common street thug. Iround leans in, reminding him that player branch leaders are on a fixed-term contract. Once it's up, they're just disposable trash. He connects the dots perfectly. Yoo Do-hyung was desperately trying to build ties with them because of the merit they earned in the Haenim War. With a chilling stare, he asks if he's wrong, and the branch leader's stunned silence says it all. Seeing the guy is completely broken, Iround casually asks just how much time he has left on his leash. Turns out, he's only got 3 months left, and Iround just smirks, finally understanding the source of his desperation. Iround calls out his name, and Yoo Do-hyung is completely paralyzed with fear. With a glint in his eye, Iround offers the desperate man a chance to survive his grim future. Later, Iround's associate, a man in a sharp white suit, questions why he's even bothering with those Beggars Union lowlifes. Our boy just shrugs it off, explaining that a tool that willingly walks into your hand is always worth keeping. But the associate is worried, reminding Iround he fed the guy a dangerous lie about Yuna being from the Vanguard sect. Iround isn't concerned, saying the lie is plausible enough and they won't find out easily. Before asking what his real business is, the man gets serious, delivering some heavy news. The Celestials have finally started making their move. Elsewhere, the spoiled all, Du Sangmok is cackling like a madman in his office. Hez completely drunk on power, believing that with his backers' support, there's nothing in the world he can't obtain. His delusion is shattered, however, when a towering figure suddenly appears, and he flinches back in his seat. The figure is none other than Du Sangmok's uncle, who looks absolutely furious. Turns out, this is Cheon Inmok, the Celestial sect leader, and he's here to ask his nephew a very serious question. A dark memory flashes through his mind, a young girl, lifeless in his arms, fueling his cold rage. Du Sangmok is practically shaking in his boots, realizing he's in some deep, deep trouble. Meanwhile, the news has already spread to Cheol Jonghui, the Steel Sword Union's leader, who can't believe what he's hearing. His subordinate confirms it, explaining that Du Sangmok himself testified and even brought proof to back his claims. Cheol Jonghui clutches his head in despair. He's already got his hands full with Haenim, and now this new pest shows up. He asks for a battlefield update, only to hear the grim news that Haenim has already completely conquered Donghae. His subordinate continues, reporting that other guilds are trying to fend off the invasion, but they're being slaughtered. The guild leader realizes the horrifying truth. With Cheon Inmok this enraged, there's no way to avoid an all-out war with Docheon. He realizes it's not just war. Someone is intentionally creating internal division to screw them over. The leader muses that his volcano faction is the fortress of Gyeonggi province, questioning who would be dumb enough to destroy their own walls. With a decisive gesture, he orders all attack groups, even the legendary Steel Sword unit, to be disarmed immediately. His aide is dumbfounded, warning him that their allies will fall. But Cheol Jonghui coldly states that only Gyeonggi matters. The guild leader lays out his new grand plan. They will fully support Cheon in and focus all their might on eliminating Docheon. Elsewhere, our boy Iround smirks, declaring it's time to scrap everything and design a new strategy from the ground up. As he walks with his crew, Kang Yunha explains that the Steel Sword unit was Volcano's core, their personal army. She continues, revealing that Volcano's massive influence over half of Korea has been pissing Haenim off for a long time. Turns out, Volcano played them all like a fiddle, exploiting that resentment to bait Haenim into declaring war. Their endgame was simple: let the war rage on, then swoop in to conquer a weakened and exhausted Haenim. Iround explains the brutal endgame. No matter what, Haenim was always destined to fall under Volcano's shadow. Volcano's original plan was simple: let Haenim get a small win, then build up their own forces in the background. But our boy scoffs at that idea, because he's aiming for something much, much bigger. That's why he flexed his power in Donghae, spreading a rumor that his guild descends from a Taoist sect just like Volcano. This was all a calculated move to appeal to Cheon Inwoo, the very man Volcano is grooming for power. Iround knows that a major power like Volcano would rather ally with a group sharing their roots than some brainless sword swingers. He strides forward confidently, his master plan finally clicking into place. With a fiery glint in his eyes, he declares that from now on, his forces will be the new steel sword unit. He turns to his secret weapon, the legendary mage Bondeno, and gives the simple order to begin. In an instant, a squad of elite mages appears, their eyes glowing with power as they begin to cast a massive, intricate magic circle. A colossal magic circle flares to life, sealing the entire Steel Sword Union headquarters inside a massive barrier. Bondeno smirks, confirming to Iround that the trap is set. Nobody is getting in or out for a good long while. Our boy then turns to his own elite forces, telling them their mission is exactly the same as it was in Donghae. Their one and only job is to show these clowns what overwhelming, undeniable strength truly looks like. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, Iround declares that today is the day the Steel Sword unit gets completely erased from existence. Inside, the Steel Sword members are absolutely losing their minds, screaming about who these intruders dare to be. They're completely dumbfounded when they spot not only Iround's crew but also Kang Yuna, the leader of the Galaxy Guild, among them. Iround just strolls in and lays it all out, explaining that their precious union is dead now that every other major faction has abandoned them. He proclaims that his guild, in Yuna's name, will be the ones to punish them and restore the true order of things. With a final, chilling command to attack, Iround unleashes his forces to begin the hostile takeover. The slaughter begins immediately, a one-sided beatdown as Iround's forces tear through the Steel Sword Union. Our boy watches calmly, knowing the Steel Sword's power is fake, built on nothing but divine elixirs. His blood cult warriors, on the other hand, are the real deal, having filled their ranks with the overwhelming power of the blood demon arts. Amidst the carnage, a lone survivor trembles on the ground, looking up at Iround with pure terror. The man desperately crawls forward, pathetically begging for his life. Iround just scoffs, asking the man how many people begged him for mercy, and if he ever once showed it. The warrior is completely dumbfounded, the hypocrisy of his own actions hitting him like a truck. With Kang Yunha readying her blade, Iround coldly tells the man that he won't be getting any mercy either. He turns his back as the final blow is struck, the last of the Steel Sword Union falling behind him. Iround reflects that he's no grand hero saving the world. His path is something far darker. He's not here to be a hero. He's here to make everything under his feet brutally fair. Meanwhile, the Steel Sword Union's leader, Cheol Jonghui, gets a call and is absolutely losing his mind. All he can hear over the phone are the final, agonizing screams of his men before the line goes dead. He drops his phone in utter shock, his mind reeling as he tries to process the massacre. The guild leader can't wrap his head around it, wondering how Yunha could possibly betray them like this. His panic skyrockets when he realizes the elevator is still coming up, even though he personally cut the power. An aide quickly figures it out. They're not using the building systems, they're ascending with magic. With no other options, Cheol Jonghui bellows at his men to just destroy the entire elevator shaft. His warriors don't hesitate, unleashing a devastating energy blast at the metal doors. The attack connects with explosive force, completely obliterating the wall and elevator entrance. As the smoke clears, Cheol Jonghui pants, confident that his overwhelming attack solved the problem. But his relief evaporates in an instant, as his eyes widen in pure disbelief. Through the dust and rubble, the elevator doors stand completely unscratched, as if nothing happened. His mind races. He can't comprehend how they could have set up a defensive trap this powerful. Shaking off his shock, he bellows at his men to prepare an ambush for whoever is inside. The Steel Sword Union's finest draw their blades, ready to cut down anything that emerges. With a quiet chime, the pristine elevator doors begin to slide open. Seizing the moment, the guild leader screams for his men to charge and finish this now. But before they can even land a strike, a blinding golden light erupts from within the elevator. In a single, devastating flash, his entire elite squad is annihilated, leaving nothing but corpses. A voice cuts through the silence, sarcastically thanking the lone survivor for such a warm reception. Our boy Iround steps out from the elevator, flanked by his new, terrifyingly powerful subordinates. With a smirk, he locks eyes on the guild leader, Cheol Jonghui, and declares he's come to take his head. The guild leader, seeing no way out, decides to go down swinging. He unleashes his ultimate technique, the Iron Wind Flash, pouring every last drop of his power into the attack. But Iround just watches the blade come at him, completely unfazed by the so-called ultimate move. His crimson eyes flare up, analyzing the attack with absolute contempt. As the blade is about to connect, Iround casually raises his hand to intercept it. He effortlessly parries the desperate strike, leaving the guild leader completely dumbfounded. In a show of absolute dominance, Iround catches the master's blade with his bare hand, shattering the man's spirit. With a single, dismissive shove, Iround sends the guild leader and his men flying like trash. Turns out, this wasn't Iround's first rodeo. He'd already carved a path of destruction through their ranks. The sheer force of his arrival had left nothing but rubble and broken bodies in its wake. He had single-handedly dismantled the guild's elite Blue Wave unit, a feat thought impossible. Our boy moved like a phantom, his fists glowing with an eerie blue light. He didn't just dodge their attacks. He met their sword aura head, on with his bare hands. The guild leader recalls his utter shock, realizing the monster had blocked his ultimate attack with nothing but his fist. His aide had confirmed the unbelievable report. A single man from the Galaxy Guild had broken their elite unit. At that moment, a cold sweat dripped down his face as he realized the terrifying rumors were all true. Now, facing Iround's blood-red aura, he's forced to accept that this young brat is somehow on his level, or maybe even higher. The remaining Steel Sword members scream to protect their leader and charge forward in a desperate wave. But Iround's red-eyed enforcer intercepts them instantly, his blade glowing with crimson energy. He parries all their swords at once, proving they're nothing more than cannon fodder. The rest of Iround's crew forms a human wall, telling the guild leader he's not getting through. Before he can even react, our boy Iround is already on him in a blur of motion. A single, contemptuous kick sends the guild leader staggering backward across the ruined floor. Cheol Zhonghui, the mighty guildmaster, can only brace himself, knowing he's completely outmatched. Iround, however, just cracks a smile, thinking to himself how fun this little skirmish is. The guild leader is absolutely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what could possibly be amusing about this slaughter. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, Iround finally acknowledges him as the leader of the Steel Sword Union, one of the big three guilds. The guild leader trembles with rage and humiliation, realizing he's scared of a mere guild member. He glances back, hoping his guards can do something, anything, but his men are getting sliced to ribbons by Iround's crew. One by one, his elite guards fall without putting up a fight. Suddenly, our boy is right in his face, taunting him for getting distracted. Iround smashes his fist into the ground, sending a massive shockwave that blasts the guild leader off his feet. Cheol Zhonghui hits the ground hard, coughing up a lungful of blood. Iround looks at his glowing hand, a strange, powerful feeling coursing through him. He remembers his past as a weak player, when the Steel Sword Union seemed like untouchable gods. And now, their mighty leader kneels before him, broken and trembling. Iround muses that the reason for this one-sided beatdown is painfully obvious. It all stems from the raw, untamed chaos that now resides within him. That very same power has supercharged Kang Yunha's warriors, turning them into absolute monsters. Cheol Zhonghui can only let out a pathetic scream, his body overwhelmed by the sheer pressure. But our boy shows no mercy, delivering a savage kick right to his jaw. He scoffs internally, knowing that fake martial artists who just rely on elixirs can't resist this kind of power. It's why even a so-called master on his level is just another bug to be squashed. With one final, bone-shattering stomp, Iround ends the guild leader's miserable life. He knows it won't always be this easy. The real martial artists will use their fear as fuel. With Cheol Zhonghui dealt with, he turns to Yunha, ready to wrap this whole operation up. But just as he moves to clean up, a strange purple energy erupts from the dead man's hand. Our boy looks back, utterly confused by this bizarre phenomenon. It seems the guild leader's sheer will to fight has manifested as a monstrous purple ego. The vengeful spirit roars that this is the domain of the Steel Sword Union. Its eye glows with a menacing light as it prepares to announce itself. It declares itself to be Cheol Zhonghui, the leader of the Steel Sword Union, now in its final form. Iround looks completely unimpressed, clenching his fist to put this pathetic ghost down for good. But the spirit lunges forward with shocking speed, throwing a punch fueled by pure rage. In a stunning twist, the blow connects and sends Iround flying, shattering the ground on impact. Yunha can only scream in absolute terror, watching her seemingly invincible master get utterly rocked. But as our boy gets up, he's actually smiling, thinking that this is more like it. The fight was way too easy before. He finally understands that the leader of the Steel Sword Union isn't just some vengeful ghost, but a full-blown demonic being. It all clicks into place as he recalls seeing the Union members getting brutally corrupted by that same dark energy. Yunha and her allies are dumbfounded, realizing with horror that even the guards have been turned. Iround deduces that the traces of the heavenly demon sect, hidden from even the Black King, were right here in this assembly. Cheol Zhonghui's demonic form roars, his eyes glowing with malevolent red energy as he powers up. He lunges forward, his hand crackling with a vicious purple aura, ready to crush our boy. The demonic leader slams Iround into the ground with overwhelming force, shaking the entire chamber. But from the crater, Iround's voice rings out, addressing all the members of the Yunha Guild. With a wicked grin, he declares that the prohibition is lifted, unleashing a terrifying wave of blood-red energy. The crimson wave instantly slams into the corrupted Steel Sword members, engulfing them in purifying light. Even the demonic guild leader, Cheol Zhonghui, gets caught in the blast, letting out a gut-wrenching scream of agony. The raw power of the blood demon's art begins to forcibly strip the demonic taint from his very soul. In a flash, the corruption is gone, leaving a very human and very confused Cheol Jonghui in its place. He stares into the settling dust, his mind reeling from the sudden loss of power. Weak and battered, he can only stammer out, wondering what in the world just happened to him. Our boy strolls out of the smoke without a scratch, asking if the guild leader was really that clueless about his own condition. Iroun reveals the cold truth. The demonic power was never his. It was just using him as a trash-tier vessel. With the demonic energy now gone, he tells the broken man that there's nothing left to extract from his useless body. Iroun examines the condensed demonic essence in his hand, satisfied that he's confirmed the heavenly demon sect's involvement. Iroun promises the now powerless guild leader he'll pay the price, offering a swift end to his misery. Cheol Jonghui can only whimper in terror, completely broken, and at our boy's mercy. Without a second thought, Iroun plunges his hand forward, ending the man's life in a brutal splash of red. He coolly announces that the Steel Sword Union's leader is officially dead. Just then, one of his subordinates reports in from a scene of total carnage, confirming the rest of the guards have been dealt with. Iroun isn't surprised, remarking that it's about time for the next group of vultures to show up. He knows that news of the guild leader's death will travel fast, bringing the Hainem sect and the Union's remnants running. Taking on Hainem directly is a bad idea. They have real monsters like the elite Blue Wave Guard in their ranks. But our boy has a trump card up his sleeve, a single, brilliant move to block their entire offensive. His plan is simple. Use the chaos to bring in an even bigger player, the Martial Arts Association. A car with a three-sword emblem screeches to a halt, announcing the arrival of a major power. Out steps a high-ranking official, his ponytail swaying as he takes in the scene. He's armed with 3 blades, the very symbol of the Martial Arts Association. His subordinates line the hall, bowing in perfect unison as he walks through. Iroun watches from the doorway, his plan clicking into place perfectly. The official's aura is immense, a suffocating pressure that fills the entire room. Even his own men are sweating bullets, their bodies trembling just from being in his presence. The official smirks, acknowledging that the rumors about Iroun's power were indeed impressive. A woman then steps forward, introducing herself as Kang Yunha, the master of the Yunha Guild. She stands beside the official, making it clear they've arrived together to deal with this mess. The official sizes up Iroun, confirming he's finally found the man at the center of all this chaos. He introduces himself with an air of authority as Namgung Mujin, the commander of the Blue Dragon unit. Our boy Iroun just listens, completely unfazed by the title of this big shot from the Martial Arts Association. Mujin smirks, getting straight to the point and asking if the rumors about him being backed by the Black King are true. When Iroun offers nothing but silence, the commander presses him, wondering if he's just going to stand there mute. Iroun finally breaks his silence, coldly admitting he can't speak, because he's not sure he can be respectful. The commander is left completely dumbfounded, his brain short-circuiting at the sheer audacity. All the other association members are just as stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. They can't comprehend how someone could talk so brazenly to a commander of the Blue Dragon unit. But instead of rage, a slow, dangerous smirk spreads across Mujin's face. This kid has some serious guts. Instead of anger, Mujin just throws his head back and lets out a hearty laugh at our boy's audacity. He tells Iroun to relax and speak comfortably, figuring they're probably around the same age. With the ice broken, the commander decides to cut right to the chase. He states plainly that he knows Iroun's goal is to take over Hainem, and our boy simply confirms it. Mujin explains that the association is actually fine with a new ruler, since they consider South Korea a key territory. There's just one problem. He needs a legitimate reason to back Iroun's bloody takeover. He reveals his own power, stating he saw right through the magic concealment to the massacre underneath. Iroun counters, saying that even with the association's support, some factions will never accept his rule. But Mujin plays his trump card, revealing he knows that Cheol Jonghui and his men were corrupted by demonic energy. His eyes begin to glow with a chilling blue light, asking if our boy is surprised he knew that little secret. Iroun's eyes flare red, realizing the commander had figured out the demonic energy corruption all on his own. Mujin grins, stating that this is the perfect excuse he needs to report the takeover as a righteous purge. He smoothly suggests that it's in everyone's best interest to avoid any further conflict. Our boy agrees with a smirk, understanding the subtext he's being told to keep this arrangement quiet. The commander then lays out the price for the association's support. Iroun has to cede control of 2 other territories. But the real issue, Mujin continues, is what the Yunha Guild plans to do now that they're in power. Iroun states plainly that his guild has no intention of being a puppet for the Volcano faction like the last guys were. That's exactly the answer Mujin wanted, and a satisfied smile spreads across his face. With their business concluded, the commander turns to leave. The deal officially struck. As he walks off, he leaves a parting shot, telling Iroun to let the Black King know this one was a freebie. As the commander leaves, Iroun reflects on the man's impressive connections. He realizes this must be the top-tier intelligence network the Black King mentioned. But a darker thought takes over, his eyes glowing red as he demands to know why they hid the demonic energy within the association. Turns out, he's not talking to the commander anymore, but to a new, impeccably dressed man who seems to be waiting for him. The man just smirks, telling our boy that he's got things completely twisted. Iround listens, stone-faced, as the man holds up a single finger to begin his lecture. First, he explains that intel on the association's demonic energy is top secret, not something a blood sect member would ever have access to. Second, he clarifies that this demonic energy is completely different from the heavenly demon sect's power that Iround is hunting. And for his third and final point, he raises another finger. His eyes flare with a chilling blue light as he drops a bombshell. The Black King is an investor in the blood sect, not their subordinate. The man in the white tuxedo finishes his lecture with a smug warning for our boy to keep that in mind. But Iround isn't even slightly intimidated, his gaze remaining cold and unyielding. The suit scoffs, telling him he's completely wrong, but our boy is just getting started. Iround cuts him off, insisting the demonic energy belongs to the heavenly demon sect. Even if it's trash, tier, he'd recognize its roots anywhere. He then smirks, questioning if the man thinks his authority is so low, and asking if the Black King has changed hands recently. He reminds the suit that his master gave direct orders for full cooperation. Suddenly, Iround rises from his seat, his tone shifting as he gets to the most important point. His eyes flare a menacing red as he drops a bombshell. The man's How Moon was originally his. He tells them to remember exactly why they fell into that pit in the first place, a chilling threat hanging in the air. The man's hand clenches tight, his smug composure finally cracking under the sheer pressure of Iround's aura. The man in the white tuxedo is sweating bullets, realizing he almost attacked on pure instinct. He's completely rattled, wondering if that feeling just now was genuine fear. Shaking his head, he forces himself to calm down, trying to regain some semblance of composure. Elsewhere, the true master of the Black King decides it's time she met this intriguing man in person. Back in the room, Iround's voice cuts through the tension, ordering the man to make up for his colossal mistake. Without a moment's hesitation, the once arrogant suit stands and bows deeply, offering a sincere apology for his short-sightedness. Now fully compliant, he asks what their next move is, since the Celestial Sect and Docheon are still major threats. Iround just waves it off, explaining that the Steel Sword Union will handle the Celestial Sect and that Docheon is already taken care of. And just like that, at the Celestial Sect's main base, their leader is left utterly dumbfounded by an unexpected visitor. A battle-hardened woman with piercing red eyes appears before him, calmly addressing the sect leader by his title. She coolly offers the Celestial Sect leader a single path to survival, an offer he clearly can't refuse. A moment later, she's on the phone, reporting that the Celestial Sect has officially tucked its tail and retreated. On the other end, Iround calmly acknowledges her success, telling her to handle the rest. He hangs up, his phone immediately buzzing with another message. It's from Bondino, the legendary mage, with a single word, ready. Our boy knows it's time to make his move. Standing before the Docheon Guild's dungeon entrance, he asks his assembled forces if they're prepared. His loyal subordinates, led by the fierce red-eyed enforcer, confirm they're ready for blood. Iround smirks, revealing a glowing key, the master key to the Docheon Guild's entire operation. With a single command to attack, he crushes the key in his hand, its magic flaring to life. The portal rips open, and Iround leads his crew straight into the heart of enemy territory. Meanwhile, inside the Docheon Guild's headquarters, their leader Docheon Hu is dumbfounded by some unexpected news. A subordinate reports that the Celestial Sect has retreated and joined the Steel Sword Unit to attack Yuna. The guild leader slumps back in his chair, relieved that the pressure is off him for now. He grimly admits to himself that he only survived this long thanks to Yunha drawing away his enemies. Clenching his fist, he seethes over how his arrogance cost him everything he built, even his own son. But through it all, against all odds, he managed to survive. Now, his mind is consumed by a single, desperate thought. He must take control of Yunha to reclaim his power. Completely oblivious to the real danger, he orders his men to halt all outside activities and return to base to reorganize. As he confidently walks through his territory, he has no idea that Iround's forces are already inside, ready to tear it all down. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a mysterious figure activates an artifact, thinking about their long-awaited return home. Back at the Docheon Guild, the leader Du Chanhu lets out a sigh, believing he can finally rest after the recent turmoil. But his moment of peace is instantly shattered, as his entire fortress erupts into a fiery inferno. Dumbfounded, he can't believe his eyes, his impenetrable base has been breached. And there, standing calmly amidst the chaos, is our boy Iround, looking like he owns the place. Iround casually thanks his men, noting that it was tricky since the guild's core wasn't visible. He's actually surprised, realizing with a smirk that the guildmaster himself was carrying the core on his person. Turns out, His team had already located and neutralized the guild's main power source, rendering its defenses useless. Du Qianhu finally puts the pieces together, realizing with dawning horror just how thoroughly he's been outplayed. He finally connects the dots, realizing Iran was the puppet master behind every major conflict, from Hanem to the Celestial Sect. With pure rage in his eyes, Du Qianhu screams that our boy orchestrated this entire grand scheme from the shadows. Iran just smirks, mockingly thanking the old man for being so slow on the uptake. Pushed past his breaking point, Du Qianhu draws his sword, deciding to go down fighting. He channels every last drop of his power into the blade, which begins to radiate a terrifying, brilliant blue energy. Losing all composure, he lets out a desperate, furious roar, ready to unleash hell. One of his own men panics at the sheer scale of the power, but Du Qianhu just screams at him to shut his mouth. With a single tear streaming down his face, he admits to himself that he has absolutely nothing left to lose. Screaming for them all to die, he unleashes a final, cataclysmic wave of energy, hoping to obliterate everything. The blast is so indiscriminate that it instantly vaporizes his own subordinates, who can only scream as they're erased from existence. Our boy Iran, however, remains completely unfazed, calmly telling his own man to step back and witness this so-called extraordinary power. Du Qianhu boasts that this is the power his world has accumulated for decades, a force that no one should be able to stop. With a final, hate-fueled roar, he commits everything he has left into this one cataclysmic strike. A massive tidal wave of pure, destructive blue energy surges forward, ready to annihilate everything in its path. But just as it's about to make impact, a hand cloaked in sinister purple energy meets the attack head-on, stopping it cold. Du Qianhu is left utterly dumbfounded, his mind shattering as he tries to comprehend how his ultimate move was just neutralized. Iran then reveals his true, terrifying plan. He's going to merge the Blood King's castle with this very world. A violent wave of purple energy erupts from his hand, beginning the process of overwriting this entire dimension. The purple energy doesn't just block the attack, it consumes it, swallowing Du Qian, who whole as he screams in agony. In a blinding flash, the very fabric of reality is overwritten by Iran's overwhelming power. When the light fades, the sky itself is shattered, and they now stand within the domain of the Blood King's castle. Du Qianhu, broken and bleeding on the ground, can't even process how his entire world was just stolen from him. Suddenly, Iran's subordinates appear, respectfully addressing him as their clan leader. One of them explains with a sinister grin that the Dochian guild members will now live on under the Blood Demon's grace. The realization hits Du Qianhu like a truck. He screams in fury, knowing he's been utterly betrayed by his own men. Iran coldly looks down at the pathetic man, calling out his name one last time. Tapping into his true power, Iran's hair and eyes burn crimson as he declares that, for Du Qianhu, there is no escape. Without a shred of mercy, Iran slams his hand onto Du Qianhu's face to begin the final absorption. A cataclysmic vortex of crimson energy erupts, completely erasing the Dochian guild leader from existence. Elsewhere, the enigmatic white suit leader and his companion receive an urgent message. His top enforcer, her blade still dripping, reports that the last of the Steel Sword and Celestial Sect members have been purged. Our boy, now back to his calm and collected self, is pleased to hear his cleanup operation was a success. He gazes out over his domain, thinking to himself that it's finally starting to look like a proper kingdom. The Blood King's castle is no longer a desolate wasteland, but a massive, sprawling city built on conquered souls. Deep within its dungeons, mysterious cloaked figures stand silent guard over its darkest secrets. Turns out, all the warriors he's absorbed are now his eternal subjects, forced to build his new world. As our boy surveys his new kingdom, the Bloodsword Captain approaches, addressing him by his true title, Blood Demon. Both the captain and the white suit leader drop to their knees in a deep bow, thanking him for everything. With tears of pure devotion, the captain declares that the Blood Demon is their one true god. Iran smirks, telling them not to get too comfortable because this is only the beginning of his grand design. The white suit leader is dumbfounded, questioning if he heard right after they just took over one of the three major powers. He nervously asks if Iran actually intends to swallow the other two great powers, Yun and Hao, as well. Iran's expression turns cold as he states he doesn't have a hobby of saying useless things. The white suit leader's eyes glow with shock, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes our boy is dead serious. When asked about his next move, Iran simply declares he's going into seclusion to prepare for the wars to come. The information broker questions Iran's timing for seclusion, but our boy coldly tells him to just find what he was asked to find. The broker confirms he's still investigating the emergence of new worlds, just as Iran commanded. He can't help but ask if Iran's grand plan is to simply absorb these new worlds the moment they appear. Iran just gives him a dead-eyed stare, reminding him that the black market has a rule about paying for information. The broker flinches but quickly recovers with a slick smile, acknowledging that Iran is, of course, correct. He bows deeply, saying he'll see him after his training and promptly makes his exit. As his subordinate leaves, Iround stands alone, contemplating the future he's forging. He asks himself the same question: why is he so driven to find these new dimensions? The answer is revealed in a flash of power because his masters, the three sealed kings, might be there.